Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. This is day number 1 for lower bracket, and I am joined by, of course, Toby, and Kylaris is back. How are you doing, Kylaris?
Doing all right. Starga tried to steal my spot, but I am here, good to go. That's the man himself, my stunt double. You know, I sent him into the car, sent him off a ramp, and apparently he landed on yesterday. But, you know, it's fine. I'm back. We're good.
Fantastic. Toby, how are you doing?
I'm good, ready and excited for these low bracket matches. I, looking at it now, have a hard time telling who I think is gonna be the victors of this. So it's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, of course, we had some dominant teams going through, and they're already through to the finals. The top 8 from upper brackets yesterday already through. There's one team that really stood out yesterday that probably and should be dominating coming into today here, Kylaris, and that's obviously BBL. They missed out by a third tiebreaker yesterday, which is really rough for them.
Yeah, pretty unprecedented, to be honest with you, to go all the way down to those tiebreakers. And unfortunately, it feels like they are a victim of this quite often as of late. You know, I mean, them alongside sometimes Foot kind of slightly getting unfortunate sometimes, but they were not unfortunate this time around. But BBL, man, as you say, I think that coming into today as well as tomorrow, they are going to be blasting it. They've been kicked around a little bit here, and this kind of lobby is where they will absolutely smash.
Yeah, and then we have some new teams joining us, of course, Toby. 8 new teams that were kind of our mid-pack, lower pack of the qualifying part. We have some exciting teams. One of them, for me, of course, Nam coming into Monarch Esports. That's kind of an exciting one for me. The full Finnish lineup coming back into effect here.
Yeah, they are looking good. They are a bunch of players that we haven't seen for a little while, and now get to see them back here on the battlefield. Another team that I'm looking forward to see how they're going to perform is Exhalation. Now that they have Hobbits in as well, former player for Question Mark. Curious to see how they're going to fare. Usually a player that comes out with a lot of frags, not necessarily making endgame a lot, but a lot of kills coming their way, so we'll see how they fare today.
Right. And of course, we played upper bracket yesterday, and we're playing lower bracket today and tomorrow. And the top 8 is already through to the finals. They're going to be playing in next week from Friday to Sunday, same time, same place, of course. And now we start here the first day of the lower bracket. It's July 1st and tomorrow as well. And we're going to find the last top 8 teams that's going through to the finals, where they're going to be fighting for the top 2 to join our GPT teams, FaZe, Navi, and Twisted Minds, to go to PGS2, the main event at Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, James.
Yeah, we had a fantastic top 8 go through from that upper bracket, of course, and then the contenders coming in to here, looking to get a few points on the board for PGC, of course. Howl, number 1 at the moment, Martin, doing all right for themselves, so they can't be too bereaved that they have fallen down into the lower bracket, but they're another team that I think we've got our eye on to do well down here, right?
No, of course, they're one of the teams that are looking pretty good. Yes, they need to be surpassed by another EMEA team because they have this guaranteed slot. So DA would need to be one of those teams that need to go up and get above that 1,050 point mark, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously for how right now their main focus is, let's just make grand finals. Oh, well, the finals of the qualifiers here.
Right.
PGS2 and take it from there. Because as safe as they're looking right now, imagine both DA, Foot, and BBL qualify through to the finals, and they don't. All of a sudden, that's a lot of PGS points that are going in the pockets of other teams.
Yeah, and all the PGS points here are also going to be handed out, or PGC points it is. It's going to be handed out in the finals next week, Kylaris here. And of course, very top heavy 650. If you're already in that 500-600 point mark, you're going to be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least even if you don't head up towards the top, you've got an opportunity to still kind of stay in the running if you're playing towards PEC4, etc., and things like that. Because there's points for basically everybody.
Points. There's points for everybody. Here are low bracket teams here, of course, BBL, Woo, some of the teams we expect to do well. After all, Exalt, Howl, and of course, joined by these new teams here. I'm super excited about Monarch. I was talking about Aces, also a team that we can do well. Starvim, a team we have been looking at throughout the year and actually been surprising it quite well here with the Global Army coming in and joining us for the fray. We're going to be starting with Erangel, 2 games, kind of starting over like we did in the upper bracket. 2 games of Erangel, going to Taego, 3 Miramar. Tomorrow we start with Miramar and then we end with 3 Erangel here, Toby.
Yep, it's same old on repeat. If you watch the upper bracket, the way the map's gonna go down is the exact same way. So nothing new under the sun. They're still kind of curious to see when we're gonna get the double Taego in the middle there, if that's gonna happen. Probably not in this tournament, but in tournaments to come.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting stuff. I was really excited to have Taego come around yesterday, James. It was super exciting, super fun match. It was not an open ending, but it was like a paid ending where, all right, all the teams, they were like, okay, it's not going to end in the city. So we had like 10, 12 teams on the southern side. and BBL ended up dropping a massive game for them because they went into that kind of fields area where they had a lot of cover around them and actually managed to penetrate into the city and kind of eradicate everyone in there.
They're actually showing a lot of proficiency on Taego, if you think about it as well, thinking across the 2 Taegos that we actually played things out on. If it wasn't for some excellent maneuvering from the other teams, like Entropic, they could have been winning out 2 Taegos across the 2 days. So for BBL, yeah, I think all of these teams got to be looking at them when we get into the next 2 Taegos here for the lower bracket.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about Exhalation and some of the other teams here, Toby. We have, the expectations we've seen from the teams. BBL was the only team that really were kind of close to our current top 8, but still, there's teams like Exalt. There's teams like Exalt is currently 3rd on the total PGC points with 1,000. So I have big expectations for them coming into this one.
Oh, same. It's definitely weird when you have one of those teams you don't expect too much from come out and really impress, and not just in a game or 2 in a row, but a whole set of a grand finals, as Exalt did during PEC Spring. To then now come in and not really show anything of what they did to succeed back then. Whether that be because they aren't playing as well or other teams are just playing that much better, it's a little hard to tell with just 12 games of play. But definitely Exalt have some things they need to work on in order to go back to, well, anywhere close to what they're able to pull off here in PC Spring.
Yeah, and of course we have the Bloodhound joining us with Monarch Esports games, and it's going to be exciting stuff. He's going to come back in. The question is, how well can they do? Are they going to get top 8, do you think?
Well, I think I put him on my fantasy team because, the Bloodhound's ready to go. But yeah, I'm excited to see how they're going to do. Obviously, in terms of Zook Technom, that is a name that has kind of proliferated through EMEA Esports for PUBG, but now with the pickup here for Monarch, it's going to put a little bit of an extra fire under them here to try and get some performances out. And again, it's kind of veteran names, to be honest with you, that are coming in from what is technically a lower bracket qualified position, but there's no reason that they can't hang with some of the bigger names in this lobby because we've seen it in the past.
Yeah, the experience is definitely there in that roster. And in general, I gotta say, I'm pretty excited here for the lower bracket. We have, of course, had our, top 8, top 9 dominance, but these teams, they have 2 extra days to come in, and it's the best practice they can get. BBL and Clip at PC, same situation. They just barely didn't make it, and he tweeted last time, lower bracket extra training it is, and had fun with it. I asked him and motivated him, we have to have the same tweet. We gotta go again with that one. And he's like, nope, I can't. I must not tweet anymore. But yeah, of course, it's good stuff here. The question is, are these teams that are coming in, Toby, and the teams that played in the upper bracket already, are they going to benefit enough that they can hang with the top 8 teams that really ran away with it during our upper bracket?
I think, considering the fact that the teams that went through in this top 8 were just, for the most part, that much better, at least in the games over the last 2 days, than what the teams that we're now seeing in the bottom 8 were. I think it's a whole new, it's a whole new lobby, both in terms of obviously the teams that are here, but also in terms of how the pacing is going to be. Do they have advantages having played through those 8 teams that qualified through? I don't necessarily think so, because they were playing that much better than them anyway, so now they're going to be kind of the top dogs coming into this one, but they were playing as the bottom dogs throughout the entirety of the upper bracket. So a bit of a reset. I think everyone is really just fair playing field in this one.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting on Erangel here. James, any thoughts about this game before we start?
I'm excited for it, and I'll tell you why. Because I was more excited for the lower than I was for the upper. Because the teams are less used to playing against each other. The rotations are less used to bumping into one another. So there could be a lot of chaos here throughout the next 6 games, especially to kind of get that ground laid for all of these teams to try and compete.
All right, thank you very much. This is going to be the first game, the first day of lower bracket here for the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. I'm super excited to get things started here. We're going to go over to the grassy pastures. And to you, Toby and Calaris, have fun with this one.
Yes! All right, thank you very much, Martin. It is time. Day number 1 here of the lower bracket. And the grassy pastures, as Martin says, is on the cards. I'm back with Toby here for the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. And we're getting game number 1 underway. Toby, are you ready?
I think I am, and I actually really, really love what you said coming into this one, that the more kind of, I'll put your words in my own words, the more somewhat random teams you throw into the mix, the more chaotic it tends to get. And having said that, just thinking back to the last game of yesterday where 9 teams die in that compound, I'm like, wait, so if we have the kind of non-chaotic teams go out and do that, what are we to expect from this lobby? Because how can it get even more insane than what we were watching yesterday? Well, and I guess the answer is we're about to find out.
No, this is where extrapolating all the information you can about previous players' tendencies, previous squads' tendencies in the limited amount of scrims that you've had against them really will pay dividends. So let's see how it's going to play out, of course. You've got teams like, now we're looking at them, Zarvam, who are obviously going to lay claim to places like Pachinki. The rest of the lobby absolutely knows that they are very acutely kind of positioned for that kind of location. But beyond that, I mean, look at how many teams we've got kind of dropping around that school area. 3 up there towards that. So yeah, we could see little conflicts here and there.
It's always interesting to follow the school area. Even when people don't technically land in the same buildings, there are only so many vehicles to go around, and the fight for them, we've seen time and time again, prove fatal for some players, especially when you're trying to dodge and weave on a 3-seater, but thankfully, then the Lost is able to get out of dodge in that one.
Yeah, very important here. You don't want to be starting off your campaign with 1 player down already, a la a Na'Vi FaZe situation from game 1 of the upper bracket. That was interesting. Nobody wants any of that as we take a look at how the lay of the land sits. So to start things off, a pretty decent circle for everybody. Not really a curveball here, Toby. All of these teams going to have a decent opportunity to get geared up, get good to go, unless they get caught on rotation.
This is what we like to call the plain white bagel of PUBG circles. I guess technically it could have been like 300-400 meters further south, so we knew it wasn't going to go military, but also knew it wasn't going to go north of Rostock. There is still the slim double northern hard shift up towards the north that could make this one pretty spicy, but outside of that, it's looking pretty doable for most, if not all, teams. And thank God for that, by the way, because yesterday's circles were absolutely horrendous. If there is an open field somewhere, believe you me, we would go there yesterday. So hopefully for today and for tomorrow, the circles are going to be a little more sane.
Oh, don't worry. I was lurking. I literally had popcorn and a drink for yesterday. It was great. I stole all the popcorn away from my fiance. It was brilliant times. She wanted some. I was not giving her any. I was loving it. It was a great day to watch some upper bracket here. But, I mean, there's a few names here, Toby, that obviously we've got our eyes on. There is BBL, of course. There is Howl. I still, honestly, really have my eyes on Sarvam. They have great drop spots. I like a lot of their players, maybe based on name alone sometimes. And I'm hoping that they have a good time because they feel like a team that has been on the cusp of breaking into the upper echelons in EMEA, but hasn't quite been able to attain that position.
They have definitely shown to me that they're capable of fighting with the big dogs, but not necessarily able to beat the big dogs. But they've stood their ground in more situations than one. Like, it wasn't just a fluke. We've seen them a couple of times go out and come out victorious in moments where most other teams wouldn't have. So definitely, yeah, I agree with you. It's a team to respect, and especially in a lobby like this where you would probably consider them a top 5 contender. And I wouldn't say guaranteed top 5, but I also wouldn't be, oh my god, they made top 5, surprise, you know, like that. Right. That would be pretty expected.
It is a tough lobby, but yeah, I have to agree with you. A top 5 is certainly doable. And also, just a administration update for everybody listening out there. Unfortunately for Yepa, for this first game, Metabay had some technical issues, so they will be playing as 3 to start things off. So it's especially important they didn't lose Thendalos at the beginning.
True. That would just have made things even worse. Or maybe it's one of those, you really have to have your face all the way down into the dirt in order to rise back up, you know? Maybe if they only had one player up from the start of it, that's how they win the game. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, maybe probably all right that they're 3 alive rather than just 2 are gone.
Who was it who was doing that? I think PEC, was it Exalt that was fighting? No, it was After All, right? That had some problems with a player for a little while and was really trying to fight back after the Molotov incident. We
don't talk about that. We don't. That is one of the dark days of PUBG history. We don't. It's been deleted from all the grand libraries of esports recordings, and we don't talk about it anymore.
No. I will never forget.
Not forgetting is one thing, but we can't mention.
Okay.
And now I want to talk more about it, but I'm not going to. In the meantime, I'll look at. Wait, how do you pronounce this team name again, James?
It's Lul Uwu.
And you have to do the sound when you do the Uwu.
No, I should have gone more high pitched, I suppose, for that one time and never done it again.
Whenever you know what, whenever they win a game, that's when you get to do it. We'll save it for the good moments.
I will. I promise you. Yes. It's going to be awful and it's going to be slightly cringy. But you know what? Look at their damn name.
Yeah, exactly. When you get a team name like that, you deserve to be mentioned like it. A team that we're seeing currently getting shot at in solo is a team that I don't want to say I expected them to make top 8, but kind of a similar fashion to a top 5 for Southern here. I wouldn't have been surprised had they done that, because during the rotation tournament that took place just a little under a month ago, they actually fared pretty well. They showed some real promise, and I feel like they haven't really lived up to that in this tournament. Quite the contrary, actually. Some of the things they've really succeeded in doing was smart rotations, individual, step-up performances to kind of rally the troops around, and we just haven't seen that one person to really bring this one together. Instead, we've seen weird rotations that ends up getting them all killed in the early games, sent through the middle of areas where you're pretty... I mean, it should be obvious that there's a ton of teams that then leads to their downfall. I'm really hoping that Solo has spent the last, 14, 15 hours, of course sleeping, but also thinking over how they want to go about this whole bracket.
I mean, for Howl, when you're talking about that kind of play style and thinking that they might have a better time, their play style, when they were doing successfully at the beginning of the year, it is a very kind of Hail Mary play style sometimes, right? It's a very send through to the middle locations, and sometimes it looks genius. But there is a fine line between genius and insanity sometimes. So when they're making those big sends, sometimes it can go completely awry, and it seems like the lobby has kind of identified how they're making some of those sends. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah, we'll see now. SoSet has probably looking at the map, I would imagine. It's always interesting when you see a person stare into a wall. I do still wish, and this is probably the 5th or 6th year of me wishing or asking for this, but if we have like a small indicator next to the map feed, because there isn't anything there, where you can see if a player is either in his inventory or looking at the map. Just like a small backpack or a small map logo, something that indicates if they're doing that. Because sometimes you'll see someone stare into the open, essentially have a player in his crosshair, and then seemingly not registered. And we'll all be like, well, this guy is so bad, he can't see anything. But had we known that he was looking at his map, and that's why we didn't see it, then we wouldn't be mocking them so hard,
Or you see the player model physically holding a map, like in Sea of Thieves, and then you can hold it up to your allies and be like, look over here!
Yeah. And then you gotta say, "Arr!" every time you... Yeah, no, we can't. We can't
exactly.
Have that. We can't have that.
No.
We cannot have that. After all, though, in the meantime, they can't have all of Rozhok either, as they come on their approach, because Wu is here. And Wu is yet another team who, again, gave him a hard time yesterday, James, and I feel like they deserved that hard time because they did not perform whatsoever, despite having some pretty damn stellar names on their roster.
Yeah, you would expect a little bit more from them, and I think maybe this is the opportunity for them to do so, as Quizzy is lurking, as after all of taking up residency in what is a pretty nice location, apart from, of course, when this circle eventually shifts south, lol. But regardless, if we do get these northern shifts, these kind of like lookout areas that give you a little bit of a perch on towards above the river as well, not too bad. But Quizzy's still lurking. These guys are gearing up for a move by the looks of things, or just repositioning the cars depending on for an easy escape.
Hey, Barco.
Oh,
if
no.
you only knew. If you only knew there was one waiting. Maybe he did know. Maybe that's why. He went over to the other side of the compound. They did have people on the roof for a brief moment, so maybe Quizzy was actually seen. They seem in, I don't want to say a hurry to get away, but now, I don't know, Eden, now with the SLR in hand, swapping back and forth, seems he might have caught on to something, and now especially with shots fired, well, that's the element of surprise gone.
Definitely gone. Let's run away and move back. The Ace-32 not really paying dividends there, as after all, likewise, is leaving. I think that they realized, let's just take the building north of Sunken, and then from there, just have a bit of an easier time, because at least we know exactly who's around us, as opposed to who's lurking down just a cliff face next to that warehouse.
Circle. In the meantime, centers right on up, so plenty of open space to play around. Pachenki, of course, in on the southern side as well. And for the most part, everyone was almost already in. Now the issue becomes out towards that eastern side. Potato Mountain is great, but with the open sidelines, there's only really so many teams that can play around there. So we are seeing shots on rotations as NN on the western side, Solo trying to make a play on the eastern. All these teams trying to find somewhere to call their own.
And Solo could go completely awry here, going against Howl. Meanwhile, Monarch's going to be taking some shots, pot shots on over the distance, trying to dislodge any big rotations that are coming on in, because this is actually quite a big rotation here, trying to send it towards the middle to find themselves a spot. Is No Names in a field which is going to be quite open, so they need to find themselves a little dip and then be able to shore up the defenses there.
I'm curious to see if they're maybe planning on using some deployable shields to protect their wheels, because if they get stuck in those fields and their tires get popped, yeah, it's hard to get out of there. But now, first, they have to dodge bullets, which is not really happening. And then we go back to the compound. We were here yesterday for quite a while in the end of the day, and Ruin just found himself geary up, so will lose one.
Yeah, we might not get that pop for them to win a victory just yet. But when it happens, I swear.
Yep.
But
I'll set you up, don't worry. I will set you up forward.
I really appreciate it. But that's a good start for Howl, of course. I mean, losing the Mad early is annoying, but at the same time, if you'd have asked me 6 months ago, I'd have been like, oh, well, that's devastating for them. But if you look at how the roster has kind of leveled up around the Mad as well as Ruin, I think overall individual components, they're all very, very skilled, very good right now on each other's level. So it's not too big a problem.
No, I mean, they've proven it in so many different ways that, I mean, I think they've been challenged in ways no other teams have. Like they qualify for PGS 1, they don't get to bring Lhasa, then they make it into the rotation, they don't get to play with Ruin. I mean, they've pretty much had all team constellations play, so I think all of them at this point have to be like, I'm not strictly the support player, and I'm not strictly the, like entry frag type player. We're all kind of able to do everything, because as of late, we've all been forced to vary our roles so much.
Yeah. God, I'd have been so tempted to take those shots, because you're behind like 2 or 3 layers of cover at that point. It would have been difficult for them for a No Name to spot exactly where he was. But anyway, regardless, it's BBL making the drive now. They're on the west side and don't really have a decent place to call home just yet. But if there's any team in this lobby that can fight through the edge and take scalps along the way, it will be BBL. Everybody will be looking to stay out of their way here, considering how close they were to qualifying to upper.
Exactly. At least you'd be a fool not to respect them making their way towards you. We'll see, though, how much noise they do up to make on that western side of the circle. Over towards the east we swing. As once again, I mean, when you have a city in the center of a circle, I know Pachinki's a bit southern, but with all the fields around, we kind of consider that part of the city too. There really is only so much you can play in and around the middle. So where normally we'd have a center with like 5-6 teams, now as you can see here, it's just Sabim, Exalt, and Primal up to the top that are really there. Circle, though, hard yoink towards the northwestern side. This it's going to be difficult for all of these teams out around Potato towards the east, because where the hell do you approach this one from, seeing as the center is dead open?
Yeah, I'm expecting some wide wraps here. Already seeing Lol Uwu trying to go for that wide wrap to the south. Solo and Howl look to be bombing it through here and trying to blast between Pachinki and Mini Pachinki, which actually there is a small gap there of plateaus. There is quite a decent way to traverse. It's difficult for both sides of that to really get line of sights on you. So they're just kind of threading the needle there. I like it a lot. I don't know where they're going to go, though.
Nope, the Pachinki highway being set up and used to full effect as multiple teams try and make their way into the center of this one. But as you're kind of alluding to, James, there's only so much space to really fight around, and eventually you're going to have to stop, because the issue is if Howl pulls up on Solo now, they can't really turn around and go elsewhere. They're in the crosshairs of so many people, and I think now, hearing the shots fired, that's when they're going to dodge and refire. Issue is, after all, already here.
This could be deadly as Schofield scouts out, realizes he has to turn away. That is going to be another turn away there from them completely. But Ruin is a little bit more open, does not have any shots connect with him. It's Schofield that was like heavily wounded. Meanwhile, Exhalation is also blasting on through during all of this. They were flying high above, so they're going to be dropping in from the emergency drops. And this is going to get chaotic in this field.
Yep, and kind of already is. Exhalation trying to make their way on up here, but instantly the anti-aircraft guns are out, and you can see already now the damage speed done to Boom down to low speed, and somehow actually all of them able to get down on the ground. But this is where BBL now wants to make the play on forward. Issue is you do still have a team just south of them, so they have to worry. They can't just fully push out into the open.
It's a good move, it's a good scout, and it's a good identification here for Exhalation, considering in ruins like that, there's actually a lot of places that you would have to check for. Is there cars there? Where are they positioned? Are they behind a wall that we can't exactly see? So very, very well done by them to find themselves this spot. The only problem I do foresee is, as you say, it's not only the anti-air guns that were trained on them, it's the fact that there are now so many teams around them here, so they might get crunched down on.
I mean, to be fair, had they been here, even with cars, they probably would have been in a very similar situation. Like, even with info of everything, they probably wouldn't care to move too far either way. So I feel like once you're in that kind of L shape up by or triangle shape up by ruins, you're just going to sit around until you're absolutely forced to make a play elsewhere.
And here they are. Do I have to say their team there every time? I'm going to call them LOL for short. LOL. LOL for short. Yeah, they're still on that big wide rotate that we were expecting, but they're going to be bringing into BBL soon. Aces, meanwhile, coming up on No Name. Trow instantly takes down Safo. Bad Boy here. A lot of fans of Bad Boy in the chat at the moment are going to be looking to absolutely bombard this location. And Molly does not hit the mark there. Tro finishes off Bin Laden. This is not exactly great for Aces to start things off.
Not the approach they would have wanted, and the issue here is that when you try and approach this area of map, you've got to finish the fight fast. You've got to get a foothold in on the other side of the ridgeline, because as you can see now, Wu is starting to shoot. Yepa is shooting on the other side as well. Aces have so much trouble that isn't No Name, and you can see now Quizzy able to find Bad Boy as well. This is simply taking too long, and they're now feeling the hurt because...
And again, the problem with these fields, there's so many angles that are going to be open against Sparta. He's going to have to actually lie down against all of this here. He's going to be the one remaining for Aces to try and salvage what is available. But the problem for him is that eventually I feel like teams are going to start coming in from the north, trying to find themselves a little bit of room themselves. I'm thinking about the Wu, how they're going to approach. They probably want to try and dislodge No Name eventually through all of this. And yeah, Sparta could be caught as collateral there.
Yeah, which is even more, I mean, of a reason why it's important for No Name to keep all four up, which is exactly what they do. So the fact that they keep DivX on the backside to kind of not sit in the trench with the rest of the team in case Nates come in, they at least have one to kind of play the overhead protector from behind. I think that's a really smart play. And also, worst case, they can still back off to the compound and just play it from there come next circle. We'll see what they're up to do, as Wu now do up to aggress forward.
Here comes the move. How well is this going to go? They're going to steal the location from Aces and look to play it better than they did. Now, one advantage for them is that there's no team looking at them from the back. But here comes the flash from Trow. He was able to do work against Aces. Does a little bit of work against Dibby. Tries to go over once again. He's flashed as well. Nixie comes over and is able to take him out. Now it's going to be up to the reinforcing shots coming in from No Names on the other side here, who already spot Sparta. Their attention's drawn slightly, a little way from the Wu. I think they need to be focusing on the Wu right now.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that both Sloy and Halloween has backed off because they know that there's nothing to fight for in this dip. It's going to be outside the next circle either way. So rather give Wu this position to then be able to back off to the compound than play it all the way up close with the potential of a team wrapping in behind you. Smart setup here from No Name. Issue is once Shroud falls, it's very hard to get him back on his feet.
Wizzy with the big bangs and is able to do a lot of damage to Sloy Jacket as well. And now... even Baron Peak's getting a little bit of action in on this here. No Name's really caught in a bit of a rough spot, and the retreat has been called. I don't mind this. I think it's a mature decision from them, considering how the Wu was able to aggress so well.
Definitely. Out towards the west in the meantime, BBL and Smokewall are fighting for space that ain't really gonna matter for much in just a second. Good thing for BBL is that they're getting help from all sides, as both Monarch and other teams helping out Exalt, that is. Help taking out the opposition issues. Phase 4 is here, so Smash won't be able to get back up. Neither will Clip. So it's just Michael left alive. Try and make a run on 4.
And Howl eliminated in 15th. That's a name that obviously we were looking at to try and do something, but they've just had a bit of a rough one here. Exhalation is getting a few knocks here and there against Monarch, who are trying to send it on him, but it's not going that well. GDE, likewise, lines up Exhalation. A bit of a spray, not too bad here, to try and shut down their approach towards the circle. Likewise, GD wants to move in eventually, and Yepa will start looking at them soon. So finish this fight quickly and turn around.
Killsteal driving on over. Instantly met with a hailstorm of bullets, though, from Molo My Bad as he falls down, and now just one left alive. So Exhalation able to keep 3 up, despite the push coming through from both sides, actually able to keep 3 out of 4 on their feet. Very crucial in the fact they still have yet to make their way into the circle.
Hello, my bad. Seen through the windows. Voldemon's got him dead to rights here. Sends the nade forwards. I don't know if that's in the range, but we'll see. Well, I mean, he was knocked by the blue anyway, so rip.
Not too much he can do on that one, as they do finally fall down to 3. I thought we were actually down to 3 earlier. That's my mistake. Yeah, but they, I feel like they kind of have to take this fight, because alternatively they're running into after all and just giving Exhalation the high ground to fight over. So they need to take this fight, and they need to do it fast, because now the blue is already moving.
Yes, it is. Albert, what can he find himself here as Miles in the kill feed, actually destroying Solo. Monarch not doing too bad after the send that they had to make from that west side here. Peeks on over. Big shots coming in. It was actually iZoom that was able to finish that off. Not the POV we were looking at, but Yepa now. Yeah, I mean, they already started off with only 3 players. Voldemon's going to try and make a decent meal of it here, peeking over across this, but he's got some throwables coming his way. I don't think he's able to do anything there. He will get shut down by Afteralt from the distance.
Exactly. They couldn't execute on it fast enough. They had to wrap back down the other direction, and that's going to leave them in the open arms of Afteralt. So down they go. As now, this... I thought we didn't have anywhere else open to go than what we explored yesterday. And now, well, we're taken to one of the few fields we didn't go to yesterday, as we're now sending this game even further towards the open. Primal, with the only compound left. I guess Savim does have the garage on the north side of Pachinki as well. But here you go. Primal with a compound to play, but only 2 kills to show for so far.
Yeah, it's interesting, this circle in general. As I say, like, if you look at it just from the map perspective, you're like, okay, well, there's really not much going on. But again, those plateaus between the Pachinki and Mini Pachinki that we were watching, teams like Solo and Hal trying to rotate through, can actually house teams quite well. As you're seeing No Name up there at the moment, really not in the line of sights of too many teams, considering how it is. So, big spray coming through from No Names. They have somehow weathered the storm. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going down soon, but kudos to them for surviving as long as they have.
Yeah, the plateau is great when you can set type of once the opponents get close and can peek over, like kind of doing a 360 all the way around you. It's very, very hard to stay afloat, but we'll see. The rest should come through. As Wu, the last player, or Nixie, the last player from Wu, I should say, is going to try and make his way forward. Not going to happen though, as Das finds his head.
All right, Exhalation, what can you do here? Because these smokes will dissipate soon, and then you're going to be open on a few angles. Picking up iZoom, as we do have Lul also taking casualties up towards the top. Hobber's got a little angle on his just tiny tippy toes. Careful.
And instantly finds a headshot as well. No. And little do they know, Lol, that, well, now the push is coming from the other side. CC finds one nice return shot coming through, but Baron will find the second. And that is going to be Sabin racking up even more as they find kill number 8.
Yeah, considering how close this is to Pachinki and considering their sheer strength, this should be a good game for Sava. I mean, it already is, right? 8 is pretty good, and I'm sure that they can continue on that kind of rampage. Hobber's down, actually stolen away by Primal in the compound of Mini Pachinki, and now, yeah, as you were saying before, look how open this circle does get when we even shift away from a lot of that plateau. I'm not sure how you play this. There's a few rocks, a few trees. After all, it's going to be moving on forwards to some of those, but they need to deal with Exhalation if they're going to do this.
I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I'm sure some of these players wish that this was Rice Fields and Taego right now, because they would grant you that little extra bit of cover, where here there truly is none. Savim, I mean, this is just them having a... No, there is no risk involved with them taking these shots downhill, because these, I mean, both Afteralt and Exhalation has to focus on what's right next to them, and therefore you see them all fall by the second. Nothing they can do here to remain in cover for everyone around them, so when they try to go back to heal, they get shut up from the other side, and now Savim, they can really just pick their battles as they please.
And great wherewithal by Ian to shut down the Exhalation position. I thought that maybe they were going to be open to Exhalation, but Ian prepping that nade, shutting them down for the most part. Unfortunately for Ian, it looks like it's going to be coming to an end soon, and then it will be Primal and Savim facing off head-to-head. And, I mean, circle favor right now? I'm really not sure who I would even give it to. Maybe Savim, because they will have a high ground to play from.
I mean, they do have to get down the hill, but they have vehicles, so I'm not too worried for them. It's gonna really depend on how good of a position Primal is able to get into before Sabin makes a play. And you can see here now, as you tell me how to say his name, manages to get a headshot body shot onto Baron as he falls down.
It's 3 liters of 145 fluid. But
that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm not going to go with that either, though. I also don't know, so I'm just going to not say his name. The true caster trick. But yes, looking at how Primal is this the resurgence of Finnish PUBG is my question to you, because right now I think they had a decent spot. Elias. Oh, thank you, Avenger. That makes more sense reading in Leet speak.
I was going to say Blias, but I don't speak Leet. Yeah, exactly. I don't speak Leet speak enough.
No.
I'm too old for that.
You're not 1337, brah? Okay,
no,
fine.
No.
Whatever. I'm actually impressed that, after all, has stayed alive for as long as they have done. They have themselves technically open angles against Primal, and especially with Daz flexing out to the middle here, or was the middle, now with the circle shift. They've got themselves a little bit of a foothold in the circle, but it's not much.
Definitely. Another thing that I wanted to kind of point out here is the fact that I know that Sabem has had a great position pretty much for the entire mid to late game, but they have been proactive, and that's what I think got Sabem into our, like, actually kind of put them on the board a couple of months back, if not over the last year, you could say. The fact that they dare to take chances. The earlier Sabem would have just sat on the southern side and not peeked anything, and where they are here, maybe they would still have had 4 alive, but they would maybe have had 2-3 kills. Here, they've actively gone out and peeked things, knowing there was a bit of a risk involved. Not too much, of course, but the previous Sabem would have just said, okay, we're in, let's just chill and do nothing. And therefore, they wouldn't amount to much, whereas to now, they're really taking full advantage of the opportunities they're given.
And let's see if they can convert with it. We have them still having Overwatch over a lot of what is going on here. Slow and steady will win them the race up towards the top as well, considering that they are still in the circle with that shift. As you said before, like, if the circle had gone a little bit more harsh north or something like that, yeah, then I see problems arising for them to try and make that traversal downwards against onlooking, prying eyes from the other teams, but not to be. This next circle will be pivotal.
Yeah, sure will. The last one of that too. As tires are continuing to be popped, vehicles are continuing to be exploded, and somehow Global Army actually still pretty decent on the ammo count. You would think that them having sat on that hillside for so long, shot at everything you could see, they would have been a bit lower, but well, that's what you get. Enan able to find a double shot connected onto you. That should be a vest gone with it as well. Ooh, able to connect even more. He's feeling it today.
Enan, what a lad. He is one of the standouts for After All, absolutely. When we've seen him perform in previous tournaments, and he's shining in this first game as well. How much longer he can shine, though, is debatable, because that circle is about to pop. Where are we going? I'm hoping for center. It's dead center.
There you go. There you go. Almost one representative from each team inside the circle, too. That would have been kind of cute, but I guess Sabem are the only ones to lose out on that one. They'll have to come down that hill. But then again, they also had the easiest time from that position early on. So I guess it's only fair that we have the southern side team, the compound team, and the one hill team to stay alive for all of it, after all, to brawl it out here in the middle.
Looking to
on the actual full-on open ground.
Yeah, very open. And again, looking at where Primal was, they were looking to charge up smokes to try and get the transition for their teammates, but they're just delaying it for a moment here. Savum is sneaking on around that east side here to try and get an angle on Primal. They actually have a bit of room to work with until the circle starts closing, but that's only 10 seconds away. So urgency is going to be of the essence here very quickly.
I feel like this is a game of tennis, and Sabem is the ball. Primal and After are just trying to push and shove him over the other direction so they don't have to worry too much about them, so they can get the third-party opportunity. And in the meantime, Sabem seems to bounce back and forth, can't quite find the entry. They need a knock and then some to make the play on in, but seems like they have committed to one side, and now because of it, with Primal being forced to look uphill, After All are getting good off angles on him.
I underestimated how long After All could survive during this game, and they've been doing fantastically. Schiller, though, is going to be pumping some shots in towards Daz. Klim gets his finish off from the initial knock that he was able to get. And now, they are so doomed. Oh my. Yeah. Savum absolutely ripped Primal apart as they were wounded, licking their wounds, but it's not going to be enough. This is going to be Savum's all over if After All is not able to do something about these off angles, because Savum is on the warpath.
You sure are able to deal with them as fast as they did. Just nothing that After All could really do to try and respond. Simply took not take too long. It went too fast for them to be able to do anything about it. In this position that they have here, there's just nothing they can do. They can't run out. They've already used their smokes way early in the game, so all they have to work with is this small ridge line. I feel like this might just be a conceit of After All in this match. I'm not going to say you cursed them early on in this game, James, but we might see After All burn themselves in this game.
Well, I'm going to go with a no for that one this time around. Although that was a molly in his hands. Never know. You never know. Oh, okay. But they're trying to get in that full throwable range, but it's just not doable at all here. They're so stuck where they are. I kudos to them for getting Global Army earlier, because I didn't even think that they were going to be able to get that, but they did. But now Sarvam is really not letting up on the pressure here. Here comes a nade. Klim goes down. Ian is going to be the last one to go. And at this point, I mean, I think they could just push us 3 and finish this off. It's done. That's Sarvam with game number 1 in the books.
What a game at that. 14 kills for the last team to push out of Pochinki. It ain't an easy hill to have to come down of, but because they managed to do so much damage from the hill before they made that descent, it made it that much more easier for them.
And they knew how to play it, right? They knew how to play these areas. We were talking about the drop spots. We were talking about how this was going to go down. Sarvam has Pochinki all to their lonesome. And when you've got an ending like this, you better be capitalizing if you're the Pochinki team. You better know the lay of the land north of Pochinki. And they did. They played it really patiently. I've got to...
And I think that's how you gotta do it. I think that's how you gotta do it. I'm just gonna turn down this function.
Hey, I'll do
so I can hear my own voice. I think that's the way you gotta do it. You gotta be smart about it. You gotta approach it cautiously, because we've seen it so many times where the team goes out on that hill too early. And if you use maybe just one player, then try and come down as 3. That's 1 extra smoke you can't throw. That's 1 extra angle you can't hold on your descent. And teams tend to fall apart because of it. So the fact that they managed to always run back and forth to get the reses up, make sure no one gets flushed before that very end when Global Army fell, that was a big testament to them coming up victorious.
Yeah, and whilst this wraps up, I do think there were moments where they could have been a bit overzealous with some of their throwables. They could have used nades a bit too aggressively on certain locations and not got them high, Martin. I'll finish my thought. But they didn't. They held them for quite a while here in order to be able to then have them against the remaining teams that were available to them. So, a great game, Martin. Good stuff.
Yeah, it was. And welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here for the lower bracket guys. What an amazing game. And yeah, as Toby said, it's another open terrain area to kind of have an ending here. But still, the teams that kind of approached this, they didn't need much cover. The way that Sarvam really aggressively took over control on the southern side, they didn't need much cover to do so. They could have the high ground, a few smokes, a few trees, and they actually worked that perfectly, Toby.
It's almost as if a ton of cover in terms of the terrain doesn't make or break what is a good map or a good area of the map. Who would have thought that when players are forced to come up with solutions themselves, actually makes for pretty interesting games?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I have a thought as well, Martin. I think that when you look at how they were holding Pochinki especially is a very important kind of linchpin in their campaign here. You've got a 2-2 split across Church, and then the next 2 is all the way over to that northeast road leading outside of Pochinki. If they're not holding it like the barrier that they're kind of creating there, then it doesn't allow them to have that flex out position on towards the plateaus. Some teams could have quite easily come into Church and then given them a little bit of a run for their money, or the opposite location. So I really like their 2-2 in Pochinki in the south side of that circle to then be able to kind of check point along.
That's exactly what it's about, right? If you're able to hold a greedy 2-2 split for a very long time, you're going to benefit it. And they've reaped the rewards of that, having all that southern control for a long time. And you can see all of the players kind of scrapping into getting either the top of the hill, some of the lower ground, some of the ridges, and they're kind of step-by-step moving in there. But this is the leaderboard here, of course, after game number 1. Sarvam doing extremely well for themselves, 24 points, looking extremely good. We expected stuff like this from Global Army and Baron Peak. After all, of course, 14-10 here for Primal. Good start for them. Exhalation, Toby, you talked a little bit about. We had some good expectations to him. I feel like this was a good game for them considering what they came in with the circle.
Oh yeah, exactly. This is probably going to be one of those throwaway games, which you can have when it's a best of 12 for the teams that didn't have a prime position in those fields or in the compound surrounding them, that had to play on in. The fact that you can go out here as Exhalation, who had to parachute into ruins to then run out. The fact they get 8 points here, I think they're satisfied with that.
Also, the leaderboard here, Killers.
It was cool for the second that I just looked at it. Now it's gone.
That's great. Yeah, do you want to? I can read all the leaderboard. Sarvam, 24 points. After 14. No, in general, of course, it's the first game. You can't take away too much from it, but still a great start for Sarvam here. We're talking about, again, hypothetical cutoff. We saw it from upper bracket. 75 points is what it could end up being needed here, depending on if it gets top heavy or not. So still having a third of the points already here in game number 1 is pretty good.
Yeah. the way in which they were able to do it as well was really patient, really kind of solid and very concise. I don't think there was a lot of wasted actions by Sarvum here. No. Now, I think that the kind of next question that we ask for Sarvum is how well are they going to fare once kind of the circle is not favorable to them? How well are they going to fare when it's a military island, or if they're rotating early, then great, or if it's like a northern circle, and see how things go. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, after all, also, of course, being able to survive for longer than some may be expected, but that ridge there and the way they controlled it with the amount of smokes they committed to it, Toby, really paid off for them.
No, definitely. I mean, they weren't just surviving. They were actually taking the fight to multiple teams. When we had Yepa and Exalt out, like both coming out of Atlantis and the Ruins, they were out there applying pressure, forcing them into one another to then take their position and wrap around the western side. Issue was, of course, again, when you've played for 20 minutes in a field, you will run out of smokes eventually. So there really was no play for them to make running out of that ditch in the end of it. It was kind of Savim's game to win when, after all, ran out of utility.
Yeah, and on the north side there, we had that open side on the eastern side that first, Aces tried to get to here Calaris, and of course Wu and Nixie tried to afterwards. They tried to move so many times, but they're just left outside the circle late and late. They managed to steal a few kills here and there, but still they got taken out by Primal on that road. You could see the headshot that Nixie got trying to run up to the other guys, trying to then push on to that northern kind of shelf where Primal was. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, everything on the east there is just kind of rough. Unless you've got your back completely covered, which technically you could try and go for some of that kind of deployable cover and try and cover some of it. But even then, you kind of want to be moving around in a lot of those situations, especially if somebody's throwing grenades, etc., from that south side as well. So even that really doesn't solve it. It's it's a case of like going there too early sometimes. That kind of stumbles teams.
I was actually surprised to see Primal not get more out of it than they did. Mini Pachinki usually is a really strong compound. You can steal a lot of kills. Of course, they had to go out and defend it a few times, Toby, but still, in a case where you might have expected them to maybe get like 8-10 kills, maybe even put like content for the win here, they got just shut down really early on. Maybe they weren't too aggressive, or maybe they just didn't save enough cars for that later push there.
Now, I think for Primal in that position, I think a great example is, and I know I use them as examples often, but that's the way that the likes of Twisted Minds would play this building. They would never have allowed for 3 teams to sit right around them in the ridges. They would have like engaged on those teams much earlier so that they could push out, force one team off, push out, force one team off. Do that a couple of times when you have much more space to work with. But because because Primal allows 2 teams in, all of a sudden you can't run out to one because the other will shoot you in the back. So you got to be much more proactive, much more early on, in order to maintain full control around those compounds, which Primal didn't, and therefore couldn't really peak too much to get those 30 kills.
All right, this is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers for the lower bracket. This is day number 1. We have one more day tomorrow. Second match of the day, but the last Erangel here, guys, so take it away.
That's right. Thank you very much, Martin. It is time for game number 2 here. A great win for Sarvum in the first. Let's see if they can get a repeat, or we will have another contender here to the throne to get things going. It is going to be game number 2. Toby, let's get it on.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Excited for it. It's looking Western. I'm looking at the playing path now. It looks fairly Western, if not completely Western. Rare, I feel like that we're getting these very vertical playing paths on Erangel these days. It's either it's far southern or it's very diagonal. This one, I mean, if you're hard committing Milta power looter, you might be in trouble. Even if you want to go Milta, it's a bit of a stretch. Now, good thing Navi isn't here, so you don't have to get run over by them. But outside of that, it's
to get things rocking for this game, Exalt is taking an interestingly wide split here. And the cool thing that from Fate's angle is that he sees absolutely nobody else going over to military to start things off. So it's very free, it's very open, and it can technically afford them a lot of loot and a lot of vehicles.
Also, for Yepa fans out there, as you can see, 64 on the server. Seems like everyone has made it in this time around. And I know, I mean, the loss of one player in one game ain't the end of the world, but it's something you wouldn't have happen too often, especially when you're only playing 12 games.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them and you think to yourself, okay, there's a higher likelihood that they might have not just got themselves maybe 4 points. It's still it's a roster full of veterans. Metabay is a guy that we've known for ages now, so they could have maybe even got a few more points on the board. Oh my golly.
So Fate, where do you want to go? This island is free real estate.
What
do you want, bro? Where do you want to play this from?
Yeah, you've got your own private island.
They know I mean, they were one of the... No, wait. Yes, they were one of the first teams to jump out of the plane.
Yeah.
They are fully aware that there's no one here.
Yep, absolutely. So that's... Okay, so if Exalt doesn't have a good game from here, then question marks, because currently they're on 0 points.
Yeah. It's rare that one player gets to eat a circle when there are 64 of them on the server. But I guess this time around, the game just felt bad for Fate and said, you know what, we'll give it to him this time around and see what he can do with it.
Artix, loving life, doing some motocross to get all the way to his private island. His friends have invited him to a party, and they are ready and willing as Sarvam is already on the move. This is what I was alluding to earlier. This is the winners of the previous game. They had themselves a North Pachinki circle. How fast are they going to be moving? Very Team Liquid-esque move. Almost 2:30 on the dot. Here we go. They're trying to make the move across West Bridge. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they do this. Not only have we seen other teams do it and succeed with it before, but also it honestly to me would make absolutely no sense for Exalt to try and bridge camp knowing they can literally pick whatever they want on the military island. That's where you got to play the long game. You can't sit around on the bridge, maybe get a kill or two, but then allow for teams to cross the eastern bridge and take what you could have gotten. Imagine if this one shifts all the way east towards the observatory. We've seen what Ascent did with it last time they were given the opportunity. If they can get a game like that but throw it away because they want 2 kills on a bridge, I mean, that ain't thinking the long game. That's just the quick and easy results that they're looking for, and I'm glad to see they're not doing it. And because Sarvam knows that they wouldn't, that's why I think them backfilling on the West Bridge is the right decision.
Definitely. So let's see how this is going to rock on. We have ourselves Sarvam. Even if they were to move down towards these, it's only Fate there, and they're just going to be negating that completely. So moving on through into the hills here, north of Military. And even getting a little bit of extra loot. CC and X already starting to loot on up alongside all of this. So they're going to be sat pretty. Likewise, Aces on that eastern bridge. They've moved in quite rapidly. Nobody really aiming for that radio tower just yet. But, I mean, it is quite east on this circle. So the likelihood of it moving as far over there is slightly low.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, and while we haven't had the wildest hard shifts throughout the these qualifiers so far, they are also not like long enough ago that I don't feel like they could come back at any time. Because last tournament we casted together, James, was a hard shift fiesta and then some. So you know, who knows? Maybe the server just needs a little while to warm up. Once it's found all the open fields available on the server, it'll bring up hard shifts next.
Maybe. Although, if it doesn't, I'll be okay with that as well. Because by the time we'd got around to finishing off PGS, I was in the bin when it came to the hard shifts. There was so many the whole time. But as you can see here, No Names is making that botation. Actually, Exalt does have 2 members down towards that location. Not close enough to really be able to greet them on arrival. But looks like they'll be going to what we assume is going to be that location. And actually, Monarch's moving down there as well. So
yeah, I'm a little worried for Exalt. And I like the fact they're out on the roof now, kind of showing their presence and forcing teams away. Because this split is fine, but you know you're trying to claim real estate on a circle that is guaranteed to go military. Like, it's not one of those where, oh, maybe there's going to be 4 or 5 teams on the main line. No. Everyone is coming. So the fact that they're splitting for this, and that one of the components they have on the southern side, I was just going to say this, could potentially get jumped on by people coming in. Now Molotov not better have their vehicles primed and ready to go, because they need to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, reinforcements are quite far away. So, what a nade though, Artix! Able to start things off. And that will kind of slow down Solo's run here for all of this, but geez, that bought them some time.
Well, we'll see how much of it is going to get. The teammates, Fairest, coming in this direction, but they're still not here just yet. Moldog hit by a headshot. Fairest helping now from afar on the approach. Crucial. Bring down Soset once more.
Shots from the drive-by. Fairest is an absolute beast sometimes. Great shooting from the MK12. Will they be able to do any more with it? Even finishing it off does Fate here. So Solo, I felt like they believed that this was pretty simple for them.
Yeah, honestly, I think they might have thought that this was a 4-man compound. That's why they didn't progress further forward earlier on.
Probably.
And kudos, in which case, kudos to I believe it was not for sitting in the compound and making them believe that. So, because normally when you pull up on a compound the way that Soul just did, you just full brawl into it, knowing that if you engage fast enough, you can do so before the cavalry arrives. But didn't quite happen. Just like that, bomb built. Solo player left alive, more like not alive at all, as Solo full at 16. I like the initial idea. Execution, though, 1 out of 10.
Well, and on the other side, execution 10 out of 10 for Exalt, right? Like, they made that look clean. Not only the opening nades, but the drive-by shots that were coming on in. But speaking of extra little opportunities to drop on in, we have Luluwu trying to find themselves a spot. I don't know if this is going to go very well, though. We got no names lurking on around here. This was just the one player looking for a spot.
Yeah, they must have heard that parachute coming in. So we'll see if Slow is potentially feeding the info across. And yeah, they've definitely saw him on the roof now. That info has been fed. But how are they gonna react to it? How are they gonna approach it? Because the remaining players from Lola only now, as you can see on the minimap, kind of making their way up the ridgeline.
Yeah, I think Halloween's objective here is just try to get to the south of this building and then force him off the roof, because he knows that DiffX is actually over there peeking at him. But if there's a peeker from the south side as well, or even just the west, then it creates a huge problem for him. He's going to have to jump on off. Hit him in the air. Will he be able to finish it off? Yes, he will.
Final bullet before he was going to be back behind the wall again, but able to get the double. And now, a whole other set of trouble as he hears, I believe, instantly turning around. Here's the footsteps of the remaining players. I say remaining players. There's also one who is currently pretty far south and in no position to help out his teammates, which makes their initial approach on this one even more questionable.
Yeah, not ideal. We will see if he's able to actually get out of there eventually, as another knock actually did come in by the looks of things. But beyond all of that as well, we have a huge rotation whilst all the other teams are trying to find and jostle for position here on military. And it will be Smoke Wall coming in far west from the blue to try and find something. Slow Jacket actually finished off Chipic, so Luluwu really not having the best of times.
Not having the best of times at all. GD, they're now set up pretty safely in the police station, just waiting this one out. Of course, waiting for the next circle to pop. See if maybe we get a confirm on whether or not it's going to swing east, swing west. If not, then for now, they're going to be set well here in the middle with plenty of space for themselves and vehicles to use should they want to make their way out from there with them.
Do you reckon Lul Uwu called themselves that just so that they could listen to the cast to say that multiple times, Trey?
I mean, you're
just
the
like
only one
torturous.
who's said it that many times. But
Am
yeah,
I
suppose
the
it was
only one?
Maybe it was a name dedicated to you. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, to me, yeah.
Must have been. I can hear you kind of
traditional
giggle
way.
every time you say it, so it's not like you're not enjoying it.
Yeah, well. Now you say that. I mean, my fiance did just have 27 volumes of Naruto arrive yesterday in a big box, and I was very confused. So maybe my house is full of weebs. I'm not sure, but regardless, let's take a look at what Howl's doing. They're running away from the position that Yeppa's in. And, I mean, this is a good move from them, considering we've just had that slightly harder west shift. And everybody's going to be jostling for those positions over there. This actually really helps out Smoke Wall, considering that they are coming in from that west side. And it's been fortunate for them that this shift has gone their way.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's now the next challenge comes of how do players make their way out of the military base proper, having just sat themselves a bit deep into it. Because yes, it could still swing back towards the east once more. We know it's going to go away from water eventually, but not yet. So all these compounds out towards the western side still very, very spacious. Definitely
so. Looks like after all it's on the ferry. So maybe ditching that soon. But the thing is it looks like the Wu was actually looking to scout as to if anybody was on the ferry there, if he was moving north onto that cliff face. As we're still watching Primal here moving about. Still waiting for one of their members to be able to join up with them as well. So they'll take things slow on that south military road. As there's quite a few teams still in military here. If we get a military ending, I haven't had the opportunity to cast one of those, I think, ever, myself.
Really?
So, yeah, I think so.
There's no way.
Well,
I mean, maybe cast. Okay, cast.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair. We'll see if we can get you one. In the meantime, we'll see if we can get Stro back on his feet. As Jepa did kind of half pull up on this, half not. They realized there were players here. And again, I mean, credit to No Name doing similar things to Exalt earlier, where they make themselves sound like they're way more players than they are. Because had Jepa known they were only 2 in there, then they probably would have committed to the pull-up.
They're just driving from fight to fight at this point, maybe, as Exalt. And I don't mind it. I think that they have the skill to be able to make that happen. However, them against this wall, I don't think they have full info as to exactly where they are. So they're playing it slow. They also don't exactly know how many are over here. So Exalt's just moving around here. Fate moves all the way up to the top. We're heading up the hill a little bit to try and have a vantage point against them.
Well, let's see. So GD gets back to 4 on their feet. They still have aces coming in from behind and potentially Exhalation too, depending on how they opt to approach this one as they're set out towards the east. And we also still have teams not having made it here at all yet. Smoke Wall just parachuting in now, and then after all, they've only now made it to Novo. Yeah,
keen-eyed viewers might have seen those parachutes in the distance on the observing. We did see it. So, I mean, that's great. I mean, they came all the way from Primorsk, were able to make that happen, and have found themselves a little bit of room. Now, if they knew that No Names was in this wide 2-2 split, they could actually wrestle the building up the hill away from them, potentially, but they don't have full information on that. So they're just going to play it cautiously, and then from there, see what goes on.
Up the hill they go. Imagine that. They get Observatory for free. Unluckily, it's not inside the circle, so can't reduce it too much. But a little bit of a scouting platform to look for that next rotation, which will go towards the military base. There you go, James. Maybe you get yourself a first one.
Maybe. As long as it's not on the south wall, because that makes
you can't get picky now. You asked for a military base circle. Now we're giving you a military base circle.
Yeah, I mean it's working out. So yeah, I'll keep my fingers crossed, I suppose, on where I would like it to go. But Exalt's going to move back all the way to the south to that compound that they were originally in. This is actually giving No Names an opportunity to regroup, and they need it fast. Smoke Wall is moving up this hill here. Alwyn and Diffex actually know that this is on the way. They've been peeking over there for a moment. Yeah, okay, it sees him now. Have to move on down. They need the reinforcement soon.
Yeah, they have to back off here. Sloyer's nowhere near, and while it is inside the next circle, it's so far on the edge that I think for them just dip back off. And also kind of interesting that there's so much prime real estate because so many teams came in from the east side. There's so much prime real estate that's completely uninhabited right now. The entire intersection just east of where No Name is, no one's there. You have one of the one-stories down by this next corner, completely unoccupied too. And then the entire southern side of the kind of the plain graveyard is also not inhabited at all. So plenty of space for them if they leave. But, of course, they still have Dutch and Weave teams.
Yeah, a little surprised that the planes are not really occupied at all. Exalt's in the air again. There is just one player, even, I should say. Just Arctic's looking to do a little bit of scouting from above. Really gives you, if you're looking north from there and you're actually using this for scouting purposes, it really tells you quite a lot. It tells you if there's any vehicles over where Yeppa's just pulled up. It tells you if there's people towards those planes, because again, you're just looking for vehicles even if you don't see players. So I really like it. Oh, Lul's also flying.
Yeah, everyone's trying to make their way and find somewhere safe. Kyria trying to just scout a bit forward, get back down towards his teammates. They will now be sat tight. I say that as the entire server starts shooting at him, but nope. To safety he goes with 5 HP as the booster gives him an additional one. And now, back into safety is Kyria.
Lovely medkit, really happy. Flare gun, hello.
I mean, it's a perfect time to use it too, because there's that dead center with no one really in a position to push him. So there you go, free loot coming your way. We hear it pop there. Might as well get yourself some level 3 gear and a crate gun prior to the fight you have to take.
Yeah, I guess if you could smoke it up, if it lands close enough to the buildings and you can move on over, we'll see. After all, is making the move themselves through what is a treacherous stretch of land here at the moment. They might pull up alongside this wall and try and go for the prone game, because Yeppa is looking to greet them. Odin takes down Hibako very quickly. Voldemort protects Klim, and bit of a disaster for After All.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they were expecting, but regardless of what they thought was going to happen. This is what has happened. In trouble they are now as Danimon and Enan try to back off. As I say that Enan falls. Just one more left alive. They tried to come in, they tried to claim some space, but there was simply no space for them to take. Had they been a little earlier, could have worked out. Now Danimon is left all alone as a circle. Once again, James heads straight down on top of the military base.
All right, well, you know, I'll take it. It's all right for me. And it seems like it's all right for Monarch. Seems it's all right for Wu. Seems all right for GDE at the moment, who are going to be sitting pretty. Danimon bailing away from this. Dukes of Hazzard, calm down. Okay, let's just sit here. Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, no reason to go any further. You're inside the circle. You can prone it out. Just chill for the time being and hope that for some reason no one opts to come to the ball that you're currently sat. In the meantime, Hubba, or Hobbits, whatever you want to call him, is sat here, I think, fully aware that Aces is right next door. So waiting for the teammates to arrive to potentially set up a push on this building. But Seifu has made no sound. The issue is he's sat right there with an SLR in hand and he's still not peeking. He just let him take out. Did he DC? He must have. There's no way he sat there with an SKS and just lets Hopper kill his teammate. There's no way. He must have DC'd. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I agree.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. Hello, my bad takes that.
Goes. Damn, nothing more to say. Ben Lagan now. 4 solo players alive. Forced to try and see if he can find a place of his own to roam this one out. Oh, the circles will shift away. In the meantime, Exalt trying to find somewhere to go to, but all they're being met by is a ton of bullets there. Elias able to get the knock-on out as the flush will come through in the end as well. Exalt taking casualties by the second.
Yeah, you might have been on this island early, but there's only so much you can do if you're lurking around the edge plays for as long as they were and then not taking up residency in military base. And Moldox is going to be the last one alive to try and make something happen. Or will he? Nope, he's gone. Elias is able to take him down.
Here we have No Name trying to pull on up on Primal, who again, I mean, we've seen it time and time again now where teams technically have pretty good positions to play, but they opt to try and just get that extra player into an off-angle position or a 3-1 split. And I feel like when you're this late in the game and you hear vehicles come around, just get on a car, get the hell out of there. Unluckily for Primal, they do lose one, trying to maintain that split for a bit too long.
Bit of a spray, switch on over to the SLR, and No Names is actually getting through here just on the reload alone, so not too bad. Although, that being said, Sloy is going to have to be, unfortunately, run over by his teammate, and it's going to be nothing here for them. Yeah, bombing through to the middle of this location with the amount of teams that are co-inhabiting this position. Tough stuff.
Ooh, yeah, but losing Voldemort there, tried to peek it. You pretty much can't miss a bullet when they're all prone just on the other side. It shows you ran out of him. Then peeked anyway, so that's going to be him down. Schofield in the meantime, let's find one. Odin is going to get the better of that one. And then when you're prone with an MG3 on the other side of the fence, not much you can do unless if you manage to wrap a nade through that there. That is a narrow angle, and still, Yebo was able to find it.
Playing crazy golf over here. Yeah. Lovely, lovely stuff. As eventually the pickup... Oh, shots through the smoke as well, though. Oh, it's lethal. Be careful, be careful. It's somehow going to have to try and make the save happen here. Odin moves forwards as well, but, I mean, any stray shots from the players that were able to take those could easily shut that down. And Danimon's gone as well here, considering his dip was slightly predictable.
You would think so, especially when the car starts smoking. It's like, well, yeah, I guess now they all know that I'm here. And they found out in the end, out towards the west as the next circle shrunk. As I guess we weren't going to get the military base proper. We were going more kind of runway-esque. And Sabim, having been able to chill on the northern side for a while and now starting to make the play on it. And I think they might have thought they were the last team to approach because BBL is still set above them. So I think they wanted to play, as you can see, right here. But now with BBL set above, this makes their position here a little more dangerous. They're really now relying on some of these teams down below to help them out.
Yeah, definitely. So Monarch is one of the teams that technically will have a little bit of line of sight on BBL as well. So as you say, they're relying on lobby mechanics, lobby dynamics to really save their bacon, as well as some smokes and a little bit of cover from the cars. But yeah, if anybody from Michael or so is able to get in a little bit of nade range, I am scared for them, but see how it goes. As Primal's pushing on against Yepper. Thunder Lost will be the first one to get the knock, but Ruin will reply in kind from the distance, just kind of being able to peek between those airplanes at the moment. Reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah.
This could be mutual destruction.
Impressive, though, how much Jippa has been able to withstand with the amount of teams that have come this way. Odin now lops a flash on over. Does he peek with it? No. Oh, he should have, though, because he had... no, we completely caught off guard with it. Damage done there in return and rusted him up from the other side. From one fin to another.
Just miles away. Nicely done by him, but yeah, just keeping a watch on everything going on. Exhalation, even, I should say, as well as GDE. Two teams with EX at the beginning of their name. What can I do? GDE, unfortunately, losing one here. And the slight 2-2 split they had, it's not exactly the wildest 2-2 split, but they are trying to control the two dips. And it makes sense. You don't want to be in a position where you're just going to all be naded at exactly the same time. Barrels are pretty good. The dip is pretty good. But yeah, with Exhalation where they are, you need to dislodge them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You have to get rid of them before you try and move further forward. That's the issue. You always want to, if you can, look inward on a circle. But when you know that you have a team set right behind you, you got to deal with them before you can even dare to scout the other direction. You don't want to leave your back exposed to a team like Exhalation looking your way, and especially when they have nades as well. Not much you can do. Mollies too, forcing them off their angles, and Wu also getting shots connected from the other side. So GD really under pressure here.
Yeah, I feel bad for them because, I mean, yes, they really want to be turning all of their attention to Exhalation, but they can't. There's also threats lurking towards the north as well. The Boom, though, with a brilliant little move over to this position to try and wrestle it away from them. It opens up another angle on GD, and now GD has to bail. I understand. Once again, another mature decision here for them to move away.
Maybe the casualties were too many. Maybe they should have left earlier. I'm not sure. At least now they did. Only two players left on the feet in the meantime. Wu and Monarch taking the fight here. And GD actually, maybe unknowingly, joining the fight here. Scav! I don't think they had any clue which around the corner. Now he peeks, finds the first. Will he get Killsteal as well? No! What a turn from Killsteal, able to get him down.
A little bit over-aggressing there. Scav getting completely flushed straight away. Mouse, though, with that P90. Going to be taking out Ibby in the distance. This gun is deadly in close quarters, so you got to be careful. Almost no recoil to the name when you've got people controlling it quite the way these guys are. And now the Wu is trying to recover anything that they can here, but they have definitely been wounded.
Yep, that's
Didn't like that
for
one.
Sure. That's kind of, I was trying to come up with another one to kind of join you, and I'm just not fast enough.
It was terrible. It was awful.
I should have taken more improv classes, I suppose, for poetry or whatever you wanted. But we'll see. We'll see what they manage to do. As Monarch, obviously well aware that they're still pulling up behind them, will be sat here waiting for their approach.
All right, here comes the move. Oh, Kino. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Quizzy now going to be the one remaining. It goes for the heal up in this smoke and delays the push for a little bit, but there's going to be three people in that angle. Goes for a molly attempt on that, and actually it's for the rest of them. Well, you want him to take it and drive away. Okay.
I don't see how they get out of this one, especially because BBL still have the hill. I said under control. Maybe actually it isn't as much under control as I thought it was. Quizzy, just exactly. Being able to get a first hit off here. Will he be able to pop another one? Phase 6 should be doable, but with Phase 7 coming in just a moment, it is going to be near impossible for him to make any use of that. He needs to continue moving forward, but hello, my bad. Able to see him Exhalation up on kill number 7.
It's all about the org. All about the org. Hello, my bad here with some great little spraying through this. Tries to go for the finish off through the bush. But now, I mean, this is a great opportunity with getting that knock to continue to try and find yourself a little bit of moves towards this circle, even though he might just be looking for the point in terms of a salvage game, considering he is one of the only ones alive near him. The rest of Exhalation is south at the moment. And at the same time, BBL and Sarvam, they're sitting pretty, man. They've been playing this out quite nicely. Howl as well.
I think Sarvam has the rest of the server to thank for that, because BBL has still yet to really be allowed to peek on down, and with the ridge line that Sarvam has, that kind of protects them from inside the military base proper, they're chilling pretty nicely as long as BBL can't get those angles. So from a win in the previous game to now top 6 guaranteed, probably top 2 depending. on where this final circle takes us. But good game regardless for Sabem.
Yeah, absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head multiple times during the cast, which is, again, if it is only those two teams alive, Sarvum's dead to rights. There's not much that they can do, but because of those lobby dynamics, because of the way the angles work for all these other teams, it does make it a little bit more tricky to just look down. And Exhalation has angles on BBL, Howl had angles on BBL, GDE did to a degree as Michael's trying to finish that off. If that pole wasn't there, if he moved left a little bit, he could see his feet for sure.
Yeah, that would definitely be in the downfall of them. In the meantime, now he changes target, finds one. That's going to be assumed taken down. I don't know if even with smoke they're going to be willing to risk it, but they do go for the rest. Seems like it. Here's Rustin up. Does get taken down again. Yes. BBL had to get off the hill. Now within nade range, will get CC down. But I believe Sabem, even with the knock player, okay, as long as you don't crawl into a Molotov, should have been all right.
Yeah, this opened things up now that BBL's looking to realize it's later in the game. Now we can start using some of that utility, and now we can start getting in range of Sarvum. GDE still trying to clear out Exhalation, who have been a thorn in a few teams' side. Yeah. Coming in from the southeast side with 9 kills on the board for them. But likewise, they've done a really great job of being able to slowly move through these buildings. There's only one left from GDE. Nade, flash goes over.
A hell of a gauntlet they've had to run, but maybe too much damage has come through on their approach. BBL will fall, as Sabem once again makes it into the top. Now they know they have nothing to worry about behind, and as you see, as you can see, Global Army instantly 180s. Now he's looking inward. Now he's looking towards the military base, saying, thanks for the help, guys. Now let's take this win away from you. But having said that, Howl is still alive with 4 players up, and you can never count them out. The PEC Spring Champions, you can never count them out in the top 4 situation like this.
Yeah, they're one of the 3 teams that we were looking at as to have a big lower bracket. And at the moment here, Schofield, look at him, lurking like a shark, circling his prey, will be moving up just a little bit further than the rest of his team, trying to get that scouting information, see exactly where everybody is, maybe even a cheeky pot shot or 2. But this is good by Howl. Patient, calculated play here. Just trying to kind of weed out the solo and duo, and then they know Sarvum's going to be the big hunting target.
Yeah. And, as you say, let the other teams damage each other as much as you can. Rather have 1 kill less and a free win than a let's try and stretch it for that extra kill, potentially lose 2 in doing so, and then maybe even lose out on the win too. I think for Sarvum to kind of hold the line here, knowing they have the edge of the circle, knowing they don't have to go far for the center of the next one, they don't really mind a couple of those kills going the way of, both Exalt and Sarvum, really.
Not too bad at all. Just waiting on it out once again. People looking for those tiny pixels of people in the middle of all of these fences. Obviously, with kill still down now, everyone's now in a top 3 situation. Sarvum, not that many kills, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. You can play out the game completely differently to how you played out Pachinki. As long as you have the knowledge of topography and map that they had to be able to go to this dip as well as they did, it shows that kind of veteran level understanding of how you need to play out a circle like this when everyone's in military.
Risking everything for a 2nd place. Might as well just get the 4 extra kills, or points, for the win in having hidden for a little while longer. Unless, of course, if you can guarantee 4 kills without any casualties. But I feel like regardless of where you look at the map, that's never going to happen. As long as if Howl wins, Ruin stays alive, then my fantasy team will be happy. So if we could just have that happen, that'd be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes.
That's what it's all about, right?
Yes, just our fantasy team specifically. I zoom. He gets pops there.
How many smokes do... Oh, wait, let's see how that one bounces. Oh my god, it hit the... Wow. That is unlucky. But how many smokes do some of them have to work with? Because they need to cross eventually. And once they do, have to imagine that Howl falls. As I say that, though, Schofield is going to be the first one down. Zoom now down as well. The Boom will try and stay hidden for as long as possible. But how long will that be possible? I'm not quite sure. He does find one. Now he's revealed his position. Seems like Howl is in a bit of a weird situation on the other side. Can't quite get out of it. Shilla able to find the double. That's going to be now 3v2. Numbers favoring Howl. But the position favoring Sabem. As I say that, though, not going to happen either. The Mad peeks on over, gets the double, and Howl gets themselves an 11-kill chicken dinner.
Yes, they do. With the circle on Sarvum's back, they had to try and make the move. And just a little bit before Howl What a great win here for Howl. I mean, looking very calm and collected here in military when all chaos was breaking loose on the east side. They were able to stay composed and deal with Sarvam at the end, denying the back-to-back here, Toby.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I like their prioritization in what they engaged on, because they were part of holding out BBL for the longest time. They knew that we technically don't have to worry about Sarvam as long as BBL is up there, so they never really gave them too much attention. They were more worried about the team right around them initially, and then when BBL went down, they instantly shifted their focus to both what's happening on the eastern side of military base proper, but also how can we wound Sarvam on their approach here. Smart decision making by how to come out victorious.
Yeah, very nicely done. And also really kind of eliminated the threats that were coming in from their south as well. Just making sure that anybody in the dips and stuff like that was taken down. And I'll tell you who's not taken down. It's Martin Avenger.
That is true. I'm not taken down. I'm here back on the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers desk with you guys. What a fantastic game here. Another military game. We've had some for these upper and lower brackets here, and you guys wished for another one, so there you go. But I gotta say, the way that Hull played that out, that was really, really clinical. I gotta say, the way that they controlled, they stayed alive, 4 guys for that long, super impressive. And also double digits. That's the kind of Hull we wanted to see here in the upper bracket, Toby.
Oh yeah, definitely. They knew how to approach it. They didn't really have a whole lot of teams kind of denying them the strategy they wanted to set forth. They were able to take most fights from a distance, but that's because they applied so much pressure early, forcing teams to go other ways. So sometimes, I mean, being a little bit extra aggressive early makes more space for you in the late.
And Exhalation here, Calaris, they're able to have another good game with 11 kills going their way, some placement points, putting themselves into a fantastic spot. And then being able to, you know, get that many kills, because there are so many teams on that eastern side, inside at the actual military base, that really tried to pick them apart, but they were able to survive for very long and win most of their fights.
Yeah, it exemplifies really strong core mechanics when you're able to do something like that. The fact that on the eastern side, as you say, so many teams, so many threats, constantly having to be on your toes, constantly needing to be hot when it comes to being able to make that flick with guns and being able to constantly roll your utility, making sure you're constantly picking up smokes, going to the next body box that you've been able to take, taking all their stuff and making those transitions again. Really core strong mechanics, and it was really entertaining to watch.
And unfortunately for BBL here, Toby, they were not able to take that dip before Sarvam did. And Sarvam, they got way more points than BBL was able to. Every time BBL tried to get them out of that dip, they're just like 4 teams that are like, oh, look at that. There's a team struggling at the top of the hill trying to get points or get off the hill, and they got denied every time.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I don't honestly think BPL wanted that spot initially either, because they had the chance to beat Sarvam too. They even heard the vehicles and saw them on the rotation, but never went down to try and get there in front of them. They just kind of allowed them to sit underneath, maybe hoped that more teams inside the military base would be focusing one another rather than kind of just make a brief alliance to take out BPL instead, because I think they wanted to sit up there to be able to shoot at teams from a distance, which they did. Issue was all those teams were shooting back at them too.
I think it was an active decision, but in that case, like, they're thinking probably we can get down there later, as we were talking about, right? We'll just take it away from them later, but they waited for too long, Calaris, for them to be able to do so.
Yeah, definitely, because honestly, it's quite the gutsy play for Sarvam to just say, okay, we're going to that dip, and we're going to assume that other teams are going to cover us, which, again, in a game like this, you're not allied with these other teams. That's not how this works. But the fact that there is always threats presenting themselves across kind of these valleys of vision that exist means that you're playing the lobby against each other in a very, very smart and strategic way. So that's what I like to see from them.
And GDE also being able to get 6 kills here, Toby. Good game for them, considering what they were working with and where they were.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're forced to play, I mean, I would say forced, but whenever you're playing those oil barrels out just on the northern side of the runway, it's an amazing position when you get to shoot at everyone fighting each other down in the plane graveyard. But as soon as the focus comes to you, those oil barrels just they don't grant you all the cover you need. They had to set up deployable shields too, but even then, every time you peek over looking in one direction, there's 3 people from behind you shooting you in the back, and they were really feeling the hurt in the end there. As we said during the game, I kind of wish they had opted to shift out of that position earlier, but they stuck around for a little extra and lost 2 players because of it.
And a team we had big expectations to, Calaris, in the upper bracket even, was Wu, and here they got picked apart a little bit too easily as well, only managing to get 2 kills.
Yeah, I still have those expectations for them, as does Toby, I'm sure, but Right now, when you're finding yourself in these kinds of lobbies where you're kind of in middle of military and you can't quite make those transitions, any team, even great teams, can get caught up in all of that and not make it successful. So we'll see how they go in the next games.
And that's in general what happens when you're in a somewhat urban area that the middle of military kind of is. If you're one of the last teams or one of the teams on the edge, you're struggling, Toby, to kind of get in because you have 3 or 4 teams ahead of you that have a better position in the circle or already inside that next circle. So you're just kind of struggling to get in. So you're going to get picked apart from every angle, right?
Yeah, it's definitely never easy being one of the last teams to join that kind of edge fiesta, which makes it even more impressive that Exhalation was actually able to get through for as long as they were until they were eventually taken down in third. So yeah, I mean, I don't envy anyone trying to fight their way through from that position, but then again, I mean, maybe they then shouldn't have tried to play it in from that direction to begin with.
Yeah, and shortly we're going to be going out to Taego. James, are you excited about that?
Yes, because I can rectify the mistakes that Toby made yesterday. It's very important that I'm able to do that at the beginning of the game, of course. Very important. I'll tell you what though, Martin, who I was hoping would rectify the mistakes in this game. It was Exalt. Man, they had the start of military. And they could have had anywhere they wanted, but they were just a little apprehensive about moving into military. You can understand to a degree, right, Martin? Because, I mean, we always talk about don't go into a city if you think it's not going to end there. But that wasn't their MO here, and it just came a little bit late.
I think it's the case when you're flying towards military and you're like, okay, we have everything to ourselves. You get a little bit greedy in terms of loot spots. And also, they took a fight for a area that wasn't really one of the best ones in the current circle. Like, you want to take something that is super high prior here, Toby, otherwise you're not going to get the benefit of. Sure, they get 4 kills, but it's just not enough for a team we're expecting a lot from.
Yeah, I don't mind a wide 2-way split in military when you get there first, but I definitely would never have sat 2 people on the southern side, because not only do people tend to not really prioritize it, but also if we were to play the superstitious tendencies and circles, when is the last time we've seen a game end down there? They tend to always shift north, shift west up towards the granny hill. Just play around there instead. Don't sit on the southern side when you have everything up for grabs.
Yeah, like, it's not even one of the high priorities. Like, if you want to take something that you know that you can easily rotate to Calaris, like, or from that you have high information from, something that's high likely to end close to, or something that you can get out of and in of quite easily.
Yeah, I think if we have to theorize why they were doing that, and of course we're not in their comms, we're not the team, so we can't exactly say conclusively, but it's probably to the effect of, we think that we're, one, going to have enough time later on to be able to make those rotations, which was not true at all. Everybody was taking up the central positions. Or what, two, which was the second option, is like, okay, we think that a lot of teams are going to try and rotate in from that south side. Maybe we can get a lot of kill points that way and then make the move. But yeah, regardless, nothing really works out. They got 1 team wipe, but that's it.
All right, overall leaderboard from this one here for this game. 21 points here for Howl, of course, looking good for them. A little bit of a slow start in the other one, but still rectifying it, coming in here, looking good. 4 teams, Toby, with just 2.
Oh, definitely. Howl, the Baklava power team, able to bring that one home. That's going to be huge for them. A nice momentum boost off of a, I mean, to be honest, quite lackluster upper bracket. I think it's good for them to get things going early on here.
Right, and the overall leaderboard here, James Savim, 35, looking good. Double the points here the next couple of games, and they're going to be quite easily into the finals.
Definitely, yeah. Well, what are 2 games from them so far? They had the star, the gold star from game number 1, and coming into game 2, they just got a cheeky silver star for this one. But, I mean, looking further on down, let's hope BBL doesn't get 9th place, which they're kind of used to.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
forever 9th. No, I'm 100% sure that we're going to see BBL pop off in a few games. There's only 2 games done. We've got 4 more today, and the next one's obviously going to be Taego here, Toby.
Yeah, it's always exciting seeing something new, and so far I have been blessed with only seeing something new on Taego, and I hope that the next game won't disappoint either.
Yeah, I am super excited for that. Again, Woo here, 7 points, not making too much. It is 2 games only. Exalt, again, another team. We're talking about 2 games and 4 points. Not just where we want to have them. We want to have them a strong start. We want to build the momentum from the start here, Killers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with a lobby like this, it does get... I don't think we've seen as much chaos as I was hoping for. I think that it has been actually quite structured relative to what I thought maybe coming in. But of course, for a good portion of this, a lot of the teams do know one another and how the tendencies and how they're able to play things out. But hey, Taego could throw a spanner in those works because it is a lot less traveled, a lot less kind of documented.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where we're going to have the teams drop in Taego, because it's, again, 8 new teams coming in. It's going to be super exciting. Again, we have 4 more games to go here. We're going to go to a short break, so stay tuned, and after that, we'll be back with Taego.
Immediately, but BBL looking to do the exact same onto smoke wall. Grenade spam coming through. Blue zones in effect. There's going to be little space to play.
Somebody blue zone nade slapped on in. For now, BBL able to touch and weave, but for Kasu, nap, not going to happen. Still blows and could just be all of Entropic down as Mex is the next 4.
Counter nade has come back. Nailor playing inside the shack will survive a little longer. The Molotovs won't do the damage required, and that smoke really being the only thing that's keeping Entropic alive right now. The line of sight from the Wu, if they could see through the smokes, he would be doomed, but he's doomed anyway. The grenade will literally inches. It really could not have been closer for Foot Esports, missing out on a tiebreaker. So unfortunate, but you know what a great consolation prize would be if Smoke Wall, all the way down in 16th place, were to have a 3v1v1v1 and a great chance to pick up a win to round out the upper bracket.
We'll have to wait until after the game is over to be completely sure that everything is as written. But right now, this tie does happen. Gonna get shot at from above. There's no angle from where no one can see you, so very difficult to play around here. And also, as you can see now, within nade range, correct seek finds the flush on the T-bone. One more goes down as he. Anything, and especially now with the first nade coming through, they're just gonna keep spamming them, waiting for the kills to follow. One denied.
Welcome back here to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here. We are with day number 1, lower bracket. Hi, I'm joined by Toby and by Calaris. Welcome back, guys, after a short break and a fantastic cast. We're done with the Erangel, Kale, and we're going to go to Taego.
That's right. It is going to be Taego to get things going here for our third game. And I'm excited, man. I am excited. Obviously, I've not really covered it as much. We've been able to watch a lot of Taego across all of the regions, and it's definitely played out in an interesting manner. We've seen some teams really not having the easiest times about getting to certain locations and stuff like that. And we've seen some urban endings recently, which I'm all for. Give me more of those.
Yeah, I got to say, so we've had a lot of variants across all maps so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been great fun. We've had I'm trying to think of what we haven't had. I actually can't really come up with anything, right? I mean, there are specific area of map endings that we haven't been through, obviously, but in terms of having our field endings, our urban endings, we've been pretty well taken care of, I think.
Yeah, and it's been looking pretty good. And I gotta say, we're only 2 games through here, Kale, but still, some teams that we expected to have kind of a strong start, depending on, you know, them being a team that we expect to be up in the top 8, top 10 of Europe, they still haven't started off strong.
Yeah, but there obviously is room for growth here when it comes to the games that are available. Only 2 down. You can have teams that are the best in the world and have 2 bad games. I mean, all you need to do is look at 17 Gaming, who won PGS at the end, but they started off not great. Admittedly, there was some Sonic shenanigans going on there for a little while, but, you know, even some of the best in the world can have some rough times.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Toby, we're talking about a 75-point cutoff from yesterday. That's if it comes in and comes through here. Howl, Exhalation, a third to the way. Savim almost halfway there. It's looking pretty good for them.
I'll say it now, and hopefully I'll be right in saying so. I don't think the cutoff is going to be 75. The amount, like the insanity of having so many teams that needed to step up, all step up yesterday. Like pretty much we could just say it. Oh, no, there's one more team missing. Okay, now they're going to win. This kept on happening. I don't think we'll see it today or tomorrow. I feel like we're going to see the same few, maybe 4 or 5 teams take the majority of points, which overall will take that 8th place spot down a bit. I think we're more at that 60-65 margin. We initially thought Upper Bracket was going to be here for Lower Bracket.
I think the most crazy thing we saw from yesterday was there's only 9 points different, Kylaris, from 1st to 7th. If we apply that to the finals, that is literally what makes it. There's 10 points different from makes you go to PGC or not. Like that amount of points is just like 400 plus from 1st to 7th.
Yeah, and for those teams that kind of miss out on it, if it is that close, I almost feel like there's always those moments where you're like, if only we'd have taken this fight a little differently, or if only we'd have kind of gone to that dip a little earlier and stuff like that. But I don't think even at that level of play you can let those kind of doubts sink in too much. I think a lot of teams thrive on playing their own game, and I think that if you allow yourself to start judging yourself and how things are going for your next tournament, it's probably not the way. So you can look back and learn from things like that if you do miss out by just a few points. But yeah, for the most part, these are excellent gamers.
I guarantee you, no matter what here, Toby, when you go to the 3rd tiebreaker, you will be thinking that 1 point that I missed. Maybe. But guys, we are gonna start with Taego just shortly here, so take it away and have fun with Taego.
All right, Toby, it's game number 3. You can sigh all you want because you know what? It's time to Taego, baby. We have got our 3rd game here for the lower bracket to get things a-rolling. And yes, if there's any map for us to have the potential chaos factor for these 16 teams, it would be this one. Less documented, less traveled, and these teams might run into one another.
As much as you say that, though, if we were to look over the upper bracket games of yesterday and the day before, I feel like Taego actually played out pretty, I want to say, sanely.
Yeah.
While yes, the map is still somewhat unexplored in terms of competitive playability and how many games we've seen on here, I feel like teams already now, I mean, they're making space for one another. Teams are obviously quickly being punished for being in bad situations, which technically they have yet to find out are bad spots. But now, up towards the north you go, and this is actually, for me, the first time we're seeing a circle somewhat centering around the river, where technically it can still go either north or south. So gonna be interesting to follow this one, because a lot of teams have talked about that river, how it's gonna impact their loot spots and their rotations and whatnot. Now is the first real example we get of it in play.
Yeah, potentially scary for sure here. And I do feel that for a lot of kind of circles that end up around towards that kind of west side, northwest side, things like that, it makes those emergency pickups and the emergency drops all the more important for those eastern teams. You do not have the luxury of let's say on an Erangel, for example, where if you don't have too many options, you can't just jump into a boat because there's not really any water over there or anything like that and make a big wide rotate. So sometimes there's barrier teams that can set up, and emergency drops are very important for those east teams.
Definitely. We already saw it during during the rotation, the previous tournament that we had for PGC points, where as soon as the circle was kind of confirmed to go up onto the Northern Island, we had, I believe, 4 or 5 teams instantly go for emergency pickups and just dodge those bridges altogether because they just didn't know what to expect. But having said that, I mean, we do have more bridge connections available than we have on Erangel, on the island, like between, I guess we can call it the Rosok River, Yasnaya River, George Pearl River, whatever you want to call it. So there are definitely access points for teams to cross on over, should they want to keep their vehicles.
All right, well, let's see then, as Sarvam on the move here, trying to find themselves a spot. Of course, that technically, even though they drop very close to all of this, there are technically barrier teams that exist. Palace is one of those locations. Exol is now also trying to move on up. I mean, if you're in this kind of situation on these kinds of circles, I don't mind you pitching up near, say, a bridge or something like that, right? And just having those options available to you. But you do need to be a little bit careful. The one cool thing, though, is that there are multi-story bridges. So
yes, on the west side. Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I love that.
And speaking of, you know what I just came to realize? I've been doing this on Miramar for the last 6,000 games. And I'm going to do it on Taego for the next 6,000 until it happens. You see that little island north of Hapu?
Mm-hmm.
How about if we end the game there? Imagine. I don't even know with the size of phase 3, unless if it's, I mean, even if it's dead center in phase 3 on that island, I don't even know if it's gonna end there. It probably should, but imagine if that was to happen. Now that would be high quality entertainment. You can't say no, James. You can't say no. You're like you vibe off of chaos. You feed off the tears of the players. You would love it.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen me, how I interact with all the commentators and the analysis.
The Dracula of PUBG casting.
Dracula? I'm like
something with feeding off of, yeah, I don't know.
I'm not Nosferatu. I don't come out of a coffin and then get to the hosting desk and like, I'm ready. Woo.
I have worked events with you, James. It's not far from it.
Yeah, it is kind of close, you're right. And I do make fun of literally every other commentator and analyst during the downtime. But it's fun, it's bands, top quality bands. I'm one of the only Brits remaining, so I've got to get my foot in there somewhere.
True. But yeah, let's end on the island, just for the memes. Let's go over there, see what happens.
Okay, I mean, it would be interesting. I will admit, it would be, and it would be chaos. But there are other options for chaos here. Of course, we're going to have probably a lot of teams piling onto that northern island, right? Because there is a high likelihood of it going there compared to the south. Now, we'd love a south shift and it to be true chaos. That'd be lovely.
And the interesting thing, should it shift back towards that southern side in our continuous theory crafting session here, that's where we get to see the difference between the Rosok, or let's call it the Erangel River, and the Taego one. Because as I've kind of dived into earlier, there is so less cover around the riverbanks on the Taego River than there are on Erangel. So if you make a mistake, if you end up in the water or on either side, you have way fewer options than you do on the side of Erangel, where for the most part you can either run off or you can kind of dodge and move towards trees. Pretty much all along the river leading from Hapu up towards Shipyard, there's gonna be that 50 kind of meter dead no man's land with little to no cover at all. So if you end in there, it's gonna be very difficult, even more difficult than when you end out in the open on Erangel.
Yeah, for sure. Now, BBL here, who do need points, and unfortunately we've been saying that quite a few days here during this tournament. Looking for a few cheeky shots against Primal. Clib especially is one of the guys that given the opportunity, can pump out a lot of damage, but it's not really materialized too much for them here so far. But the one saving grace about for Taego here is that, yes, they got themselves second place in the upper bracket, and yes, they got themselves a great finish in the second one as well. So they look to be very proficient here on this battleground, and I'm hoping that materializes here as well.
Yeah, same for sure. Now, GD, they're in one of these, I kind of want to call it wolf in sheep's clothing type compounds where, oh, it's great, you have cover from the hill above, you can see out into the fields down in front of you, but that cover from the hill above is also a direct invite to teams to sneak up there and just take you out as soon as you maneuver from building to building. So I hope that GD is well aware, which they should because now they're shooting, but that there's a team sat above them, because if you lose track of that just for a moment, that really nifty compound you got to work with can kind of very easily work against you.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, and you don't want that to be happening at all, especially with how those good old BZ nades do work on... I've just been enjoying the blue zone nades so much.
I just can't not think of the band Bee Gees when you say BC nades.
What? Oh,
yeah. Yeah, that's maybe this age thing. I don't know.
You know, that's not where my mind goes. What do you mean age thing? Am I older than you? Wait, I think we're all the same year.
Well, that's that. I indirectly say that every time I say that I'm old, so it just makes me even more happy.
Okay, all right. I thought we were all 88. Are we all 88? I can't even remember anymore.
88? What do you mean you're...
Oh,
Granny?
no, wait. That was me, Martin, and Froz. So I remember why I always thought that. Yeah. What is
Boomers.
you not 88? Oh, I can't remember where you are.
I'm a young one.
He's a young one.
90. Yeah.
Okay.
And here we are casting games with players that are born in 2008.
Yeah, I was casting with some Zoomers a few weeks ago, and I kept saying silly things like Pog Champion and Yeesh, and just to annoy them, and it was great fun because they were all wincing in pain. I'm like, my job here is done. Screw you guys.
Yep. Well, let's see.
Oh!
Speaking of screw you guys, that's what Michael just did to Primal as they tried to get away. And will that nade? Nah, not going to happen. They will get one, though, as BBL, for the second time now, get themselves an early entry. The first one was only a knock. Full clip, but at least showing presence early on, where I feel like the BBL we've seen prior to lower bracket now has been a very... I don't want to say passive BBL, but one that really plays it cautious, maybe is the better word for it. And then try to kind of all in on a fight later on, where I feel like now that they are in the lower bracket, maybe also with us knowing that they are, at least on paper, one of the superior teams in the lobby, maybe ditch that passive playstyle for a more aggressive one, knowing that in, I would say, at least most of the fights you're going to take, you should come out victorious.
Yeah, go a bit more gung-ho. I mean, they've shown it in their individual skill that they're very capable. The circle shifts, and we're going where kind of all the players expect.
Not even the
going,
island?
So. Oh, no. There's that one little compound on the bless that little compound. It's that one little compound is really hoping.
Eventually.
Yeah,
but not this time around.
I'll tell you who is also hoping. The Woo. Now, they're going to be able to probably make landfall, I would say, quite simply. It looks like Priel might have... Actually, no, he also... Yeah, he's flying, yeah. So, never mind about that. But the Woo should be able to make landfall here quite easily. Yeah. They've got a lot of options available to them, and everybody's kind of trying to bomb center once again. So, very heavy center as we have a big push on from No Names against Solo. Going blow for blow at the moment. Trying to lay down a few smokes in the middle of all of this, because they are really not working with much cover at all here. Sloy going to go for some shots to finish things off here.
Normally we say a weird hill to die on. This is kind of a weird valley to die in, considering that they're in a completely open line of sights to where Smokewall's compound is. But of course, thought that maybe with a smoke or two deployed, they could alleviate some of that pressure, but it wasn't going to be enough. So both the teams taking a ton of damage and casualties off of it.
Yeah, rough and don't like it, considering that they were just trying to send it to... I mean... I'm not even going to say dips that don't exist, because technically speaking, you can play where No Name is and kind of be safe against some of these other teams. But when another team rocks up just above that dip at the same time, then yeah, it's a little bit unlucky, to say the least. But Smokewall's being able to make it into this, and nice nade. It's able to hit Elias quite hard. Primal's a bit stuck here.
They are, but again, this is an area of the map that we've actually seen quite a few fights take place in. Usually it sets up exactly like this, where you have one team kind of in the corner by by the crossroads, and then another team sat in the compound. Issue is, as long as you in primal situation can dodge and weave the utility being kind of thrown out by smoke wall, you're pretty safe, because there are going to be teams both north and east of you that can't see primal but have a clear line of sights on the road. So even if you get a knock or two on the side of smoke wall, they can't really make much use of it. And since you can't make much use of it, the question becomes, do we even waste the utility on something we're not going to get points on anyway? So for now, I mean, as long as you're pretty center circled, it's actually not the worst place to kind of just vibe as you see fights unfold on the edge.
Yeah, if you're going to sit there and use some of your utility, it's in an effort to wound them in terms of the resources that they have on the other side, right? Try and bring down their vest, trying to bring down, not necessarily helmets, but just trying to bring down any, medical usage that they have available to them, and then slowly make sure that they're not having any resources available to eventually push you if the teams behind them kind of move away, or the circle moves them away from certain locations.
Also, just an open invite should you get a lucky double knock with a nade for a third team to come in and cause some commotion, which you then potentially could get a kill or two off of. But definitely not a kind of full speed across the road sense situation, which obviously the dip team, in this case Primal, is well aware of. But now, speaking of nades, they are lining them up. But again, backing off, not really sure if it's worth it or not. And honestly, I like the fact that they don't, because as much as we can see that they're prone on top of each other, that's not info that smoke wall has. So it makes perfect sense for them not to use it. And also even more so now, with the circle now being on the western edge, just focus westward. Primal ain't gonna push you right now anyway, so deal with Exalt, deal with Luluwu, deal with BBL potentially wrapping down in your direction, and also please don't go into go dog circle. That would be
more chaos. Let's do it.
Please don't.
Bye, Priel.
Bye-bye.
Well, he was solo, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And Smoke Wall being shot at by Primal, going too close, flying too close to the sun there, going too close to the edge of that road. So they'll be back in on off. Do we have another disconnect? I'm not sure. Maybe a little bit of infantry.
Nah, he's moving.
There we go. He's back.
He's back. Yeah. Just checking the map.
Yep.
Just chilling.
Interestingly, Michael actually also knocking Primal here. So now Primal kind of has a bit of a timer against them here. Because if these angles are open, blue zone nade not really connecting with anything, not going far enough. But Michael can see down that road towards them. And also now teams like Exalt and Smokewall are making their moves as well, which is going to open even more angles on Primal. They really need to solve this puzzle quickly.
Yeah, they, I mean, if they could decide they just need to get the hell out of here. There's simply too much going on around them now. And I'm, honestly, I mean, kind of impressed that Kazoo opts to go aggressive on this one, knowing that BBL is set just on the other side, but the smokes that Primal has deployed have kind of worked in favor of Kazoo's kind of ability to wrap all the way around that.
Yeah, they're still looking to try and dislodge them. This is quite the commitment now, but they are attempting to make it work here. The M249, though, is quite the gun. You don't want to be dying off to that. So they're going to back off again. This is... I don't know. I don't want to say indecisive, but they're playing it patiently.
They're trying, but every time shots then come in from both Lul on one side and BBL on the other, they back off again. So just kind of poke the bear here and there and see if eventually one of the spears will stick. That's a weird analogy, but I think it made sense.
There's lots of spears in PUBG. Tips of spears.
They're just very small and even sharper, you know?
Yeah.
And they fly fast out of guns.
Pointy.
Yeah,
that's okay. Well, those are bullets. We're gonna have ourselves Exalt here moving through the hills. After they have been making some interesting transitions. They moved north of a smoke wall and all of that, and now have tried to dip in south because they'd perched up alongside the road and realized, wait a minute, there's so many people along this highway to hell that there are a lot of angles open against us. So they've tried to move south here into the hills, and actually the hills on Taego are great in terms of their topography. They can house a lot of teams because there's a lot of dips in these hills, a lot of kind of different levels of terrain.
But that's also where Taego is so entertaining to watch, in the sense that you see teams use a much bigger variety of spots, where in Erangel we kind of know what is the good spot, what is the bad spot. We're not going to play this spot because it's not good. Here, teams don't know yet. Like, there is going to be a spot where we have yet to figure out, oh my god, this is like absolute guts here. And right now, as we're looking at the map, there might not be a single team there, because we just do not know how good of a value it has. So interesting to see teams being some of these awkward spots. A really good team could sit in a position where they get shot in the back and you go, why were they there to begin with? That's because they have never been in a situation from where they either A, had to use the spot, or B, get shot from there.
Yeah, exactly. The be shot from there is kind of the important one, right? Because then you'll find suddenly a great dip, but then, okay, maybe this one slight angle has it, and you need to know which angles have overlook on every one of these spots. And that takes a long time to master, but for Lull, looking towards Sarvam, it's not exactly the easiest thing to master for them, taking a fight against the lobby leaders right now. Sarvam's a little bit stuck there for the moment. That's a nade, though. Ooh, what a really nice underhand nade. Yep, really cleaning that up fantastically against GDE.
Yeah, crucial that they clear out this angle too, because I mean, not only are they wounded and just 2 alive, but in a position where they can very easily be pushed by multiple other teams. So clearing out and then resetting, and again, not much to work with, but what little they have, they'll be able to set up with, ready for the fights to come.
It makes it easier technically for the Wu later on down the line, I feel, as well. To be able to eventually kind of breach into that hillside where they probably wanted to transition from. So again, these butterfly effect knock-ons that do occur here are very important. Schiller is going to move up to try and dislodge the MG3 in Lull's hands. And indeed he will. That's very important to start things off for this fight. Meanwhile, though, there's a P90 in action as well. And it's absolutely ripping them apart here. Oh my god. That is a disaster for Sarvam.
Yep, you might dislodge one great gun, but here comes the second one, and nothing you can do about that. In the meantime, after all, tried to get in late. Issue was BBL was already in this area of the map, and they are not giving Sarvam an easy way out of this one. 2 will be able to get out of it. And as I said, actually, Clem is able to get the knock onto Smash. Will the rest come through? I'm not sure as Clem goes full, but that knock might just be them turning around. As I say, though, Hibago able to find one. Rostermark gets a flush on him. Now Enan forced, I think, to get out of here.
Yeah, looks for the shot, looks for the lineup. Not going to be the case here. BBL defending a almost spotless Taego record here for this tournament so far. But again, they're going to have to start transitioning through these fields, and there are some areas where they can find reprieve from the shots that may be coming their way, but cleaning up after all was very important. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's Ienan that's still alive, and I do feel like he's one of the more lethal players on after all, so maybe I'll have something to say later on against them.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressively opts to go. In the meantime, Lil W looking the wrong way as the attention comes to them from BBL in the circle. Now shift south, so no Godok this time around, despite the fact that the crates really wanted us to go up there. And we're headed down into the open hillside on the southern side. You can see there, just for a brief moment, the observers showed the hills. There ain't much cover, but of course, with deployable shields, smokes, cars, you name it, there's still plenty for these players to work with. Now there's CBBL in the pull-up.
Swap around. Smoke Wall's going to try and go for a big spray. Doesn't really hit too much, though. This is the good thing about the fields here, is that they all have this little... Not walls, but they're kind of like angled up to angled walls up against each of them. So, yeah, there you go. But No Name gonna just be able to greet that very, very quickly and try and shut that down completely. This is an amazing cleanup for them, considering that they were up to it very fast. That is 7 here for No Names now.
Access denied.
Get out of our place.
Simple as that. I mean, well, I won't say we question them going there early, because I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to question pretty much any decisions made on Taego, because we're still exploring the map. But clearly, they've got themselves a dip that works.
Oh.
And Giria got the handbrake on that one.
Yeah, hopefully we're able to get him up. Lurex is doing a lot of work with that P90, and I want to see it continue, to be honest. But then again, they're going to be the ones that need to rock up to No Names soon if they're not careful. Smoke Wall moving forwards. It's only half right to try and do something along, again, this highway to hell where so many teams were actually perched up on. And Ace is going to send on through as well here, but I don't know if there's too much for them to play. Maybe that dip would have been the spot, but actually they're already being shot out here by Howl. The map's going to be able to get off Bad Boy as well here. It's not been going Bad Boy's way at all here. Schofield will clean him up. And Ace is, I think this is going to be them done.
You would have to imagine. I don't imagine been lagging getting out. Is that a blue zone nade too? And oop, it is. And dead. Simply nothing they could do. But hey, he did get a knock on Tabasco. So that's 1 point. Oasis now tied with Solo. There's that.
the Venn diagram of blue zone nades. Just being able to, you know, mathematically take down everybody there in that area. Like it. Okay, P90. We're back with the P90. Come on, do something. You've already done a lot with it.
No HP to work with either. Lorix will fall. And good thing he gave up on that, because Nevom only just barely surviving that. Giri now have to find cover as well. As once again, No Name finding some of these angles that I don't want to say no one, but few people know are possible to find. It's a good nade locked on down below, and it will find him. So No Name racking up even more as they hit kill 11.
Yeah, this is a huge game for them. This is really pushing them up and propelling them into that upper echelon of the lobby. And I don't think it's done yet. I think, well, I mean, depends on where the circle goes, right? But they still have an opportunity to make something happen here as we move on through with this game. The circle pops, goes their way. So, yeah, No Names. This is, if there's any opportunity to convert big now, because the rest of this lobby is not easy to contend with.
Also, I mean, goes to show the importance of them being able to fully finish fights every single time they present themselves. Had one player been allowed to prone next to them, had they not been able to force people off every single time, they couldn't have played with the same control they do now. But because they have been able to do so, dealing with BBL, dealing with multiple teams earlier than that too, they can now, as you see here, kind of look in each their direction and just try and apply pressure to other teams and effectively take more and more control of the whole circle.
Yeah, look at that. Still got more angles on players here. This is really impressive by them for this game. As you say, they've finished fights quickly. They've finished fights efficiently for this game so far, which has really helped a lot. But now Misa is the Bloodhound himself, sniffing the ground, trying to sniff him out. Where is he? Who knows? It's just over the way.
Well, we'll see if he's going to be ready for it or not. Looking for the snake. Doesn't find him fast enough. Maybe the snibbles is what got the better of him. I'm not sure.
No.
Smoke wall in the end will be downed, but not before he's a...
Any extra point that you can get as a solo there. Not too bad at all. So can't begrudge him for getting the insta knock into the flush really fast. So very, very nicely done. The Wu now, they've been biding their time on this east side, and eventually this fight was brewing. How is it going to actually unfold there, though? Arctic's already down. That's a great opportunity for them to push on up against all of this aggressively. Oh my god, drops.
Need more crates. And, well, ask and you shall receive, I suppose. And as you were saying, Wu, 4 alive still. Decent position for them. Kind of tangled in between the remaining 2 Exalt players here, though. With the nade coming over, that might be the info they needed. Issue is, EP already down. Piano Roan hasn't gone for the heal just yet. With one more nade in the hands of Fate, he might just fall here too.
The Wu, look.
He hit Nixie with it.
Yeah, he did. And now Faye as well as Fayeurist here. I don't know. I sort of favor them given this situation. I mean, the Wu, they don't... Oh, he's hit him with the molly as well there briefly. So he's taking even more damage. Fate's going to peek on over. So he's on the right-hand side. Quizzy tries to move back. Gets hit by the nade. Blue zone nade is down as well here. Fayeurist can't actually move through that. It's almost zone denial for the moment, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get some shots through all of this. And now, that's... The Wu has been absolutely bamboozled.
From 4 up, looking to be in a position from where they can clear out the snakes. Things were looking all right. He's stepping on every single mine in the minefield, and now getting eliminated probably a second or 2 from now. Fortunately for them, they will get top 4 before that happens. So 4th place for them, a few kills in the book, but not the finish they would have hoped for, having had just a second ago 4 alive in a good high ground position.
Oh, what a disaster. And now, yeah, here comes the cleanup crew as Howl is on the hunt. The pack of wolves themselves looking to make sure that, well, I mean, of course, now with Exalt done, Exhalation's going to be potentially next on the chopping block, but they do have quite the wide berth about them. I think, though, that this probably doesn't favor Exhalation, considering that there is still no names lurking on this side here. So, yeah, this is a smart move. Get back with the rest of your team, try and take one fight at a time, but no names is going to be licking their lips if any knocks go their way here.
Nade followed by a FAMAS. Not a whole lot you can do against that. As Howl denies the entry, looking for a back-to-back win here. We'll see if they can claim it. As the Boom now sat down below, has a hell of a task on hand. The issue is the FAMAS peaks again and comes out victorious once more.
Yes, it does. Howl absolutely murks Exhalation, and now we're seeing the move being made from No Names. They are slowly moving across this. They've got themselves what seems like the entire armory of a nation. this is, if they have it available to them, they could put the boot in here against Howl, but Howl, I would say, maybe skill diff. Let's see, because obviously they have won PEC in the past as of late, and they've got a few on the board here with 9 so far.
Spotted in the open. Ruin got greedy. That's going to be him down. Should be flushed as well in just a second, unless if No Name will fully commit to try and find all of them. Nah, he's going to go down.
Mate.
That is one eliminated then. I mean, and all bad. That's Howl still have yet to get inside the circle. The way that No Name is approaching this is incredibly smart. Incredibly smart. Incredibly.
What is skill difference to Diff X, man? He just absolutely popped Ruin. And now, Lazar and Schofield here, laying down the smoke walls themselves. Schofield's off angle could be pivotal. They know exactly where Lazar is. They're just going to be blasting and spraying through that. But actually, No Names is already holding the angle where Schofield's trying to make the move on. So they've committed 2 to that side, or 2 kind of sets of eyes to that side at least, to make sure that Schofield can't get that wrap. Very important.
He knows on the rock, though he does. Prones down. Both of them just exactly able to stay alive. Loose on nade up forward. It does take a little while before it starts expanding where the nade, well, pops on impact. Because it was cooked perfectly. So Shro finds one more, and just like that now, Lhasa 1v3. Howl denied Savim the repeat win in the previous one, and this time around, No Name are going to deny Howl that same pleasure. 15 kills for No Name in their first win here in the PGS 2 qualifiers.
And what a way to play it out. All game long, they were taking fight after fight. They were having teams rock up on them time and time and time. And then no contenders to the No Names throne were able to be victorious at all. They were efficient. They were clean about the fights. And then they pushed over this field at the perfect time to make sure that the team that was prevailing on the east was not able to get a decent kind of fixture on them, a position to be able to keep them on the move.
It's one of those interesting spots where, as you can see it right here, perfectly set up. As long as that compound, that smoke wall hat is in play, No Name can't do anything from that position. All they can do is sit behind the cars, hold off teams that come that direction, but outside of that, not a whole lot to do. But as soon as that compound is out of the circle, they can flex out, they can start taking control. So very early understanding of the map and where they needed to play it from and kind of what they had to work with for No Name led them to that win, which is something we have yet to really see in Taego matches.
Well, a great game here for Taego, guys. Welcome back to the PGS 2 desk for the EMEA Qualifiers. What a great cask, and what a great game of Taego. What do you want, colors?
It's time to Taego, Martin, all right? Shush you.
It was extremely close, and I could hear the skeptical calling from Toby when it's like, "Oh, don't get too close. We don't want a similar circus yesterday. Don't go." Toby, you were like trying to anti-jinx it or something going on here?
I mean, it worked. We didn't go into Godok, so I don't mind it at all. Yeah, and we got to see a dip that I don't think... I don't want to say anyone, but most people had thought when just looking at the map that would be a viable spot to get a 15-kill win from. But hey, No Name made good use of it.
I think so too. I think we're going to see a lot of players and general, pro players watching out there and like, oh, that works. Yeah, I'm going to work that next time it goes up there. But in general, No Name here, 15 kills in an end, Calaris. Really great game for them. They're able to take insane amount of control, and they won so many fights. Staying alive for that long, and also with that many players, 3 all the way through, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, and I think actually there's a lot of fields on Taego that kind of work like this, right?
Sure.
There's really not that many high hills overlooking the indentation that a lot of these fields create. So you can actually get away with not really that much cover, just car cover here, car cover there, in a lot of these fields. And actually it works really, really well. So I've got to give props to how No Name's played this out, because I think it's probably one of my favorite matches actually through the last couple of days, the way they played it out. It was cool.
For sure, it was a great game for them. Howl also stepping up here. Toby being able to get 9 kills and some placement points coming their way. They're looking extremely strong already here.
Yeah, glad to see them finally get things going. We were kind of waiting for it through upper bracket. So whether it be the reduction maybe and big names to go up against, or them just finally feeling it, I'm not sure. But sure is great to see them get things going. A win followed by a second place, huge performance. Now we're just going to see them continue. That's right.
Yeah, and in general here, this area, James, I gotta say, I'm really enjoying Taego, how it plays out. Of course, there's a lot of new terrain, but the way you have these dips, you have a lot of trees, you have a lot of like rocks in general. There's so much cover. Plus, when we get to these fields here, the rice fields and stuff, there's just in general so much cover to work with, and the players are adapting to it quite well, quite fast.
Yeah, it feels like there's not a huge amount of terrain to, in inverted commas, exploit, right? Like if a circle kind of goes down, and say you're on a Miramar and suddenly you're on a really high ground position, you've got a massive opportunity to be able to shoot down everybody. Sorry that we're not talking about this. I just kind of want to get this point over and done with. Like,
no, I mean, it's good.
But yeah, I mean, that doesn't exist, right? So it's a kind of a more even playing field for a lot of teams on a lot of these circles. I mean, the urban endings are a little, but it's fantastic so far.
All right, overall leaderboard here with the match 3 now done here. 39 points for Howl here, Toby, and 36 for Saving. It's a big cutoff down to Wu. They obviously got a little bit of going here for them in this one, 5 kills and some points. But there's 15 points from 5th to 4th right now.
Yeah, it's I won't say it's getting out of hand, because we're still very early on. Still 9 more games left to play, of course.
Not acceptable.
But teams have to watch out a little bit, because we do have, I mean, especially with how we've seen it in PC Spring, once they get going, they are practically unstoppable. And there are other teams in the mix here who can do that same thing too. We just have yet to see it. So I guess in some ways, the more 1 or 2 teams kind of take off, the lower the 8th place cutoff will be. So maybe not the worst kind of scenario, but still, when Howl gets warm, they are terrifying.
And a 15 kill win here is going to get you literally a third of the points that you need to get into the top 8 colors. So it's going to be fantastic for obviously No Name to start off like this. This momentum they are able to build. If they're able to keep the steam up just a little bit, they should be able to cruise through just off that.
Yeah, the point distribution's looking very upper bracket, man, with that divide between 4th and 5th onwards. It is so close for all of these teams. Again, just kind of a fourth of the game's done here, quarter of the game's done, so lots of opportunities to go for, but really enjoying what we've seen so far here from the teams that have been able to definitely not on this map exploit the terrain, but kind of the way in which people have been playing the dips and how smart they've been playing the dips.
Yeah, and after this talk, we're going to be going over to 3 Miramars. Expectations from these teams, what you've seen so far, now that we're going to be moving over to Miramar?
Well, definitely terrain that can be exploited. I'm hoping that we're going to see, kind of want to say, similar Miramars to what we had yesterday. I really liked the variety in the matches we had then. I'm glad that we have gone away from the whole, let's just put every Miramar game up towards Junkyard. So really just anywhere but there, because I've grown kind of tired of it.
Yeah, and as you said here, talking about a little bit of exploitation, I'm hoping to see a mass of emergency pickups to go on the top of the rocks and just completely go full platoon on them here, Colors.
Yeah, I mean, if there is any way to gain favor on Miramar, it's that, especially if you've got the adequate loot in order to be able to use that to your full advantage. If you've got yourself some long-range gear and you're able to fight it out with all of those people that you can see, the ants running down on the low ground, more power to them.
And Exalt only still on 9 points here, Toby. That is less, not enough, but it's also less than we're expecting from them.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can always say, oh, it's only 3 games, oh, it's only 4 games, oh, it's only 5 games, but at some point we're going to be halfway through. At some point we're going to be halfway through the bracket, and we're going to like, well, I mean, they never actually turned things around, and I have still yet to see that turnaround. I wish that their PEC Spring Finals performance isn't a fluke, but even so, when we saw them there, we were all saying, okay, they can finish in the top of PEC, but what the hell are they going to do on a global stage? Maybe it was just a one-time performance for them, because they surprised all of us by doing it. Maybe it's that we expected them not to, the fact that they can't repeat it.
They did it again in rotation, and they're on 1,000 points in PGC, so I want to see that consistency. I want to, like, if you're doing this in the lower bracket and you're at 9 points so far, I know it's only 3 games, but again, you have to bring this consistency if you want to be a team that's going to, for example, PGS Colors.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there are stumbling blocks like this, then you do start questioning how well they're going to be able to perform internationally when, you know, you're not getting to some of these later stages in games. That means you're not getting as much excellent practice against the teams that are able to get further into these circles. And on the international stage, the teams are ravenous. They won't let you make these kinds of mistakes, especially early in the game. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and PBL able to get 4 kills in this one here, Toby. Now starting a little bit. That's the kind of consistent games we want to see from their bad games. But we also want to see that kind of games we saw from them yesterday. The double-digit wins kind of esque games.
Yeah, we don't want to see, I mean, regardless of whether it's BBL or anyone else, have to kind of concede and just full YOLO it into a dip. Maybe they didn't think that no names were going to be there or going to be able to take him out in the fashion that they did. But yeah, I want to see BBL play with more control. We kind of said it coming into it. The more passive or patient play style, or cautious play style, we don't want to see that turn into a YOLO send. We want to see it kind of under control all the way through.
Right, exactly. And Wu and Monarch, of course, here still in the top 5. They're both on 16 points. Calaris looking good for them. The start that we're kind of expecting for them to have their, you know, median amount of points for each game, and then they're going to have a pop-off game, and they're going to stay in the top 8 probably.
I feel like I've got more potential for Monarch at the moment. I'm hoping that they're able to do a little bit more. The Wu
You're bullish on Monarch?
Yeah, let's go with that. Because the Wu right now, I don't know if it's going as well as they'd hoped. So let's see.
All right, guys, this is match number 4. The first one is going to be the Miramar game here for the 4th game of PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Guys, have fun with the plains of Miramar.
Thank you. That's right, Miramar, to get it going. As you say, we've got 3 of them. It is game number 4 of the day. And all these teams jostling for position. Jostling, Toby.
Did something happen to you during this break?
Yeah, I'm like, you know when you like, there's a DJ controlling me. You know, I'm going.
That's what it is. You're one of those late night radio shows that just have effects on every single thing that they say. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. More of that, James. We need more of that.
Thanks.
While that's going on, though, I will say that once again. I mean, a pretty standard plane path followed by pretty standard loot spread. But GDE and Yepa, if you don't claim vehicles in this area of the map, you can very easily find yourself running for quite a while. Good thing is they don't have to run so far, but even then, I don't think you want to have Yepa right next to you if you're GD and vice versa.
And the Winnie.
Oh, hit.
Oh!
And he's behind the rock or behind the...
He's
Where's
behind
the
hill.
X-ray?
Yeah,
Oh, he's behind the rock.
Oh, no, he's behind the rock.
He is behind the rock. Lurks. Where's the pickup? Where are your friends? They're parachuting the opposite direction.
I wanted to really do
you.
my favorite Rich impersonation. Then I'd be like,
it.
"Come on, hit it, come on!" You know, normal Rich
You had
things.
the perfect Palpatine opportunity here. Do it.
I mean, I guess so. But Rich wouldn't have said that. It'd have been like, "Come on, hit it! I love a Winnie me. I love it." Oh, you know, the usual Rich things. Shut up, Avenger. You guys can't hear him. But
I kind of hope that they could.
yeah, that'd be good.
I feel like at some point Martin has to get punished for talking to us while we were casting when the viewers can't hear him. If only you knew all the crazy things he says during every single game that you guys don't get the joy of hearing. He's just like that.
I'm just going to talk over him whilst he's hosting, I guess, you know? He's like, wait a minute, that's my role. Shut up, idiot. And
Okay. We're going next level on this one. Here I am, the pacifist, just enjoying a good time of PUBG, and you guys go to war with each other. Okay, fair enough.
yeah, of course, that's what we do, you know? Good times. The bants have been fast flowing when it comes to the years of working with Martin from the PEL
We have worked
days.
together for a long time.
Yeah, we have too long, in fact.
And you say PEL days, it goes like a year and a half further than that back.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to Oakland, right? Like literally the first
not for
big
me,
tournament.
but for you.
Yeah, when back when Martin was off camera, it was first time I'd ever met him, and a fountain of PUBG knowledge, and you couldn't shut him up like you can't now. But then he got on desk, and I'd be like, "So Martin, what did you think about the rotation there? It was really good, right?" And you'd expect a really long answer, and you just got, "Yeah, it was good."
It's good.
Like, wait a minute, off camera, you were talking about it for half an hour. But
and now,
times have changed.
So look what you've done. Now he talks for half an hour and we can't stop him, James. It's all your
great.
fault.
I've made him this way. No, not me. I can't take the credit. He's done all right for himself.
Yes.
Stop talking about Martin. Ugh.
Why do we give him screen time when he's not even here?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Let's talk about the game, shall we?
Yeah.
Good idea. Circle, down towards the southeast. I feel like I just said I don't want to see junkyard circles all the time. This one we have also grown to see quite a bit, but I guess that just to some extent goes into the medium repetitiveness that we get on Miramar every now and again. Is that southeast side? I've explained it before, but I'll gladly do it again as no names. Try and hit solo, the team that just has to get shot at sub 5 minutes into every single game they play, apparently. But this map, by the way, bring up the map stream if you don't already have it. Do exclamation mark map in the chat. It is a very, very good additional info to have, because it's not always that just because we're looking at the car driving, that is the most important thing going on. There's a ton of things going on at every kind of moment of PUBG, and right now the map is where you want to look, because Los Leones takes up quite a bit of space. There's plenty of water in play too, and then you have like that kind of banana shape of south of Los Leones leading all the way up to Impala, where we're gonna see, I would imagine, by the end of this circle closing in, 13 to 14 teams kind of cram themselves in, because they don't know but expect the game to end down there. So I think, honestly, in terms of condensity of teams, this area of the map in phase 1 is probably the area of across all 3 maps we see teams the closest together at all.
No, you're right. I mean, a lot of teams are going to be rocking up here. I'm going to Google if condensity is actually a word.
Ah, fuck, frick. I knew that it was like, you know what, I took a shot, and I know not only are you going to hear it, but you're going to doubt it, and also you're going to call me out on it. It's always the same thing.
No, you're right, it's a word.
GD. Well, wait, this isn't solo dying, it's yellow this time around. I've just grown accustomed to seeing solo get shot out of vehicles, but not the time this case. But feeling the hurt of rotating through the southern side of Los Leones, and well, good on you, GD, for sticking around.
I mean, that is quite the bold rotation to rotate past these vehicles and buildings and assume that nobody's going to be here, especially when Los Leones is a usual drop spot for teams. So I think you could have made this go wide, and you shouldn't be taking shortcuts in these scenarios. But I mean, it's by the by. Sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't. This is one of those times you don't. I mean, even Prime was overlooking this for a little bit as well, so...
I'll go as far as to say I don't mind the rotation pathing, but if you want to take it through that path, do it a minute and a half or 2 later. Because you're still catching some teams mid-loot phase, which is why they're still bunched up. Because right now, had they not come through this way, you'd probably have seen 2 of GD up on the hill, 1 in the buildings, and 1 scouting somewhere else. And then maybe if there's only 1 or 2 guys shooting at you, you have a chance. But right now, still grouping up, still looting. It's just too early to kind of plummet through cities like that.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, if this had been 6 minutes... and the circle had been on another location and you were rotating past, maybe people would have left. But considering Los Leones is pretty smack dab in the middle of this circle to a degree, then, people will still be lurking, so not good. But Primal is going to be moving over towards the east side here. As you say, everybody's going to try and take up residence in these areas, where now we already see at least 10 of the teams kind of perching up on. And they'll just be waiting, biding their time, because when the circle's narrowed down to here, you want to be here before having to rotate to here.
Condensity. The state of being condensed.
Yeah, I actually... Yeah, there you go.
Teaching English James 1 game at a time. Damn,
I was going to go condensing or density, but I didn't actually know that you could combine the words.
Did I just say teaching English James?
You know...
My brain is starting to malfunction. Let's focus on the game. The more we segue out of it, the more brain cells I lose, apparently.
Well, with me, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a given, but let's not make it any worse than it has to be.
All right, let's take a look at Monarch and see where they're off to, because they are coming in late. And to be fair, I mean, in these circles, we have seen teams come in late and actually still make a decent meal of it. There are still some locations where they could go to, but there are quite a few splits which are controlling a lot of these priority positions. So you're gonna have to, nudge someone nicely out of the way.
Yeah. And to I guess show you the result of the hypothesis of what I set up earlier, I again direct your attention to the map. Because look at it and look at how much technical playable space there is towards the west, up towards Los Leones and all that. But the condensity of the center of this circle. Nice. We talked about it on Erangel earlier, where you had Pachinki in the middle. There was only 2 or 3 teams really within like the center square mile or kilometer of the circle. Now you have half the server like inside the at least with a kilometer buffer to the edge. Everyone is trying to claim center because they know that right now they have the gold mine. They have a position that if the game goes to them, you're pretty much given a top 3 placement. That being, of course, if the games continue to go to where they're set. So no one is going to be willing to give up those spots until they're going to be absolutely forced to, which then means that by the time we see that weird hardship, which we kind of get every game at one point or another, it's just going to wreak havoc on so many teams.
Yeah, definitely. That's why, we've always mused about the idea of removing some of this land ratio stuff, and because it would make Miramar especially a lot less predictable in how these things go. But, if people have seen a heat map of how that hard terrain really works, they know exactly what we're talking about. And let's see where we're going, because usually it's where everybody is. That's actually kind of a 50-50, to be honest.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah,
and now
definitely.
Solo is getting shot out of vehicles.
So you were 5 minutes.
I was
late.
gonna say it's just a bit too early. I looked into the orb of future predictions, and I called it a bit too early. Sorry for the spoilers, I suppose.
Well, now teams are going to be making interesting decisions because, as you say, this circle is interesting. You've got the unplayable, technically, in the middle.
In the middle, yeah.
Yeah, and there is a world where Los Leones becomes an extreme focal point here.
Mm-hmm.
Even though oftentimes we do still see it go east. But we'll see how it plays out.
The thing is, even if it does go east, which, I mean, you, me, most of the veteran viewers, and the players as well, kind of expect it to as we play the odds on this one. It does mean that we're just going from where the players were effectively playing, if we talk like landmass, phase 2 PUBG before in phase 1. Now they're going to be playing phase 3, phase 4 PUBG in phase 2 because no one's going to go Los Leones outside of the teams that are already there. No one's going to shy far southwest of that either. So you're going to try to see all these teams try and cram their way in east of those Los Leones mountains because, again, as you just alluded to, we're expecting the game to go out towards the east again because of the unplayable terrain east of Los Leones, which just makes this ending as much as I feel like we've seen it time and time again, it just makes it very unique compared to a lot of the other areas on really all maps, because players can, for the most part, predict quite a few circles ahead.
Shots as Monarch is making a big wide rotate here and don't really take too much damage. Rex trying to find where they are. And Vasco actually stopped and returned fire here for the moment. Namorado of all cars doesn't want to get a tire popped out on that whilst he's traversing the area. But BBL, meanwhile, coming up against Aces, pushes them away from this and is going to be making the move themselves. Now, one thing I do briefly want to mention before I hand it over to you, Toby, is that I like that Sarvum's playing the odds. I like that they're up on that, in inverted commas, unplayable. And they do strike me as a team that is willing to just kind of shoot at everything and be damned to the circles. But even then, maybe, try and transition if we need it. But at least we can shoot at everything for now.
I mean, to put it into comparison, they're effectively playing on the river. They're taking Cube and Erangel on a river circle, right? They want to have the chance, like they kind of have a foot on both riverbanks right now with the mountain being right down the middle. So I agree with you. It's a smart little tunnel they've set up and the easy kind of transition on both sides. The thing is, by doing so, they also have to make sure that they maintain control on both sides. Because if they get stuck on the wrong, then they're in as much trouble as everyone else.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's why you're 2-2 and then a fallback straight away after you get knocked if you get peeked on. It's very important. So you got the buddy system on demand for them.
Just shift northwest. Come on, do it.
I'd be okay with it. I'm all for these urban endings.
It would be fun. Think about this. We have 8 players in Los Leones right now. And we still got 59 alive. This would be brutal and hilarious. Oh, in the valley down south, like in the cave. That's also something we don't see too often.
Well, the cave makes it very weird. Dead center again.
I feel southeast. Just instant looking at the map, southeast is where we're going. But if even just a corner of unplayables are in, that could just go full Joker on us. We'll have to wait and see. Priel, tech midair. That is an instant death. You don't get to bleed out. You don't get to fall down and crack your ankles. Nope. Taking out midair equals instant death.
Crack your ankles. That's the thing you're most concerned about in that one.
James, why do you have to go after me every time I say something? so rude today.
Because it's my most fun, enjoyable. And
You called yourself not the Dracula. Here you are sucking out the joy out.
Yeah, well, I do what I can. We've got Howl here on the move as well. They are basically kind of trying to pitch up to where we're expecting it to potentially go as well here. So not too bad to start things off, unless they're going to continue going on, but I don't think so. I think you just chill here, wait for that potential shift down the line. One or two of their cars are looking a little worse for wear, but they're all here, good to go. No kills on the board just yet.
They find themselves right now in a very no-name of Taego-esque position, where as long as they can maintain control and kind of quickly judge what are their weak spots, Howl could get a 10-15 kill win from this spot.
Yep.
Of course, taking for granted that the circles keep going in that direction. But if you lose control just for a moment, if a player gets too close, that is you losing, most likely dying out prior to top 8 and getting nothing to show for, because everyone will have easy pickings on you. You need to maintain full control of those sort of positions.
Yeah, it's not the most nade bait trench, but it is still kind of nade bait if someone gets close. We got to be careful about all of that. As Team Aces, likewise, they got to be careful. Really not a huge amount of points on the board. In fact, just one. They were looking better in the qualifiers than this, though. So I'm expecting a little bit of a bump up from them eventually here. But now they're sharing this location alongside Afterall, who is doing significantly better. And then again, eventually, if we do have that southeast shift that we may be expecting, then eventually they're going to have to transition across from one another, and that could mean bloodshed.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for sure. We'll know that in just about 30 seconds' time. That's Kasu. Thrown down on the southern side here. He has clearly heard the footsteps of Fate. And well, now, Fate is a solo player from Exalt. He has to kind of overlook protectors up the hillside, but with the angle that Kasu is prone at, they cannot see him. So, Fate, watch out. There are snakes in the grass.
Safo was looking for a little bit of an off angle there to see what was going on for Afterall. Maybe just getting some scouting or intel. And there we go.
Well,
Miramar.
Yeah. To be expected that it swings down that direction. I just like the fact that our, what do you call it? Instant reaction
Spidey sense.
assumptions. Are for the most part correct. It means that it ain't the first time we're doing this.
Wow, great, yeah.
Our intuitions. There you go.
We've already watched thousands of PUBG Esports games.
Just in case a new viewer came in and thought, who the hell are these guys? We've just proven that we know something. I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
Great, good. Let's pass. You know that meme of Obama giving a medal to Obama? Yeah, good job.
We gotta do it, but subtly, so people don't notice. Yeah. That's how it's done perfectly.
Heavy subtle.
Exalt in the meantime, well, we talked about them in the break coming into this match. We want to see them step up. We want to see them get things going. And right now, this ain't it. Fatefuls are trying to back up Ferris, who's already down to low HP. And as soon as he peeks over, Wu from behind takes him out. And that is, again, where you play a dip. But in order to play it, you have to know its weak spots. Ferris peeks over towards the southern side, but isn't aware of a full team of Wu shooting him in the back.
Scary here for Exalt as Monarch even, I should say. They do still have a few nades available to them. They could get the full cleanup on here very quickly. And Ferris down again. This is a bit of a nightmare scenario for them. It's Ferris' nade that he was cooking. How unfortunate.
Indeed. We'll see now. If Monarch, I think their best play with, especially, with Scav on the other side. Their smarter play here is to just back off and let Exalt kind of make the mistakes and wait this one out. BBL in the meantime will get eliminated. So down in 12 points to show for 3 games in, make that 4 games in now for them. Not the start to the losers bracket they were hoping.
No, definitely not. And here comes the fight that we were anticipating throughout the circle shifts. Aces moving as a squadron on this left-hand side here, but Afterall has moved quite far ahead of them here to try and let them greet this. They're in a car, though, so driving away here for the moment is Aenan. And I don't actually know if this fight is going to go down. Maybe a few pot shots here and there, but they're bailing hard, whilst Exhalation is actually looking against the Bin Lagan's gone down. Likewise, Lazarus found no names. And no names here. Oh, no.
Revenge is in the hands of Howl as they try to take out No Name. And right now, they're doing a pretty good job at it. Just Sloy left alive. That flash should keep him blind at least for a little while. Let's see if we can get anything here as the smoke still grants some cover. Lhasa has to be careful. Comes up close. Will he get flushed on this one? Nate still not done enough damage to find him. Will get the kill before the flush comes through, but they have to reset fast because with the amount of commotion they just stirred and them now being sent a circle, they have to be ready for more teams to come their way.
Yeah, I think they're going to be all right here. We do have a few shots coming in from the Woo across this, though, so but I think they should be able to get up Laza. And then, as you say, maybe a crunch down eventually. But with the nature of the circle, with the fact that there are now so many teams slowly moving in, it's going to become very edge-heavy. And there's not much room to work with in the middle, other than what Howl already preempted early on in this game due to circle tendency. So it's a great move from them. It's a veteran move for them up at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. And all they have to do is bide their time whilst the rest of the teams eventually eliminate each other.
Well, the edges were burning before, but now they're literal hell as the circle has shifted center once more. These teams need to get these fights over and done with as they have to make a move in just 7 seconds time. But with everyone being able to really third-party everyone here, it's kind of just a circle of snakes that keep fighting one another.
Definitely so. Nice spraying coming in from Neform as... Let's see how much he can get more. He's going to actually go down at the blue here. He's trying to heal up, I think, but it's not going to be enough at all. The blue actually does take him. After all, likewise, delayed enough for them to actually fall to this as well. There was Primal having a little bit of a look over that way as well. And Hibako, I don't think he's going to be destined for this world much longer here.
And no. The answer was no. He wasn't. Wasn't destined at all. And the same thing could potentially be said for Savim, depending on when and how they're planning on getting down this hillside. For right now, the compound is all good fun, but once they have to leave, if the teams down below have kind of gotten into good positions, it's going to be practically impossible for them to go anywhere. We'll see now, though. Solo, well, they lost too early. Let's see if they can stay put with the remaining two that they have. Sancho, Bombil, it's been a slow day, and then some for the solo team. But now, the next fight is on to GDE.
Slow day at the office, and I don't think it's getting much quicker, mate. It's looking a bit rough for them here so far. Wasn't looking too shiny in the upper bracket, and now... Yeah, GDE is looking for blood here. They're trying to take some of these off angles, coming down some cliff faces that they maybe weren't expecting. I guess Sancho is going to be the kind of joker card here, staying up on the high ground a little bit if he actually does have an angle on them if they were to come around this side. But even he has been forced off now by the blue. GDE playing this slow, coming from an angle that I don't think they were expecting initially, but now they are.
I do like the approach from GDE, not doing this one-person pass, not doing the one-person peek, and as I say,
oh my
god, why? I'm trying to hype you up for this one, GD. You were so smart on your approach of backing off each other, kind of looking over each other's shoulders, but then, as soon as someone's about to peek, two players turn their back and look the other way.
Well,
that was the worst timed, well-timed push I've ever seen.
Well, look at it on the opposite side. It was a slow day at the office for Solo, but business is about to pick up, baby. That was... them getting some nice damage here against GDE. And, well, now it might be hard to get out of here. But you know what? Let's not doubt them, all right?
No, I just got 3. Which is the 2 of them. And I did sing their praises coming in to even upper bracket, saying that maybe they weren't a top 8 contender, but they would put up a good show. Hasn't been the case so far, but maybe the triple kill on GDE is what's going to turn that around. As Wu is seemingly not too concerned with them right now. A couple of smokes deployed to deny the vision, as they have other things on their mind. They want to get towards the circle, which, to be fair, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I need a good Wu game here. Coming in from the west is difficult, though, because teams on the south with smoke wall, as well as, well, mostly smoke wall, actually, would have an angle on them as they cross that road. So, but they can bide their time and wait for smoke wall to have to come and fight Exalt, etc. They're also just shooting on Exhalation. Maybe driving on down here to try and get together with the rest of his team, rendezvous there, and think up a game plan. They're very tightly packed, though.
Yeah, I think they're hoping for Smokewall to make the first play, and then they can backfill and fight on there, because as you can see here, Nix is inside the circle, but not in the best spot, because as long as Smokewall and Exalt can just sit and look northwest, that position is gonna be, completely destroyed in seconds. But a little look the other way could help them out, and that might just have been what starts it here. It's a little help from Monarch over the top. That's the first one falls into that small duct.
Yeah, the Finnish Phenoms in Monarch are looking to try and dislodge Exalt completely. That's a great nade. Will they have any more to follow up? Scav has another. He's just thrown this angle. Will it hit against the car? Yes, it does. Another little bit of damage done here. Now his attention turns towards Smokewall, who are trying to make the transition across from all of this. One of them goes down to Misa. The Bloodhound is able to pick up with that SLR. And Smokes are going to go down for Smokewall, living up to their name and trying to drive through.
Molly's deployed on the southern side as well. It's going to be Misa finding the double as he gets kill number 5. Monarch to climb up the leaderboards rapidly. They continue to rack up points here. Woo, in the meantime, getting kind of what they were hoping for. They got into a decent position. They lasted the fight on the southern side and now getting points because of it. But, as I say, that Keanu does fall.
Definitely so, and woo, that's a lot of explosions. All right, now the dynamic changes for Howl somewhat here as time goes on, because with the teams, yes, eventually eliminating each other on the edges, eventually, teams like Monarch, teams like Exhalation, teams like Zarvim, who are kind of already in the fight, are going to be able to survive on their sides, and then the crunch down potentially begins against Howl. So they've got to shore up their defenses, make sure that they deal with Zarvim first, and from there, take a look at everyone else.
Scaff just one-tapping Quizzy there. Of course, when you don't have a helmet and you're on a full HP, it ain't the most difficult things to do, but Scaff made it look easy. Regardless, we'll see now. This circle not really favoring anyone but Zarvim and Howl. Monarch needs to decide whether they're going to swing east or west, and I feel like with the damage they've already done to Wu, west would be the way, but with Exhalation having that angle up above, and Solo for that matter too, it's going to be a very dangerous wraparound. And they are actually in on the shack, too. I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. This is looking rough for Solo, though, in the distance. Bombilovo, I don't think he can get much more done. It's going to be slow here for him, as the blue is going to be pushing in just 20 seconds. Unfortunately, he's already lost Sancho. I will commend them, though. They did survive a lot longer than I expected them to up towards the north, and it's a few more points on the board for them. They need more, though, than that, to be honest. Schofield, see you next. And again, Zarvim is absolutely the target Howl has to be prioritizing right now.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine. But then again, if you're Howl, you can't really, shouldn't really leave your position. Just again, as long as the edges are burning, as long as fights are going on, just outlast, outlive, and then take the fight to the final team alive. Keanu able to get the first one as Vasco gets spotted. Nice peek around the corner there. Again, Wu needed things going their way. Finally now, top 6 placement. They got a 4th in the previous one, but this time around they have 8 kills to boot.
Slow down. Trascu looking for information by the looks of things here. Just trying to slowly crawl away, or towards them even, I should say, and peek over. Sees how many are available for Wu. Ibi will finish him off. And Bombilovo, unfortunately for him, down to the blue, to be expected. Not many moves he could make again with all of these players looking above. No, it's a disaster for the Wu, though. Oh, no. This... I don't even know what to say. This is just an absolute disaster.
At the worst possible time, too. They had the chance to wrap around. They had the knock needed in order to try and make a kind of a daring escape. But now, just not the case at all. With the amount of damage done, look at the way that Howl are now wrapping around. They know that because so much damage has been done to the southern side, they can make the flank up north. Because Zarvim has been wounded, because Wu has been practically dealt with, they can now take the attention to Exhalation.
Definitely. Hover down. Baron Peak moving on the far right-hand side here as a nade goes his way. But Howl is taking battles on all fronts, knocking Misa as well. This is really making an enemy of the Baron Peak, actually hitting Hello My Bad. This is really terrible here for Exhalation, as Daboom has got a lot of work to do. Baron Peak doing what he does best, mate. It's Baron Peak, for damn sake.
We're just waiting for it to happen.
Yes.
But yes, it ain't wrong. He's a solo player living for right now primarily placement points, but the fact that he can apply the amount of pressure that he just did, because I don't think Hello My Bad gets back on his feet in this game. Unless if Exhalation pulls off some sort of majestic Saving Private Hello My Bad. And Wu, well, they finished 4th in the previous one, 5th this time around. Would have hoped for more, but a little vehicle mishap and a few extra mistakes resulted in their downfall. This is terrible for everyone. Look at the teams that are alive. 4 out of 5 in top 5. They're only going to separate themselves even further by the amount of points they're racking up here. And Scav continuing 13 kills here for Monarch.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for them. They're joining that top pack aggressively here at the moment. Exhalation also under threat here from Monarch, a team that we were expecting to maybe have a pretty decent showing here in the lower bracket. And give them the opportunity. They are going to do so. This is quite the bold move, though, that they're making here, realizing that the circle was pushing them. So maybe this is the nail in the coffin for them, as now they've made enemies of everyone. Daboom is actually doing huge damage here to Howl. This could be absolutely pivotal. I thought Howl were going to be able to have this game in the back, considering the previous rotations for this circle, but it's all going awry.
Yep, overstepping just a bit, and just like that, Exhalation up against solos galore. They got Hello My Parents' feet. And now, able to wrap on down and rack even more up than they already had. 13 kills for Monarch just before, 9 for Wu, and now 12 for Exhalation, and they ain't done yet. But once again, I mean, credit to Savim for finding late game presence, and just like that, Baron Peak, the second time around, finds Hello My Bad.
It's in his name! It's in his... He's been flashed, though. He's not blind just yet, though. And realizing that they're on way, sees where Daboom actually threw that from. He's going to go for... That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It went a little bit too far.
I don't think Hopper has any meds. I don't think Hopper has meds.
Yeah?
He has not healed for a long while now. It's maybe just boosters, and Daboom has a shotgun.
Wait, what? No! He's going to... No!
Oh, the timing.
He's got a molly. Underhand. Onto that. He's got to be so... Oh! Not Baron Peak enough. Exhalation is able to take it. What a victory for them against adversity, against Howl's position and rotation, and Baron Peak being a little cheeky guy here. It will be Exhalation getting win number 4.
Huge game for Exhalation, but huge for Savim too. Baron Peak being a solo player with, I believe, 7 teams alive, 6 or 7 teams alive when he lost his teammates, and be able to not only stay alive, but apply pressure, force Exhalation to deal with the other side before they look towards him, because twice did he take down players from their team. And then Howl in the end, I mean, they felt that now was the time. They stuck in the dip for so long, but when they finally ran out, well, Exhalation was ready and waiting.
A Bobby Dazzler of a game, I must say. In terms of actually watching that fall down, like if you were watching these moments here, and yeah, by the time we get here, it was a little bit slow. We kind of predicted that all of these teams were going to try and go for these locations, but the way in which they fought against these locations, especially Howl's position, what a great game, and what a way to end it off, as we now welcome back Martin here after game number 4.
Yeah, and welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifier desk once again, guys. I am super happy to be joining you. What a fantastic match. I gotta say, I'm happy to see Wu stepping up like that. This is close to home turf terrain for them in terms of them dropping where they do, and they were able to get the frags that they did. But an unfortunate knock on Keanu then gets Quizzy knocked because he doesn't smoke where they are, opens it up for Monarch there. I feel like that could have been a way bigger game for them here, James.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, there is also the argument to be made of like, okay, how are they going to traverse from there? There is Monarch looking at them, and then Monarch tried to wrap around and tried to move from that direction, which eventually resulted in death. But yes, the fact that the names that are available on the Wu were able to survive there, and Ibi has the unfortunate run over, it could have been a little bit bigger. I think you're right.
Yeah, Exhalation and Savim obviously in a great spot here. Not so many kills in Savim, but Exhalation here, Toby, you were talking a lot about them. 13 kills and a win for them here is massive.
It's a weird position that they find themselves in, because as long as Solo is set up above, they can't really peek too hard into the ball. They can't peek too far west, but once they get them down, they start spreading out. They start taking control. Hello My Bad single-handedly peeks down towards both Howl and Savim to apply pressure. And you have Hopper doing the same thing from the other side towards both Wu and Monarch over there. So such a kind of dictation of the positions of opposing teams by the amount of pressure they were able to apply, and also part of the reason why they were able to get as many points as they did, because even though they took casualties early on in the game, they just shot at absolutely everything they could.
Yeah, and Monarch also able to get 13 kills here, James. Obviously, Scav, Misa able to pop off by both of them getting 5 each. Super impressive games for them here. Unfortunately, they lost Vasco from that push there in Wu. I felt like if there were 4 guys alive that maybe swung the other direction, they could have made more of it.
Yeah, definitely could have been a different game for them as well, as you say. I understand some of those moments as well, though. Like, you know, yes, you have Vasco knocked. You know you're never going to be able to recover him, so he looks for the info. And again, I understand the swing that they try to make. Right. And if they're good straight away on those guns to be able to take some of those fights, then maybe against Howl it could have been a bit better. But it was mostly Exhalation that was putting in a lot of work against them. So yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, a lot of work here. Howl also tried to get rid of an Exhalation here, but they didn't succeed to Toby.
And that's the issue, and that's kind of goes back to the no-name Taego match we had before, where these dips, these bolts are amazing if you can maintain control. But as soon as you allow for Exalt to set up above you, as soon as you allow for Savin to push him from the side, you're very limited in what fights you can take, because you're constantly fearing of the backstab right behind you from that other team. So over time, I mean, it was going to happen eventually, especially with where we are on the map, but over time they lost control in the end. When they did try to make that aggressive play, finally committed to it, the team that they expected to shoot them in the back did exactly that.
Yeah, the recovery and of course on Exhalation, they're super unexpected in this case, but Savim holding that compound down for a long time and being able to not get as much out of it if they're hoping to. Like, there are 4 guys alive and they didn't come out of the compound strong enough and take terrain enough early on, James, for them to stay longer alive. Of course, Baron P clutched a lot with saving a lot of the kills here. But let's take a look at the match leaderboard for this one here. Of course, 23 points going Exhalation's way, 17 for Monarch. Wu with a great one here, of course, with the 9 kills that they're able to accrue.
Yeah, 3 teams above Howl, actually, who want to get themselves 11. I say only 11 in inverted commas. I mean, the scary thing about this game is that it's a Howl that's playing the Howl way, right? They understand how the circles work better than a lot of players, it seems, and they send to locations where they think it's going to work out. And, you know, if they do that in successive games, in rapid succession, yeah, I think we're not going to see them outside the top 3 anytime soon.
Right, and we have 2 teams already here, Toby, in plus 50 points, 45 as well. And then once we go down to 7th, 8th place, it's only 17. So it's just one decent game for anyone on the right side of the leaderboard, and you can get quite easily into the top 8.
Yeah, exactly, because we have these top teams continuing to rack up points. The fact that 8th for now is 16 points, that's it's pretty wild. Imagine that coming into tomorrow with just a couple of games that if it was going to be around, what, 34 points, 32 points, that would be... that'd be pretty head-scratching. Yeah,
and still PBL Exalt 12 and 10 points here, James. That's just not enough for a team of their caliber.
No, and honestly, if they don't make top 8, it's a bit of a disaster for both of them, I would say, especially BBL, right, who do have a lot of expectations behind them. Exalt probably has the expectations of, you know, previous PEC form on them as well. I would say technically less so than BBL's expectations, because BBL is kind of a big org when it comes to the Turkish region, etc. And they are a list of players that are ultra veterans. I'm talking international LAN veterans. So yeah, these 2 teams really need to step it up.
Right. All right, guys, we're 4 games done here for today. We got 2 more to go, Toby, here. Biggest surprise so far?
I'd say, I mean, again, I said in the beginning of the show today that I wouldn't be surprised to see Savim in top 5, but it wouldn't be like a whoa if they didn't either. But I'm not gonna lie, they have impressed me with how much they've been able to make late game time and time again. I think that's definitely the biggest step up from a team I had expectations for, but didn't expect. Like, they've far superseded those expectations.
And same Chris James as you go whoa to woo.
I mean, aside from BBL and Exalt not doing well, which I actually had 2 players on from my fantasy teams, because I expected, especially BBL, to come and dunk this lobby, get a proper slam dunk. Exhalation, number 1 right now. I think that is slightly surprising to me. I think that, you know, slight roster swaps here and there have definitely benefited them. Hobbits, whatever you want to call him, is an excellent addition to this roster as a whole, leading into the second half of 2023, and they're looking good so far. So long may it continue.
All right, guys, that was it for the 4th match. We got 2 more to go. We're gonna go to a short break before we bring you the last 2 matches of Miramar, so stay tuned.
Immediately, but BBL looking to do the exact same onto smoke wall. Grenade spam coming through. Blue zones in effect. There's going to be little space to play.
So many There's some nade slapped on in. For now, really touch and weave, but for Kasu, nap, not gonna happen. Still blows that could just be all of Entropic down as Mex is the next to fall.
Counter nade has come back. Nailov playing inside the shack will survive a little longer. The Molotovs won't do the damage required, and that smoke really being the only thing that's keeping Entropic alive right now. The line of sight from the Wu, if they could see through the smokes, he would be doomed, but he's doomed anyway. The grenade will... Literally inches. It really could not have been closer for Foot Esports, missing out on a tiebreaker. So unfortunate, but you know what a great consolation prize would be if Smoke Wall, all the way down in 16th place, were to have a 3v1v1v1 and a great chance to pick up a win to round out the upper bracket.
We'll have to wait until after the game is over to be completely sure that everything is as written. But right now, this tie does happen. Gonna get shot at from above. There's no angle from where no one can see you. So very difficult to play around here. And also, as you can see, now within nade range, correct Seek finds the flush on the T-bone. One more goes down as he... anything, and especially now with the first nade coming through, they're just gonna keep spamming them, waiting for the kills to follow. One denied.
And welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here. I'm joined by Toby and Kailaris. We've played 4 games already of the lower bracket. We have 2 more today and 6 more tomorrow to find out what are going to be the top 8 teams that are joining the rest of the teams in the finals in the next week here. Kailaris, we just had the first Miramar of the day. We're going to have 2 more thoughts on this Miramar game here. It's pretty open, pretty crazy in a new area compared to what we had in over bracket, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I'm happy to see. I did think to myself, when you look at that previous game, I thought, uh-oh, this has the potential to be not that great. And then it turned out to be great. So I'm very happy with that. Very happy.
Yeah, I feel like in general, when we have these areas that are somewhat open, Toby, it comes with a rough spot. I love that southern eastern part of this map here, especially where you have a little bit more terrain to work with. But that high ground at open fields, it's really rough to get out of it, especially what we saw from Solo as well. There's really nothing you can do.
I mean, it's a perfect segue to continue to talk about Taego, right? Because as James correctly, in my opinion, stated earlier, these open fields are... Oh, am I complimenting James?
Again.
These... I feel like I had the thought just before James did, so I'm just going to compliment myself in this one. I feel like those fields are not that bad to play, the kind of the bowls that Hal found themselves in, but because the mountain up above, where Solo was at, and GD for a while too, are still in play, you can't use them for anything. That's not a factor when you're on Taego, because as we said, the topography doesn't really allow for any one team to be set up so high. So yeah, on Miramar here, it was hard for the teams down below, but once the mountain was shifted out of play, it was anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that how with, well, Exhalation and Monarch, of course, was fragging out here, guys.
Yeah. I think that the way Exhalation played it as well, obviously Howl kind of has the... I want to call it the easy mode situation.
Right.
But they kind of set themselves up for it, right? They hard sent towards that dip, and they were playing it out and probably guaranteeing themselves the top 3 just on that send alone. But Exhalation, it was anything but easy from their position where they were playing things out. Yes, they took a casualty. Yes, they have to then kind of be fierce about the fights, and even Baron Pete gave them a run for the money at the end.
I really like how Howl is able to find more open spaces now that there's much more teams playing on the edge, Toby.
Yeah, it's it's always going to be hard when the center is just an open field and you have the mountain on one side. You're pretty much forced to take X amount of fights out on the edge because no one dared to do it early. Everyone was kind of expecting the potential of it shifting into the cities. No one fought off earlier. Normally we'd have more space. This time around we didn't. Therefore, Howl could sit tight in the middle and wait for top 5.
All right, guys, this is the second to last game of the day, the penultimate day game, if you want to say like James does. And we're going to be playing on Miramar again here. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, let's do it. I was about to say it. The penultimate game. Damn it. As we have ourselves game number 5. It will be on Miramar. It will be on the desert once again, as we have these teams looking for those points. So far, so good for the big sponges at the top here, Toby, who, I mean, to be realistic, it feels like 3 of these teams have pretty much bagged themselves a spot through to that final, considering form, considering the fact that they will not let their foot off the pedal.
Again, yeah, they would really have to do something miserably or horribly wrong in order to not make top 8 at this point. You know what? As I'm seeing this playing path, James, I feel like it's been a while since we've been to Campo Militar. So why? I've only casted 2 games up there before. You predicted a military. I've never casted a military thing on Erangel before.
I'm good at this.
You got it. Now I'm saying it's been a while since I casted Campo Militar. How about if we journey up towards the northeast, because it's quite fun up there.
Sorry, Toby, you have reached your daily limit of predictions. So
I only get 800 per day.
That's right. Unless you're verified, then you get
Unless
about 8,000
verified on
yeah,
predictions. Yeah.
If you're a verified commentator, then whoa.
On Predator. Yeah.
Sky's the roof. But let's see where it goes. Probably not there. I want northwest. It's west.
Imagine that, a Chuma ending. Who would have thought?
Wow.
We can't be too disappointed. They, too, do tend to make for some pretty fun end games. Maybe more predictable in terms of which team is going to be set in X compound by, like, phase 5, phase 6. We kind of know things prior. But even with that, we do like seeing teams running around in the open with little to no cover, trying to make something out of nothing. So this one could get quite spicy, too.
And for Exalt, we need it to be spicy. We need them to rack up a few more points. Only on 10 right now. If they do not get into that finals for the qualifiers, what a fall from grace, honestly. They looked so good when it came to the big lands, or the big tournaments. I can't call the rotation a LAN. So I don't want to see all of that hard work wasted. Obviously not wasted, but it's just not come to fruition here.
Yeah. Also a weird, I don't know if I feel like when you look at PGC points and see the teams up there in the top, of course we're only, I say only, but it's still halfway there, 2 PGC point tournaments into the year. But when you have a team that is set up there in top of PGC points, which Exalt currently is in 3rd place, and you see them playing now, you go, is this what we want to send to PGC as a representative from EMEA? I know that's being very harsh on them right now, but looking where they are, should they get something going, maybe not here, but during PGC fall, they probably will be the team that we send through. And right now, to me, they don't look like a global caliber team. But having said that, we have also seen Na'Vi not qualify for main events or finals in previous tournaments, and they're still the world champions. So maybe it's just the EMEA's time to be kind of the up and down region.
Maybe. I mean, it ebbs and flows, right? We've seen teams in the past not really have some of the better times, and then all of a sudden win tournaments. I mean, let's go back to one of my favorites for so long. Ooh. Good old Tornado Energy, man. I was wanting them. I mean, of course, it's the same.
It's been a while since you brought them up. I want to hear what you have to say now.
It was. I mean, so for such a long time, I was like, man, they're going to win a tournament. Man, they're going to win a tournament. They're going to win a tournament. And eventually, they bloody well did. They had always the chops, always the potential. And, of course, they've gone on to, do bigger things. But the point is that, you can always see a lot of teams in PUBG with potential. But unless you hit that stride, unless you have that right tournament go the right way, sometimes it doesn't materialize.
Yep. And, well, for parts of Tornado Energy, it hasn't, because Quizzy is, well, I mean, you know what? Wu is in 6th place now after the good previous game. Yeah. So they have managed to step things up at least a little bit. In the meantime, Solo getting shot at before the 5-minute mark, and Friel, please don't die. It would just catch a break already. I feel like at this point, I mean, there are certain, it's only RNG, it's only bad luck if it happens every now and again. Now it's been almost every single game, and I feel like that we're reaching a point where it's kind of on them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, actually, though, it's a great learning tool, to be honest, right? I often say for over a decade now, like, you actually learn so much more from your losses than your wins. And for Solo, okay, they're probably not making it to the finals. Spoiler alert, guys. However, there is actually good case study here to use. Okay, what do we fix first? Okay, let's look at our initial early rotations. Let's make sure we're trying to circumvent some of these teams a little bit better. Let's make sure we're trying to not lose 1 or 2 on those rotations if we're actually going to be making them a little closer to, forbidden territory. So it's definitely something to take away.
I can just see the practice room for Solo coming into next week, guys. Guys, the coach sits him down. We got to figure out how to stay alive until phase 2.
Okay.
Once we get through that, the sky's the limit. We just gotta make it to phase 2, and we'll be fine.
Yeah. I can only agree with that at this point.
Now, why is Aces? We saw them creep into Pachinki as well. Why are they so hungry for Sabim? Is it the bad boy fans in the chat that have forced this fight to happen, or is there another reason for it? Because they're only 2 on the hunt. And, well, I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're opting to aggress on this.
It seems like those people in the chat will never be sated. They want to see the bad boy make bad boy plays, all right? But it hasn't, again, I'll phrase it the same way for other teams before. It hasn't materialized just yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I would like to see them do better. I mean, 3 points, you can't go out of the lower bracket with just that for this. There's got to be some silver lining to some of these clouds eventually, and Sarvam's going to back off. They don't want any part of this. They realize that, okay, if people are being this aggressive this early in this location, maybe they're a bit more gung-ho than we are, and losing players early is not really our MO.
Not at all. Well, Sabim able to back off of that one, just to be met by bullets from the other side, but there's that very center circle. So for now, they don't really have to worry too much. In the meantime, we still have 3 teams yet to make it properly into the circle. Woo entering now on the southeast side, and Lul Uwu towards the northeast, and after all up towards the northwest, slowly on their approach here too. But kind of fun to cast EMEA. I just noticed it now as I looked on the map. Kind of fun to cast EMEA PUBG and see some of these spots. We kind of think of specific teams when we see them, and none of those teams are here because they're obviously now in grand finals. It's just, oh wait, no, Twisted Minds ain't there. Oh wait, no, those guys ain't there. Oh wait, no, yeah, FaZe ain't coming in from the north around side. That's just after all this time around. So we'll see with the more space these teams have been given, what they're gonna make.
Yeah, this is exactly why I was looking forward to this more so technically than upper bracket, because the amount of times where I'm sometimes in a bubble where I'm only watching the very world's best, the region's best constantly, right? And then, you know, being able to come in here, watch some teams that I'm not as used to watching, not as used to casting or hosting. I should phrase it better. Yeah, it's a real treat, actually, because it just shows, as always, that there's a lot of skill in this game.
Definitely.
And a lot of teams hungry.
Also, I think it's a great showcase for how high the level of play can be without being anywhere near the top. Like, none of these players are bad. Probably all these players have like thousands and thousands of hours in the game and know it pretty much inside out. But it's those micro differences that make a global championship team compared to a team that can barely even make it through lower qualifiers. The fact that Scav gets to sit on that roof for 2 seconds before Keanu just pops him off, and now they probably pull up on the church. I mean, it's pretty insane how little things make the big difference here.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to rephrase that for you whilst they look to pick up Scav. Okay. It's not that any of these team players are bad. No, that's far from it. They're all actually great, technically. These are great players, especially compared to everyone in chat, for the most part, as well.
Whoa,
as
you're
just
calling
the general
out chat,
populace.
James?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
They're rubbish. But anyway, Nick's here with a P90. Definitely not bad in the slightest. A great player here, looking for an opportunity here against Monarch, who have sent a nade in straight away. The rebuttal comes along, though. Will not connect with anybody, by the looks of things, up against that wall. Mouse and Vascu on separate sides of it. Scav holding that cheeky angle on the bottom of the stairs. I hate that angle so much.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with. And now, for Vascu, also not the greatest spot to be in, because they can't really prevent the peek over. So they're relying heavily on the 2 teammates further back, Mies being one of them, and Mouse, to kind of help them out. But Mies' building doesn't have windows aiming or facing the roof of the church, so it's very hard for him to grant proper cover. So this fight is going to be interesting. Also, neither of the 2 teams here get the benefit of what this position does for you, because you don't have time to scout and look out elsewhere. Quizzy is doing that right now, but I don't think they're going to kind of live in a joyous shared community here for very long, as Quizzy is now taking a bullet to the face.
No, definitely not. You've got to be careful about the roof, especially with vert nades on the way too. Never mind the shots being able to ring across the landscape. Needs to still hold in. Looks like the Woo wants to bail, maybe. Waiting for Quizzy to back on out from here. Smokes go down to block the windows. And we're deciding, you know, it's not worth it. I mean, look at the circle. Look at how it's worked out. Why you want to fight over this church? The church is technically a great location normally. But for this circle, very unlikely that it's really going to be playable in the upcoming circles.
Yeah, it's not a bad call to dip on this one. Now, though, from one fight potentially straight to another, as they're running straight into the Howl split of 2. Now, this one becomes more dangerous because they're not in just yet. They know they have a full team of players sat up above them, and they're running straight into this split of 2. So a forced aggressive play early that is now working heavily against them.
Oh no.
I question this decision a lot.
It was just too aggressive onto the building. I mean, if you stay where Keanu is, then maybe you can coexist there for a little while, but
they knew there was a full team in the church who would jump out, follow those vehicles all the way down, to then aggress on the compound from the east side where they're in perfect view. Yes, they call Howl on a split, but as you can see here, Howl didn't need more than 2 in order to take this fight. And now Monarch can just pull up right behind him. They were just asking to be third party.
It's a pull-up they're not really working with much information, right? Okay, so yeah, it's 2, so technically they have the advantage, but you're still not working with much information. So anyway, for Keanu now, last chance saloon, I should say, as he is blind as Vasco here, but I mean, that shotgun's gonna have to do a boatload of work if it wants to stop this incursion.
Well, it's not impossible. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen a shotgun fend an entire team off of approaching a building. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time around or not, though, as the first nade. Let's get lobbed on through, finds one. We're seeing shots fired now. POV goes over to Howl. And fortunately for now, they're all alive. As I say that, first one does get taken down, but the molly finds one in return. Oh, does it bleed out? No. Okay, so they're getting back up.
All good. And Howl will sit where they are. I mean, the other duo of Howl, meanwhile, you might be thinking to yourself, well, where were they? Why weren't they reinforcing and stuff like that? Actually, they had maybe their own problems to sort out for a little while. They had teams rotating past them, so they were very apprehensive as to whether or not they were able to leave the buildings, and they did not. But, I mean, look at how well the other members of Howl handled themselves. So it's all good as we take a look at the overview now. Good split by Exalt on that left-hand side. It's going to give them some transition options, but meanwhile, I mean, looking at this circle, once again, it's usually a win for Sarvam, who start in Picardo and play from there, and there we go.
Yeah, enough Picardo. I guess it's the most Picardo I could expect out of this circle. But an interesting one. We know now for a fact, obviously, we're going to shift down towards the south, or, well, south of the mountain, that is. So everyone who's currently in control of the compound, well, they'll be in all kinds of joy. Everyone else, good luck, have fun. Nice read from Yepa, seeing that Primal opted to rotate out. And also nice rotation pathing from Primal here, registering where the threats are, where teams have gotten to, in order to regroup in a very center compound.
How does Yepa get that compound so free?
Well, I mean, Sabe, they saw Primal leave it. They were 2-2 split with it.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I see. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm stupid.
I just said it too. Just to make it look even worse. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm very used to looking stupid. But we have Howl here now, actually with the full regroup, which is nice. And actually, I mean, this is quite the little battle here, Monarch and Howl. As Monarch, technically, okay, they've not won a PEC or anything like that, but very, very capable of taking that fight themselves. And Yepa still looking over toward that gas station, making sure that BBL's not going to be moving their way. Because technically, BBL is playing edge once again. I feel like they've been slow for quite a few of these games.
It is very slow. It's very edge, and it's a play style I don't dislike in general. But knowing the roster that BBL has to work with, the amount of firepower on that team, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, still wish they'd kind of set up the pace, dial up the speed just a little bit, take some more fights early on. That's not necessarily full on like 4v4 pull-ups, but play a little more as the boxer, not the punching bag, if you know what I mean. Like, dictate the flow of fights a little more. Get your foot in the circle and force teams off you rather than be the one to play reactive all the time to what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's some decent dips up here for where Clib and Michael are, and they'll slowly try and get above where Exalt is. But again, you're still playing edge. You're still being held out by technically great teams, again, who haven't got that many points on the board just yet, but for no lack of trying. And I mean, where do you go from here? Eventually, you have to take that fight with Exalt, but they have compound cover. And newsflash, this ain't Taego. There's no blue zone nades. Dislodging them's not going to be that easy.
Nope. It sure isn't. And we know one thing for sure. Whenever you're fighting in the open, trying to shoot at the compound, especially in this area of the map, for the most part, you're not only fighting the team in that compound, also the 3 other teams that can see you trying to approach it. So good luck, have fun. Good thing for BBL is they still have that bridge line on that western side to work with. They don't have to commit to anything just yet, but let's see where this next circle takes us. Well, good thing they didn't fight Exalt, because that circle would have been out.
Yep, so where do they go? Do they wrap all the way back round to the garage? But even if they do, making a move from garage through the east, man, it's open. It is really open. So how are they going to do this? Double Mini, double MK12, looking down on the position of Exalt, who are split nicely across the compound as a whole. Maybe a divide and conquer. Oh my days. Howl has just ruined Monarch.
Yep, they tried to approach, but they tried to approach a bit too late. And Howl, able to set up with 4 in the compound, takes out 2 of them instantly.
There's no names. Looking to have the repeat of... Oh, okay, Mao's bailed. And yeah, he's going to get shot. But the whole lobby should shoot him, no?
Somehow.
Okay, not bad. And takes the one angle on the tree that he required against Exhalation, so that's not too bad at all. Solo.
Sorry, is that what happened? Is that how they got them before Howl saw them, like, deploying the parachute? It just ran out and shot 2 of them? It might just have been.
Maybe.
It might just have been.
That'd be depressing if so.
It must have been the case, because they got them practically instantly, and they died instantly too, so it must have been the case. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's fine, yeah. It makes sense. Scouts left there as well. Solo actually taking out GDE, and Bogdalina would actually have his nade take 2. Wait, what? That was like one after another. Was that 2 nades? How?
That's usually how it works.
But he was knocked.
Probably threw the first one initially, and then before he got knocked, he dropped the second.
Amazing.
Yeah, in
That's
any case.
very unusual.
the rests will come through, though. As they will get to stay alive in the meantime, after all. Well, they got nades to work with for themselves, as they need to fend off here against Smoke Wall. Clem, at weird angle for him to try and move between the vehicle and all the nades coming through, but 1 down, 2 down. They just need the 3rd now in order to stay put here, as Shipless up there, so up the hillside, has already fallen, and there you go. As I was saying before, you are in trouble early. Okay, BBL. I advised you not to YOLO into positions, but I guess if it works, then it works.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It works out. I feel like this fight right here was like, if I don't know where I'm moving, my opponents won't know where I'm moving. And it was definitely chaotic here as we were dancing around this little garage, but it was cool. And Exalt now is turning their attention to that for the moment. They do have a little lip before that road to actually play as well if they want to move towards the circle. Or, I mean, they're still in technically, but... whoa, that's a great nade on Howl.
Sure is, and just like that, they're dealt with too. So Scaff gets to be the victor in the end of it. The one that stayed behind, the one that Howl didn't see, becomes their downfall. As Lil W make their run further forward, and are now creeping in on the western side of the circle.
I'm scared that this is going to be a rich get richer game because the circle's moved. Exhalation and Sarvam very present right now here. I mean, even No Name, to be honest, are in not too bad a spot. They're just going to have to bide their time whilst the threats from the east and the south do present themselves.
Let's see here how this one is going to pan out. Exalt still has to make a decision on where they want to go. In the meantime, Yepa, yet a game where it ain't the best position to be in terms of peeking east, because either you go up on the roof of the warehouse, but then you're gonna get shot from the south and from the western side, or you play inside the buildings, but they can only do the west. So not too much vision, but the fact that they don't have a single kill so far, I feel like it kind of is a testament to their surprisingly let's not peek unless if we have to play style. And I just don't feel like teams that play it that passively come out victorious, even if they get late game. If you never get any kills with it, it ain't gonna amount to much.
Yeah, different approaches that can be taken to this, right? I mean, like, I like that After All, for example, here is leaving Hibako back to shoot whilst the two are moving forwards. Now they've realized that actually we could move forwards a little bit ourselves and try and put on some pressure against Exalt, holding them out a little bit. That's not a bad nade, but it doesn't go far enough over the hillside.
Just a bit short on that one. And as you're saying, deal with the threats nearby before you try and look inward. Makes no sense to try and kind of run shoulder to shoulder with Exalt, trying to fight for the same positions. Rather take the fight on this other side of the rope where no one can really third party you before you make the move on forward. Klim does find one. Don't get the point with it, but maybe the kill of Art will allow them across further in towards the next circle.
Yeah, it's funny watching After All and Exalt fight because I do consider them very similar teams. The way that they're able, they move, the way that they eventually take fights. I mean, these leapfrog maneuvers that they're trying to make against one another are again very similar to one another. It's kind of PUBG 101 when you're trying to breach this. Klim though is putting in work, and so they go down. Thunder loss from the distance here, just north of them. is able to shut it all down for Exalt. They cannot catch a break today.
Yeah, nope. It's, again, late approach, and then, of course, when the circles go away from you in an area of map like this, where there really ain't a whole lot to play, doesn't make things any easier. Little W now, trying to creep on further forward, as Chippik falls. Primal does take some casualties in return, and they still have players that are outside the circle. Actually, only one inside the circle, as Noavi has to get off the roof. That's what they're waiting for, Little W. That's why they were applying the pressure up there. They needed him off the roof so that they could start flexing out into the open fields.
Yeah, very important here now, as No Names does see their prey to the east, and I think they'll be able to shut down Lul, considering that they have got not much room to work with. They've already shut off Chippik across the road here. And another circle heads towards Sarvam and Exhalation. This is brutal for the rest of the lobby to deal with. Yepa is starting to shut down, after all, on the opposite side of things, as they were coming in from a similar angle to where Exalt was moving. In fact, Yepa has moved aggressively to shut them down, making sure that they're not going to swing in on that west side here and try and take one of the only paths that they had available to them. Why not bring the fight to them?
Yeah.
Make sure that they're feeling the pressure.
I mean, exact same situation as Exalt and Afterhold earlier. You take the fight to the other team before they can do anything about it. But BBL sees them split, they see them run off the road, and they make a play on it themselves. Really smart. The issue is Pokemon goes unnoticed for long enough to find the double.
Unreal play. What a linchpin move to leave him behind here, making sure that they still have a hold on this position. He's still on the roof. They do know he's there now, but here comes the reinforcements. Dendalos goes for the finishes, looking around the corner here. He will eventually see them if he just peeks around the hay bale. They're distracted at the moment, currently blind. They were trying to aim for up on the high ground. Michael does realize now that reinforcements are on the ground.
So far on the side of but as I say, that Metabay does fall. Now the rev around comes, Smash able to get the first one. They still need to find two more, and Voldemort is still about Smash finds the second, but still one more have to be found, and it ain't gonna happen. Voldemort with the last kill with all four of them as BBL fall.
May as well have been Batman up there. That was ridiculous. Voldemort, what a play from him here. Yepa shutting it down. Should be able to get some reses on the go as well. The circle's not going to be pushing them too hard, but No Names will be pushing Primal hard and aggressively here. Down towards the south, knowing that they're needing to find a breach point here. Oh, Hibako hitting the wheels, hitting the tires. Not exactly the best of starts for him against Daz, trying to just blitz past him.
We're reaching a point now where teams have to pull up on Sarvim. If not, then they're going to be able to see the entire circle for a while and just get to shoot at absolutely everything. Well, there you go, McCrate, granting a little cover where before there was none. So there you go. To anyone daring, go out and get yourself some level 3 gear. But for Yepa, again, I mean, stay alive with 4, and for the fact that Voldemort stays on the roof even after the first 2 knocks comes in, even though his position has kind of been red, the fact that he stays up there is huge, because he effectively becomes a third-party player in that fight, because the rest of the BBL players have to focus on what's happening down below.
Yeah, it just presents too much of a big threat. And now Sarvam here really exploiting the unfortunate nature of No Name's rotation that they had to try and make, considering the circle was encroaching. And, I mean, even if they survive here for just a little bit longer, they're eventually going to get shot at by Exhalation as well as Sarvam. Maybe even Yepa if they make a move over to the east. It's too early to be trying to move to these center spots, I think.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for them to try and get out of. Good thing for them is that Sarvam is starting to flex out of the building earlier than you can say they have to. The circle has shifted out of the compound, but they are now making the run on up. They want No Name's position. They want to deal with them and then flex out and take full control of the southern side. Issue is Hibako is still down here, and I'm not actually sure if Sarvam is aware.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, he did obviously... Nah, they would have been unaware of who was shooting. You're right. Because he did take some shots, but again, it could have been anybody down towards the bottom. It could have been No Names making those shots and attempts. But anyway, here is Yepa once again in nade range. They see the smokes. They can use that as a bullseye to try and shut down anything. Oh.
He sees them.
He doesn't want to take a shot yet. Oh.
No, eventually he will have to. We'll see how many kills he gets, if any. In the meantime, Yepa will creep further forward, letting his utility do the work for them. We see a Groza having just been picked up. Well deserved, I think, for Voldemort, who just dealt with the entirety of BBL. Not on his own. by all means, it was a team effort, but the one credited with kills nonetheless.
More nades forwards. Not reading entirely No Name's position anymore, but they haven't watched them make the moves that they did, and now it's up to the Baron himself, looking through the windows. Oh, eye zoom is absolutely putting a nail in the coffin here of No Names, but again, yeah, it's, as I said before, too early to really send it center, but they didn't have many options. That's the problem. Yeah, you could try and rock up on one of the teams that's actually got themselves a position already and maybe hedge your bets, but it's tough that way too.
Yeah, practically impossible for them to do anything. Back does get seen too, so Sabim gets to live with the scare, maybe unknown to the fact that there was one set right behind him. So Hopper does get taken down, so a little extra damage from Sabim. Trying to make more space for themselves as they continue to rack up points. Only 3 kills this game. It ain't much, but they have 4 alive in the end game and has barely taken any damage so far.
Ain't much, but it's honest work, and Yepa is putting in a lot of work, to be honest, on this side. It's all thanks to the fact that they were able to shut down BBL, and they're still alive as 3 right now. Aces, maybe a big opportunity for them. I know that they're not really working with a whole lot of cover at the moment, but currently in 16th, we will see if they can get a little bit more. Only 2 kills on the board so far. And, well, I feel like eventually Sarvam and Exhalation are going to be shooting their way.
It's about time for the Bad Boy fans in chat to get a little something to cheer about. We'll see if they're going to get what they feel like they're due or if they want. As also kind of interesting that we're in an area of the map now that is so open. And with the last 4 teams alive, everyone is 4 but 2. So, usually teams would be a bit more battered coming into this stage of the game, but of course with these teams being the ones with the compound control and then Exalt having just kind of sat on the northern side of the circle for a while, I guess it kind of makes sense that they aren't too wounded. They've kind of dealt with all the players that were wounded and PTSD'd fighting their way to this point of the game.
Yeah, but now this circle doesn't present much cover whatsoever, so it's going to be a lot of edge. A lot of opportunities here to try and take a few pot shots here and there. Voldemort looking over towards Exhalation. Eye Zoom has been putting in some good work in the past few minutes. That nade might just be a little short.
Nope.
Never mind.
Right on point as Odin gets knocked in. Now that presents the question, does Yepa try to go back to get the rest? Because Sabim knows exactly who's here, but look at the amount of pressure Thunderlust is applying. With the Grocer in hand, Global Army goes down. A lot of flashbangs thrown forward as well, forcing Sabim back. I don't think that's going to be enough time to get the rest, though, because look at the response on the other side. Exhalation is pushing up as well.
CCNX with the AUG, able to respond in kind. Everybody on the AUG game here. These pros are loving it right now, and for good reason. It is a fantastic gun. And we have Sarvam saving themselves for the moment. Daboom went all the way over to the rock there. I don't think they'll be expecting that, actually.
We'll see if they will. Sure didn't the first time around. Now they might, but the first headshot has already come through, and the boom, despite having 5 HP, goes for the peak regardless. Finds Schiller. CC down to low HP. Baron on the other side now is making the run for it.
They thought they had the full wipe on the team over, and indeed they did, but they really didn't anticipate Daboom making up so much room that quickly. Baron Peak, though, will be the one to respond. Actually takes out Eye Zoom as well. Can he make it all happen? In the distance, Global Army's getting taken down here by Aces. It's all up to Hello My Bad, but he's so far away. I don't think he can reinforce. It's all on Aces.
Yep.
Aces could come and clean it up.
Baron got Sarvam to a 2nd place in the previous one by insane solo performances. Now he might just afford enough time for the team to reset. Thing is, Aces need to make this run on forward. They know they have them both looking the other way. This is their game to lose. They need to. They need to bring this one home because the other teams are still fighting each other.
Yeah, take everything you can. Leave nothing. We have Hello My Bad here, still going crazy, trying to get some points himself, but it doesn't matter. Ace's cleanup crew, it might only be a 5-kill win, but it is enough to bump them up and put them back in contention point. They were 16th before this, Toby.
Well, Bad Boy fans rejoice as Aces net themselves their first chicken dinner of this one. Maybe one with many more to come, I'm not sure. It wasn't a loud one, but again, it's a win, you'll take it.
Definitely so. Definitely. Very important here. Patient play over on that northeast side. As we take a look back at the highlights here to get things rolling. And yeah, quite a lot of highlights to say the least. Again, you know, I'm always concerned about these kinds of circles. Not really much room to play with in terms of the terrain in the middle of these circles, but you watch these edge fights unfold. You watch the difficult decisions teams have to make, the leapfrogs people have to make, like the After All and situation, and Voldemort holding off on the roof. Very important for Yepa to get more points on the board.
Absolutely insane. So the fact that he initially baits the attention, finds 2, then he kind of disappears for a second, and again, BBL is forced to focus on what's happening down below for him to then strike in the end and find the second double kill for himself. That is absolutely insane plays coming out of him.
Good move up by Aces to finish things off, and that will be them taking the chicken dinner, Martin.
Yeah, it was, and you called it from the middle of the game there, James. The rich get richer in this one here. Super top heavy again in this case here. Exhalation, Savim, Howl, all of them in there, James.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not surprised when Sarvum's able to get something off of this game, right? I mean, they had that compound for as long as they did. Exhalation had the shifts going north. And to be honest, I actually really wasn't paying attention to Aces for a lot of this game. They kind of, you know, snuck on in there, wiggled through, and able to get this win. If that's how you're going to get the wins, I'm not against it whatsoever. You don't have to come out getting a boatload of kills every single time, every single game. Placements can be king as well.
Yeah, and after all, then Yepa also able to step up a little bit with 6 and 8 kills there, Toby.
Yeah, it was good for them again. I mean, it's, as we said, coming into it, when we see that second circle puppets, well, this one is pretty predictable in terms of which teams have the compounds and who is able to make the plays on through. But we have also seen teams with those compounds fail to capitalize on them prior. Good thing for them is that the 3 teams alive here in the end were those same teams. So in a game where you need the points going your way, in games where the circles go your way, they all capitalized on.
Yeah, and of course, as you said here, Aces being able to sneak in. If they get one more good game here with a win and some kills, James, they could be kind of sticking into that top 8.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it's not flashy, and it doesn't have to be flashy. You're laughing at me, but it's true from what we've seen. In the previous games, yeah, they really haven't converted on much. Yeah, they've been kind of a little bit unlucky in some situations, and yeah, they've been outgunned in a lot of situations, but there are other ways to win PUBG games. Now, whether or not they can actually do better than this in this lobby, I think they can, looking at how the qualifiers played out in terms of the face-to-face gunplay against some of these teams, but that's not fully come to fruition just yet.
But it also opens up the kind of bottom half of the top 8, so because there is so much bunching at the top, Exhalation, Sam, and Halv taking so many of the points every single round just means that it's going to be the cutoff, as you're talking about, probably to be around the 60 to 65 point mark rather than the 75 point we saw in the upper bracket.
Yeah, if not even lower. I mean, with how many points these teams are racking up right now. I was surprised to see it go just to 70 yesterday, and that was with how much all these different teams kept on racking up points together. Now, time and time again, we're seeing the same teams out here in the top. It might just be a joyous situation, actually, kind of contrary to what you'd imagine with teams getting slaughtered, but that the bottom teams don't have to get that far up in order to make top 8.
I just think the case with also, it was so close yesterday with upper bracket ending. It was also, you have some cases of where, okay, the teams is now safe. We're in the plus 75, 80 point mark. You saw it with Navi and FaZe, you know, having fun in the very last game on that top hill.
Yeah, they did. And there is definitely opportunities to exert pressure in lobbies like this. I don't think that a team like Zarvum would kind of divert from a game plan going towards, nice try, Toby, going towards Pachinki, going towards Picardo, these kinds of locations, and just playing out their standard game. Exhalation, however, you know, they might get a little bit more aggressive on some of these fights. I wouldn't be surprised. So we'll see.
Yeah, and Toby, the BBL pull-up just completely fell apart when you have a guy on the roof of that exact building with how many angles you can look down on. That just completely destroyed BBL.
That was the one angle that BBL clearly did not account for. And in all fairness, I really liked their initial idea. I didn't so much like the whole pull up on solo in the middle of everything. The timing was great, though. They came out victorious. Good on them. And they're like, it's one of those weird ones where I dislike the thing that they succeeded in doing, but I really like the thing that got them out of the lobby, because them registering that Yepa was making the aggressive play up to after all, that it was taking longer than it should have been to then actually aggress out towards the edge of the circle and try and make a play there. Smart read. Unfortunately for them, did not account for Voldemort.
That also shows here, James, BBL only 4 points, but Ace is 15. It's very linear towards the top here. 15, 13, 12, 12 for Sava and Yepa.
Yeah, and then you've got 8, and then you've got 7. Then no, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, continue. Do it all the way down. Go, commit. 67 points, though. I would say we can say congratulations to Exhalation, Savim, and Hal, because we've got one more game to go, and they have 6 games tomorrow as well.
I will say as well, I mean, no names. I feel like they've been really impressing me. They're surviving towards these late games. Of course, they had the Taego scenario go down for them too here. So I think 39 points for them is an absolute win today. And we've got a game in hand.
Yeah, that for sure. Definitely, even the mid-pack teams here, if you're on the 35 plus, maybe even Woo at 28, you're feeling pretty comfortable going into the next few games here. There's quite a big gap down to the 9th place team. Toby.
Yeah, definitely. But look at how close that bottom is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with 6th through 8th sat this close. Yesterday, we almost had one spot up for grabs, and only with 9th, 7th, and 8th in the fight. If we continue the same form that we have here going into tomorrow, we might see, 12th place fight for 8th place spot in the final game.
I think it's going to come down to the very last game, like we always are here in these BO12 here, James. Who would have thought?
Whoa, yeah, I guess so. Don't know how to respond to that beyond that. I mean, one thing that I do like to see, though, again, is also Monarch. I mean, I don't think that these players as a whole have had too much of an opportunity lately to shine on a big stage, even though, again, we're very used to knowing these names, seeing these names, and how they're playing things out. So for them to be in that upper echelon right now, if they're able to get top 8, I'd like to see them in the grand final.
Yeah, I'm happy to see them with this, like with the pressure of a new signing, Toby, that they're coming in and dominating as much as they are. They're in that kind of upper echelon of the top 8, so it's looking really good for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, considering that we didn't know exactly what to expect from them. Yes, their names have a pedigree, a story to them, but kind of in similar fashion to Woo. They also have like something written about them, but haven't really performed to our expectations. I didn't want to make too many expectations for Monarch. I just kind of wanted them to show me what they could do, and so far it's been pretty decent.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Misa here. James is able to step up to the 2019 PL Bloodhound levels, but Scav as well. Heard whispers and stuff in the corners of the discords that Scav is one of the guys coming in, and there's a lot of expectations coming in for this guy here, that he could be one of the new kind of younger superstars moving. Of course, he's been playing for some time in the online era here, but now with this roster here, if he's able to continue to drop 5 frags a game, and when they're having these bigger games here, I would love to see that for them.
Yeah, there was a brief period where we saw him make kind of almost a guest appearance on another big Finnish roster. It wasn't long, admittedly, but yeah, I think that there is always a wealth of talent in the Finnish scene that we really just haven't seen gel together for a while. So it's nice to see a team like this being able to do well. I was checking my fantasy as well, and Misa's got me 22 points today, but apparently I can't catch up to Martin, who's like 30-some points ahead of me. Thanks.
I'm happy for that. I'm super happy for that. The fantasy is always good, and I love that Toby already admitted defeat in the very beginning, Toby.
Yes.
I'm not in last place, I'm just saying. I'm glad that we have Saga as part of this show now, because then I don't have to be in last place anymore.
Yeah, he only rules the APAC fantasy teams when he has like whispers of the guys that used to play sub and probably will sub, and then all of a sudden they're in the main roster, right?
Yeah, good old Tycon, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. Good times. No matter what here, guys, we are ready to start the last game of the day here. It's going to be Miramar. It is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here for the lower bracket, the first day. We have a day tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be starting same time, same place, so make sure you tune in tomorrow as well after we finish this game here. So, guys, take it away on the last game of the day.
Jeez, Martin wants this day to be over by the sound of things. He's gearing up for the last day of the things. But anyway, it's time for game number 6 here, Toby. It is crazy time when all of the players might be a little bit more tired and a little bit more loose, a little bit ready to go here for our final game of the day. Game number 6 here for the PGS EMEA Qualifiers, as we have them all dropping from the plane.
Dropping from the plane, and not just any plane, James, a somewhat northern one at that. Not something we see too often. I talked about us not too often seeing very vertical planes on Erangel. I feel like we don't too often see the very horizontal ones on Miramar. Not kind of rare that Los Leones is not necessarily a stretch, but kind of on the edge of what you can get to directly from the parachute, unless we really stretch it. So this one might add for a bit of change of flow of the game. But then on the other hand, with everyone kind of knowing where each other are going, Could also just be that it's the plain old Miramar and it gets quiet. All we know for a fact is that at some point within the next 4 minutes, Solo will be shut out.
Yeah, almost certainly.
It's the only thing that's written in the rules of this Miramar game.
It's written in the stars at this point. Yeah. The thing is as well is that actually, I think you see this quite often from teams that drop San Martin in general, because they like to rotate early, but it's in such a central location, and there are so specific channels of rotating out of San Martin that you oftentimes have to go past teams, right? So it's not... We saw it at the end of last year, I think it was, where teams were having a hard time rotating away from it. And that looks pretty similar to our game 1 for Miramar for the day.
I feel like the game heard me say I didn't like junkyard endings anymore, and now they're just like, well, we'll just keep sending them down east of Los Leones then. Hey, at least we complimented these circles for at least having some sort of variety in terms of how they play out. So thanks, I guess.
Did I just hear Martin sneeze in the distance?
Martin, again, I mean, he's the Joker. He is the Joker. We never know what to expect from him.
I'm going to screw him up on his next hosting, I promise you. Anyway, yeah. All right, well, we will see how this is going to play out. Of course, we're going to see it. All right, guys.
All right.
Rewind to the first Miramar.
What?
I'm not being that northern. Okay. Rewind to the first game of Miramar for today. Listen to everything we said about the Southeast circles, and
we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and listen to the banana that Toby was talking about from south of Los Leones to Impala. There you go.
Come up with something better.
A croissant.
Croissant. What? No.
Well, if you look at the roads, they kind of make like a croissant shape.
No.
A bit of a squished croissant, but you know.
No.
Anyway.
Now I'm trying to come up with... I applaud you for it.
Oh, no, I've got it. It's a Metapod. You know, from Pokemon?
I do know what Metapod is.
Well, you know, just in case.
But okay, so if you're going Metapod, then Banana is as good, if not better. Because at least people get that.
But Metapod's green and can use Harden, so...
You can go like half Crescent Moon, if you want to be really
so
British,
Metapod,
I suppose.
Yeah.
Or Metapod. Yeah.
Howl's moving. One really
It is a pretty hard place to play down there, so I guess a Metapod makes sense.
There you go.
Pokemon jokes. There we go. Got him.
Nerds.
And the viewers hate us. But it's okay, because we're in control of this one. So we still got another minute and, well, 15 seconds until Solo will have broken their curse. I feel like now they're just staying in San Martin until the 5-minute mark to make us look like fools.
I mean, there's data they can extrapolate from in terms of sample size of one game, where they'd have had to rotate in from this direction, and they have had to, you know, make it past some of these teams. So
yeah,
maybe they can use that to their advantage and see what's going on, unless they decide to just emergency drop and go. But here comes the winners of the previous game, going very close to...
Wait, they disagreed on what they wanted to do. Deifu, your team has stopped to breach a compound.
Yeah, hey, come back. Okay, you're coming back.
Yeah, Denmark doesn't have a helmet either. I'm not sure if they just thought this was going to be free or what's the case here, but either way, this is a full-on fight on our hands, and I don't think Afgol was quite ready for this pull-up either, but hey, I mean, they catch him in a split. It's a somewhat decent idea, but let's see if they can execute on fast enough as Denmark able to find Bad Boy.
Oh, he's going to be the first one to go down in the game, and he does indeed. He has, after all, he's actually doing pretty well with this. That's 3 down. Spada and Bin Laden gone here, and this is an absolute disaster for the winners.
4.
Well.
And Solo has not been shot at. Would you look at that?
You remember at the beginning of this game, we were like, it's wacky game 6. Woo!
Well, there you go. You asked for it, James. Yeah, now we just need... Okay, so if we were to repeat yesterday, now we just need 8 more teams to die in that compound.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, given this circle. People could come here.
Yeah.
It's unlikely.
Could just be, yeah, but yeah, very, very unlikely. In the meantime, Wu trying to get something going here in the last game. Again, they seemed, I don't want to say lost, but kind of disjointed. Then they got themselves a really good game, and then it's a little quiet since then. But now, Global Army
Man.
9-1 once. What are you laughing at, James? You
5
can't go. You can't go.
Yeah, I
in
can.
this one either.
5 games really was the sweet spot, wasn't it? Because 6 games happens and this always happens, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, people are like, you know what? Let's just fight really early and we're kind of done. So
It's also kind of interesting how in the previous game of this exact circle, we almost had no fights in the early game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was exactly the same, and everyone's decided, you know what, we're all going to rotate next to each other. We're going to pitch up next to each other and all throw everything at each other. And I don't... I mean, the thing is that if you're a top team, if you're Exhalation, if you're Zarvim, if you're Howl, even if you're a 4th or 5th right now, if I'm honest, like, you don't really actually have much to lose from this chaos. Whereas some of the teams that you're affecting right now have a legitimate amount to lose. Like,
Definitely.
The Woo, yeah, 28 points is not exactly safe. Aces definitely isn't safe. So you got to be a bit cautious here.
To put it lightly, game 6 of the day is still a game of the best of 12.
Yes, yes.
You can't just fool around with it. And for some reason, that just keeps being the story. Okay, no, running each other over. In the meantime, Exhalation greeting their neighbors with bullets. As Hopa gets caught in the open. Maybe he thought he counted 4, jumping into the compound. Bombil did catch him in the open, but luckily for him, the last bullet misses, so he'll stay alive for a little while. And yeah, more pull-ups, because why not?
A lot of pull-ups. Yeah, this is going to get really, really that's crazy. There's CCNX also dealing with Exhalation down here as well. And so extra shots are being rained down on this location. DBS, yes, let's go. Love it. All right, that's perked me right up. Oh, there it is. 1 goes for Susset. Will we be able to get any more here? Peeking around the corner, not able to do much with that. Ace32. Oh,
Couldn't reload in time. And now, hello, my bad. Comes around the corner, finds 1. He got Hopa back in his wings. He's driving down to him?
I told you. Game 6.
What? Okay. I mean, if he's going to do that anyway, then fair enough. You do whatever you want, Bumble. I'm not going to question your decisions, but that was dicey. -3 points for Hopa. Unlucky Toby. And yeah, Solo out victorious. Okay, he's going to take the corpse with him.
That's awesome. Is that a new feature?
I know you can put your teammates in the cars, but you're not supposed to. What do you call it in English? Like the front figures on the old pirate ships, as Bumble does fall in the end.
Cap? No, that's not a capstan.
In Danish, it's galionsfigur, but I don't think it's the same name.
It's like a figurehead. Like, there's not
exactly.
much more than that. Yeah.
If you can attach your enemies as those on your cars,
It's Mad Max.
That'd
You
be
just
something.
chain people to the front whilst you're driving, saying, "Witness me!"
Actual meat shields, yeah. Well, Kazoo able to get a knock as the fights apparently continue to unfold in phase 1 here in a circle we've seen 1 trillion times before with little to no fighting involved. But of course, being game 6 of the day, this is just the way it will go down.
Yeah, this is madness. And it's not Sparta who is, already gone in this game. But Chipik here now looking for even just a little bit more. Kazoo is gone. What is going on? What is this game?
15 dead people at 9 minutes. In a circle, I would imagine these players have played approximately 1 trillion times before.
And
also, the irony of this is we literally had this exact... I mean, I was a little bit further south. Fair enough.
Sure.
But we had a very, very similar circle. Different plane, sure. But very similar circle 2 games ago. And it was all chill.
There is some of the lobby that is playing this somewhat normally, like 2 teams, like Primal and BBL.
There are
just
2
thinking to
teams
themselves,
that are
"What's
not
going on?"
trolling. Is that what you're saying, James? Is that your takeaway from this?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, GDE is... No. GDE is playing it pretty chill.
I mean, GDE heard what we said. They came in earlier, they got insta-wiped, and now now we said you can't do that in the beginning. You have to wait till later. They waited till later, and now they're live.
I guess Michael's flying as well, because
He has to be, or AFK. He's in El Pozo, so
yeah,
I hope he's flying.
he should be flying. We've got Yepra as well now making the move here. This is exactly the same circle, almost, when it comes to the half Los Leones, half eastern side, but actually with a slight northern lean, so it does make it a little bit more tricky as to where it could go if the
next circle can still go anywhere, so
yeah.
I mean, just, for the sake of game 6 of the day, let's just send it into Los Leones.
Yes, please. Yes, I'd like that.
We might as well. We've killed half the server already, almost. So we might as well just round off the day with a bloodbath in the city.
Well, GDE seems to think that that might be the case, so they're going to be chilling out there for the moment. Yepper is kind of dividing their attention and also shooting at Primal whilst bumping into or changing over cars. And Michael has now dropped in with BBL.
Yes. Wise decision. He has joined the teammates and therefore also joined the circle, which only 2 teams have yet to do. Exalt on the southern side, Lil W on the north. Everyone else, again, I mean, kind of expecting this one to head in this direction, and when it centers up to the extent that it has here, it's kind of or typical, I guess we can say, that most players would already be in what has now become phase 2.
Yep. Okay, so... Woo! Whoa, Nelly. Steady on, guys. I'm a little bit shell-shocked here. It's a bit,
Are you flabbergasted?
I am flabbergasted, bamboozled, and absolutely beansed. This has been, something.
It sure has.
Yeah. So BBL, again, they're playing a normal game, guys. They're actually like, we kind of need points running on 16 right now. So they're...
on 13th.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shocker itself. Never mind the game 6. Never mind how it's been going. You really do want to see BBL in a final, to be honest with you. Given who they are, given the org, given the potential power that they have behind them. But it's not gelling right now. It's just not gelling, and that is... I'm not sure how I put my finger on it, really. I don't know why they're not gelling. I can't make assumptions based on it.
I feel like it's kind of the same situation as Entropic before they got Mexian and kind of started to get things going. Their lineup, to me, just screams aggression, screams control. But here again, they're spreading out on the edge. They're trying to play this slow. I mean, again, and on paper, it ain't wrong. But I just feel like looking at these players' skill sets, looking at where they thrive, what is their natural habitat. Not saying that you have to YOLO pull up on teams all the time, but they are such a good set of 4 when it comes to fighting opponents. I mean, as a team. And with the way they're setting up, where other teams that execute this would maybe get 2, 3, 4 kills before like mid-phase in the game because they've dared to aggress early, BBL's quiet playstyle just doesn't really, to me, what do you say, kind of align with the roster that I'm seeing.
I mean, I would love to know from day to day what they think about this day, right? Because when you see... Oh, damn. That's a shift. So, yeah, when you see Clip go down like that, it feels like they're not on the same page at that moment, right? They're like, okay, yes, we are split. Yes, we're trying to control a lot of room and stuff, but, like, what are we actually trying to do here? Because is a big spread across that as 1-1-1-1 really that valuable? I don't know. I feel like a 2-2 could achieve similar results, and then you also don't get knocked and then finished, and then now you're not wounded going into the later stages of the game. But regardless, we have the circle popping. The Woo are doing a 1-1-1-1 and doing all right for themselves so far. As big shots are coming in from Yepper to try and shut down Primal. And BBL again losing Smash. It has not been their day.
Nope. Out on the edge they go. Circles shift away from them again, and casualties come through because of it. Yeah, but in the meantime, trying to find some Primal players, but not going to succeed. Then they'll still do a barrel roll, though. But he'll get back on his wheels and continue driving further forward. Up towards the northwest, where the circle has taken us, and there ain't really a whole lot of areas of approach to this one. You can wrap hard southwest around, but then you're going into Los Leones. The alternative is through an open field up north, because you can't really scale the mountains on the southeastern side, knowing that there's probably going to be players there. So pretty damn difficult for all these players now out east, which counts almost half the server.
Aye, definitely, and the big wide rotates on that Easter, all effectively going to run into each other if they're not careful, as the kind of the currents of the ocean move in the similar direction. You're seeing it all unfold here as well. Yepper is right next to BBL, takes some shots from the car, and a bit of damage done there to Rustamar. Quite fortunate you don't get knocked in that scenario. Quite fortunate, and then you're one person. You're just Michael at that point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but gonna continue their strat again. As I said, either you go through Los Leones or you send it through this open field up north, which is what a lot of teams have felt like they've been forced to. After all, one of them, Monarch the other. And then, of course, Jeppe trying to send it on through there. Inside the circle now, but where do you stop? Where do you end this rotation? The fact that Sabim is still maintaining this 2-2 split, even after seeing Jeppe come their direction, very bold. But seems like they're sticking with it.
Yep. Let's see. After all, coming in from that northeast side as well, they're just going to take a shack for the moment. Lol. Going to be moving all the way past here. Ugh.
Indeed. Well, they want to fend off against this because Little W is pulling up on this too. Good thing for them is they just lost a player, so maybe they'll slow down a bit. But you do not want to fight on two fronts when you're sat down inside La Bandita. You need to come up, clear one without fearing people peeking you from the other side. And I love the fact that Monarch are aggressing on this one to the extent that they are.
A north shift. Heavy north shift here. GDE. They felt like they were okay when it came to Los Leones. Now they're going to have to move around. They'll probably make a wide west wrap.
Depending on what Wu opts to do.
Yeah.
And for Wu, I mean, for their sake, they have to be ready for this push out. They know there's people inside the city. They probably both see and hear GDE now as well. So curious to see how they're planning on preventing them from leaving, because Nixie and Quizzy are still yet to group up with the Pizza and Keanu. So we'll get down to that one in just a moment. In the meantime, Little W, of course, knowing they're inside the circle, just going to go one dip over and sit tight for a while.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see maybe they can make a little bit more of this. They've already got 5 kills on the board to start things off, but Keanu is going to, alongside Ibby, brilliantly greeting them. I don't know, this is very eager by GDE here. Moving up this hill is an absolute death sentence, and they get absolutely trounced.
They had all the options in the world to wrap West around here. EB finds one, then he gets 100-0 nade on the second. GDE had no reason to think they could go up there scot-free. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, definitely. I'll talk about it in a moment here as we still have the fight going on. Schofield trying to reposition and get towards the map. But again, they have 55 points. They're not too concerned about this. Good spray down. Schofield leveling up his game. Every single game we actually watch him. And Quizzy now also going to be completely taken out by his own molly, unfortunately. Dropped it. Nixie holding the angle. Perfect pre-fire. Just finishes him off. But BBL also, Rustenmark completely shutting down Primal alongside Michael. What?
They went into a vehicle. They wanted to go towards the circle. Hadn't accounted for the 2 remaining BBL players. And maybe that's the buff they need. Who was it? Was it Foot Esports where we figured out they had more kills when there was only 2 players alive on the team? Maybe Rustenmark Michael is that same situation now where they thrive when there's not that many people.
Well, they're still going to need to do more work, that's for sure. And they still have quite the journey that they need to make in this game because they are so far away from the circle. They're going down back into the blue and dipping into Los Leones by the looks of things whilst we watch Monarch trying to scramble up the hill here against No Names, who, again, really impressed by them so far here throughout the day. 39 points is great. It's a good foundation to build on from tomorrow. Yeah. And they're not done here yet.
I don't want to say worrying that 25 of those points came off of one game, because in the end, as you said, 39 points, very good. But hopefully we'll see maybe around the same amount of points tomorrow, but spread out more evenly across the games.
I mean, that's all you need, right? I mean, if you look at the upper bracket, you look at Question Mark versus FaZe. Question Mark got 3 wins and 38 points in placement, and that was pretty much from the 3 wins and then 8 here and there. And then you look at FaZe, who were above them, didn't get a single win. So, I mean, you can approach it in different ways. You can gain in different ways.
In the meantime, BBL trying to full speed send it forward, going from now the Wu straight over to Exalt, and you'd imagine that their days are counted, and indeed they are fairest. Able to find Rustenmark, and that's BBL out in 10th.
Down and done. Only the 20 points there to go. That's a nade. No Name's greeting them, saying, yeah, if you want to come along here, there is a minefield laying ahead of you. The FX is down, though. Scavs found himself on the roof. This is a great little angle for him to hold against them, though. The perfect move from Monarch to be able to bump on up. 41 points on the board right now. They've done a great job of being able to breach this location, shut them down. Halloween and Sloy trying to hold angles against the push coming in from them, but with the man advantage available to Monarch, they should be able to effectively slaughter this.
Yeah, and this is the exact opposite of what the entire server was hoping for. So many of the top teams still alive here. Only Exalt and Hal fallen so far. As the trade goes through 1 for 1. Monarch still with 3 on their feet. Need to find Halloween inside. They have hit him with the molly, so forcing him off the angle for a second. That flash gonna force him to stay in cover for a little while longer.
That shot's coming in from Danimon as well here. Brilliant little double there. Just back on off for the moment. And it's going to be an extra. They absolutely destroy Lul in that engagement. But actually, I want to go back to the situation we just had in No Names versus Monarch. I like that No Names had set up deployable terrain, deployable cover in a position just beyond the door that you don't necessarily expect. Usually when you open those doors, you expect to know what you're going to be looking at straight away. But with the way that they were using that deployable cover, it just creates that slight uncertainty when you open the door. I really like that kind of play and use of that.
Confusing the muscle memory of opposing players by sitting in some of these off angles can, for the most part, grant you the win in those 1v1 engagements. In the meantime, Scav, peeking through the window, gets himself Halloween, and that is No Names out in 7th place.
Good stuff by Monarch. Again, they're really living up to kind of the expectations we set for them at the start of the day and continue to talk about throughout the day. But anyway, we have Yepa here looking towards After Ult, who just did an absolute blinder of a cleanup on Lul, as we were mentioning before I got into my little rant about deployable cover. And they will try their best to get up this hill, but against Monarch and Yepa, I think maybe it's done. There's triple grenades being charged here by them, but good luck.
Well, we'll see, maybe. You can send one over the top. Don't drive. I mean, can they drive around? No, because Sabam is grouped in the compound on the east, so I don't feel like Asphalt has anywhere to go but just try and fight their way forward. And as you're saying, with how they're currently playing as sort of the ham and the sandwich here, it's very limited what the options are other than just dying.
So this is a little aggressive push-up again. Monarch knows that they can reach into this, and they realize that the nades are going to be coming from that angle as well. Voldemon, though, hits Mouse straight away as they need to get this pickup going. So actually, just picking him up straight and getting him out of there. Really good presence of mind, knowing that their opponents probably still have some utility. If he'd have stayed there for the pickup, it would have been death.
And this is where, again, contrary to Taego, the high ground comes into play heavily. Because right now with this circle, Wu and Exalt as well actually sat in the perfect position to keep out these teams for the longest time. Right now with the ridges they have to work with, they're all fine. But as soon as they get near that road, Wu is going to have all kinds of sight on them. And as long as Sabim don't do anything to force Wu to focus on what's next to them rather than afar, Wu is going to have a field day with this circle.
Yeah, this is their game to get more conversion on, right? Like when you see this kind of circle go your way when you're the Wu, that again is similar to what I was saying about Monarch at the beginning of this, but probably even in a heightened sense, they have a lot of expectations on them here to be able to perform and get into that final, considering the names that are on that roster. So this is a great chance for them to do so. Not sure where those shots are going in the distance, but it looks cool.
Let's see, Cap just get taken down again.
Oh.
The ankles from up above making it practically impossible for Monarch to do anything but just send it forward and hope for the best. The thing for Exalt is they can't really just fully commit to looking downhill because as soon as they peek the ridges too, oh my lord, the nades from Fairest and Fade on point. Didn't even get to finish my thought there because technically, I guess Exalt wasn't vision of Wu, but they don't care. They dealt with him so fast.
Well, likewise, they're a team that really needs some big points on the board, right? Exalt here, 5 kills so far, and can't believe actually how they were able to dislodge them as quickly as they did. But here we go. This is actually great for Exalt and for the Wu. The fact that these two teams are fighting up against each other at the moment means that eventually you could potentially play cleanup, just do a few picks here and there, but more placement points abound if they end up destroying one another.
That nade should be good. There's Global Armor's name written all over. No, as I say, that bounces just off the ridge line, so no damage done. Metabay, I thought he was going to have the off angle here, but right now it's more of a kind of contained position. Doesn't necessarily want to aggress forward, just wants to make sure that nobody from Sabim manages to wrap down on that side of the hill.
Shots going from Exalt as well. Yepa really stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. As Fairest and Fate are all too happy. Even the Wu has angles on some of this as well.
They can see everything now.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
And that's what I was saying earlier. As long as no one's contesting Woo, they're just going to have a joyous time getting to third party absolutely everything down below. Let's see next circle. Where is it going to take us? 4 alive at phase 6. Not something you see too often. 4 teams alive, I should say. As the next circle continues to go up the hill.
Get Fate on his toes and see where this circle goes.
Wow.
There you go. I didn't even...
There you go.
Wow. There you goes. No, that's awful. That's as bad as what I just said.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's see. Schiller moving on up the hill. And looking for Nixie as well as Ibby. Ibby in the distance with the MK12. Actually, they might not entirely be aware of where Nixie is, so they're going to be focusing their attention on Ibby. And whilst that goes on, Ibby feeds the information to Nixie. Goes for the nade. Actually, a 34 on that. Not bad, but could have been better. But now they know he's there, is the issue. Like, if that one first nade isn't able to get some big, severe damage, then, you know, you better be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious.
The fact that Wu has been able, I was just going to say, to force Exalt down the hillside to play the other side. I think Exalt is now realizing, wait, all the threats are down here. If we can just make our way back on the other side and maybe backfill on Wu, there is a potential for us to get the high ground. I love this position right now. Set 2 up behind the vehicles, grant some extra cover, and then push Art up the hill while they are looking kind of over his shoulders up towards the ridge line. Spot out for any silhouettes presenting themselves on the ridge, allowing for Exalt to push up. And if Wu don't account for this, they're going to get mega backstabbed in just a second.
They may. They may. As you say, it is a smart read here by Exalt to try and make this happen. Especially since Sarvum and Yepa were so apprehensive about making that engagement full on. But now that full on engagement is here. Global Army takes down Metabase.
He has literally got no ammo left. He has to drop his gun. And just 20 to use in the M4. We'll see now if he can find Voldemort. Or maybe wrap back the other way, get a res up, or get some ammo from her fallen teammate. Wu falls. That's Exalt taking them out again. They had the hill. They had the control, but they got greedy for kills in the east, which caused the backstab on the west to come to fruition.
That said, 40 points not a bad, again, opportunity for them to keep going in day 2. But that is, as you say, they're done. Now it's for Exalt to try and get up to some points themselves here. As another res going out. Thankfully for them, it's not constantly the same people that are getting knocked. Fairest holding this angle. Oh my, he is so close. Baron Peak helping out. He didn't have to even show himself for a second. This could be Fairest going for a flash and then trying to make for push.
You're good. You're good. Just be the turnaround they were looking for. Fate does find him as Odin goes down. A little bit of help comes through, but a little bit of help goes a long way as well. Sabin full reset here with full control of the circle. And what a day Sabin has had. Win, second, a fourth, a second, and now making their way into a top 2 position once again.
Exalt looking to join that top pack as well here. Maybe not the top pack, but let's say the middle pack in terms of points. 10 on the board. And I don't know whether or not they know that Schiller is taking a big, wide move against them. Any extra points they can get on the board here is fantastic. How's it going to play out?
Sure would be 11 bullets. Make that 9 for Global Army as they keep triggering down. I'm not sure how much he has in the gross, but hopefully something, because if not, he's going to be throwing pants at his opponents. In the meantime, those Schiller's all-fangled position here, perfectly set up, perfectly executed. As now, Fade, 1v1, peeks all over, finds the double. Schiller, such a great performance today.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Sees him in the distance, actually takes a bullet against him as well. And now we can just call in extra reinforcements. Fair's good, but I don't think he can make this happen.
Damage is already done. He found the double, applying pressure now. Fair's, because he didn't get the return knock on Schiller, has to just sit back and wait this one out. Now the Groza is coming forward. Global Army doesn't care about the 5.56. If he can pull up with the Groza, spots him on the other side. Doesn't have a vest to work with, but right now it's only head peaks. Double headshot connected and solve him again. Winning the first game of the day, now back here winning the final.
Gold stars all around for Sarvum. Jeez, they come out with a big one here. And that is them just stamping their claim on the lobby, Toby, with how they were able to play that out. I think one of the great things about that game was, again, I think that they were slightly up against it when it came to that Yepa situation on the east. The other teams were looking down on them like the Wu, etc. But they moved beautifully in order to be able to negate that engagement and be able to survive into the late.
absolutely phenomenal performance. Savim today, I mean, yes, their Taego game might have been a write-off, but outside of that, all their games in top 3. That is completely insane.
Brilliant stuff here from them. And actually, considering how many points Exalt had coming into this game, I didn't think anybody was going to take them over at first place, but it will be just a little bit more for Savim. Again, I mean, looking at Exalt, how they were playing this game out and how they eventually racked up points today. What a performance by these two teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. By far the top placement contenders here is Exhalation. I believe also only had one game out of top 5 if even. Today, really impressive performance overall from these two teams who, again, I mean, Savim and Exhalation, neither of them was in the upper bracket, but clearly showing that lower bracket, well, that's easy peasy for them.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me. I think I finished Exalt instead of Exhalation. But you know what? As I said before at the beginning of the day, they've both got X at the start of their name, so that's how that's going to go. Global Army looking good. Schiller's off angle. I love just working with misinformation against your opponents here, and he was doing that to a T, really causing Exalt some problems as Martin joins us once again.
Yeah, thank you so much for a great cast, guys. What a great game to finish things off with here, and what an insane day for Savin here, Toby. And as James said, it's 2 second places and it's 2 wins. That is just insane performance here.
Yeah, wouldn't have had it any other way. It's wild to me again. I mean, I expected them to be top 5. Did I expect them to perform like this? No. This is some of the best, if not the best Savim I've ever seen. The thing is, I've seen them play maybe not as well, but just under that against what we would consider EMEA Grand Finals lobbies. If they can bring just half of this, Grand Finals, I mean, even partner teams, you better be ready for the fight to come.
Yeah, exactly. And when we have especially here, Savim, when it's a global army, when it's a Baron Peak that goes against you, like, what are you going to do, James?
Exactly. They have hundreds of men at their disposal, which is very scary. A scary thing to go up against. But yeah, I think when you look at Savim, they are online lobby killers. If it's not, as Toby says, the very top of EMEA. Right. They know how to play out these lobbies. And this last game was, we said it was going to be chaotic going in. I didn't realize it was going to be this chaotic going into this last game. But I mean, they thrive in it.
And if it wasn't for Exalt's last game here getting 10 kills, they would also had a really rough day. But I gotta say here, I felt like when we saw Wu have the high ground, Toby, that they're going to get a lot more out of this here, but they left the back door open and let Exalt kind of sneak in and take the high ground away from them.
Wu played with so much control, taking out everything that was south. They mega wrecked GD on their approach. They forced the remaining BBL players to wrap around, but then it's as if they just got too comfortable with the position they were in and forgot about the opportunity for Exalt to go the other way. But having said that, I also complimented Exalt on their timing on the approach the other way, because Wu kind of had to deal with Savim, because they couldn't give them the position either, so had to pick a fight, but with only being 2 left alive, they couldn't really peek both directions at the same time.
And of course, here, this game, Savim 16, Exalt also 16 because of the 10 kills here, James. But Wu, 12 points. They've had a rough day, but still 40 points for them is pretty good.
Yeah, I think when it starts out, obviously, we saw them and it's like, okay, it's really not going their way that much. But I think a good reprieve from that in these last couple of games. 12 points off this is nothing to sniff at. It is just a bit of a shame that I think all 3 of us would probably agree they maybe could have got even more off this game.
Yeah, for sure. And here, short thoughts on this one, Toby, so we can get Calaris too.
No, I think it's absolutely phenomenal to see 2 teams already into the 70s.
Yeah,
and
it's crazy.
That's completely insane.
Yeah, they already qualified. James, thoughts on this leaderboard here?
Still want to see Exalt push up a little bit more. Definitely want to see BBL push up a little bit more, because 20 points for these guys, only 5 placement points. It's a bit disastrous.
Yeah, a big game from either Exalt or BBL will still put them in that top 8 there. After all, 33 points only. It's still kind of close because we have had these teams sponging so many points in the very top here, Toby.
Yeah, it's kind of as I would say, expected it to go down. Just not the teams that we maybe expected to be the ones to come out ranking points. We were saying HAL, BBL coming into it, but right now Savim and Exhalation are the ones running away with it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, in general here, the lower bracket, it does feel like, you guys have pointed out multiple times throughout the day, it does feel like a little bit more mistakes are being made, a little bit more kind of doors are being left open for teams to make plays or counter plays here, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. And good to see that when one team makes mistakes, the other teams know to capitalize on them. Because that's kind of the second half of what makes a bad play for one team, is that when they get punished. And they should get punished, because teams are really, really good at this point in the game of registering those mistakes being made. So thank you to the teams that go out and make other ones look like fools.
Yeah, and we're halfway through the lower bracket here, James, and obviously it has been a Savim and Exhalation day so far. Howl also doing well. They are almost, I would say, guaranteed to qualify tomorrow.
Yeah, so good for them, and I'm excited to see how they're going to stack up against the 8 that advanced from the upper, because the 8 that we actually got from the upper, I looked at the list again, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, that's a great 8 that we already have on through. So anybody that's joining them, they better be wary.
And also considering they got 13th, I believe here, 42 points in the upper bracket when they played against them, Toby. If they can take the practice or extra games, and they take that and kind of apply the same, I don't know, exact same, but because it's the different meta that was going on with the top 8. But if they can apply the prac and the extra comfortable level-headedness that they're going to get from these games into the finals, they're going to do hopefully quite better.
I think one of the things that Sabam are really enjoying right now is the fact that neither Na'Vi or Twisted Minds are in this server, because they execute very similar playstyles. And right now they get all the space in the world to execute their playstyle. I think it's going to be a different story when we hit the grand finals. But again, if they're able to do what they're doing right now, and with Twisted Minds not looking super hot on day 1 of upper bracket, they might be able to win a fight or 2 against them.
All right, guys, that was it for the first day of lower bracket here for the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers. We are done for today. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow for the last day to find out what of the last 8 teams are going to join us on the finals next week. See you then.